Chapter 924. Female literature. I really didn't expect that even the hellhound couldn't get rid of you. You're really a surprise. Although his words were full of praise, his tone was so cold that he couldn't wait to kill Su Yan. Su Yan also sneered. Envoy Zhua, it's been a long time indeed. Su Yan was full of seriousness and fear under the ghost mask. His strength had indeed increased rapidly, but he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could be a match for this supremacy. That was a 5 essences supremacy. Although such a powerhouse couldn't be compared to a Tao supremacy, he still had endless means. As for his means, the Godslayer sword intent had been used repeatedly, so its power had been greatly reduced. The square seal was also not stable at the moment. The heavenly demon finger was even more so. It's useless to say more. Hand over the limitless 9 demon seal technique, and I can still leave you with a complete corpse. Here, your 2 demon beasts can't save you. As he spoke, he had already taken a step forward. Just this small step was enough to show that this person was extraordinary. With such a step, he simply crossed countless obstacles and directly arrived in front of Su Yan. This kind of means could be described as shrinking the ground. At this moment, Su Yan felt a sense of danger in his heart. Without any hesitation, he directly slashed with his sword. This was because he knew that it was impossible for him to pull away from his opponent. Thus, he could only take the initiative to attack. When he attacked, Su Yan activated almost all the power in his body. Such a sword flashed with a scarlet light, and the strong sword light directly landed in front of Zhuo Leitao's body. At this moment, Zhuo Leitao directly stretched out his palm and looked at Su Yan with a sinister smile. Although your strength has increased, do you really think that you can match me? How laughable. As he spoke, he suppressed his power and finally gathered it in his palm. It was clearly a pair of flesh palms, but at this moment, they were flickering with specks of thunder and fire. Such a palm strike was simply terrifying beyond compare. His name was Zhuo Leitao, and he also cultivated the lightning arts. His cultivation technique was the Limitless Demon Sect's Limitless Yin Thunder technique. His Yin Thunder was extremely terrifying. The last time Su Yan fought him, he had already suffered, so at this time, no matter what, he didn't dare to fight this guy head-on. There was a flash of light in his eyes. It was a sinister light. What was even more terrifying was that his palm directly grabbed onto Su Yan's sword. At this time, his gaze actually materialized into a terrifying whip, lashing towards Su Yan. Such a turn of events was extremely strange. Previously, Su Yan had already focused all of his attention, but when he reacted, he was still half a beat too slow, and the long whip directly struck his face. Su Yan suffered such a heavy blow that his whole body was directly thrown back, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. Do you know that this old man hates sneaky people like you the most? Just looking at that mask of yours makes this old man angry. In that case, let me directly shatter that mask of yours. At this moment, the earth-shrinking technique appeared once again. At this time, Su Yan knew that things were not going well. He suddenly punched the ground and shouted at the same time, Demonic Dragon Fist. The violent demonic dragon fist appeared, and a powerful demonic dragon aura flashed. The terrifying power immediately blasted the ground away, and at this time, layers of soil quickly emerged, forming a wall. The appearance of this wall immediately blocked Zhuo Leitao's path forward. However, Zhuo Leitao's expression didn't change at all. He just said, "Not bad." After saying these 2 words, he directly condensed his palm into a blade and slashed down. At this time, an extremely terrifying halo spread out, and the powerful light became an extremely terrifying power at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the layer of soil had already disappeared. However, at this time, Su Yan took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. He regained his footing and stabilized his aura. So strong. This was the first time he fought with an expert, and he immediately knew his shortcomings. In the chaotic garden, although the flower protector was strong, his strength was only the accumulation of energy. His realm was only at the level of a 3 essences venerable, so Su Yan wasn't in such a sorry state. However, a 5 essences venerable and a 3 essences venerable were two different concepts. Su Yan being able to hold on to this point was already the result of his outstanding strength. He exhaled heavily, and his qi and blood calmed down. At this moment, in front of a powerful enemy, he couldn't be careless. Therefore, any negligence would cost him his life. So strong. Of course. However, it's not that I'm too strong, it's that you're too weak. However, you being able to hold on until now is already beyond my expectations. Now, I don't want to continue playing with you. At this time, Zuoleitao condensed his Yin lightning again. The battle between the two sides had already alarmed the demonic ghosts here. How could he not see that Qing Fu's death was related to the demonic ghosts? When he arrived, Qing Fu's body had already been devoured by the demonic ghosts. And if all the demonic ghosts were to gather, then even he would not have a good ending. Those demonic ghosts were all very strong, but they were also very difficult to kill. Unless one was a powerful expert, there really wasn't a good way to deal with them. Because of this, not many people dared to enter this place. In the huge Saint Devil Mountain of the Limitless Demon Sect, there were many forbidden areas, and this place was one of them. Not to mention, there was also a legendary cursed place here, which made people extremely wary. Therefore, he wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. At this time, a sword light suddenly appeared. "You damned bastard, eat my sword." A woman's voice resounded. After hearing this voice, Su Yan was immediately shocked. "Su Rui, leave quickly." Su Yan recognized that this was Su Rui's voice. At this time, he naturally knew that this disobedient and stupid girl had followed him out. This girl was innocent and naive, but in other words, she was brainless. She thought that she was very powerful and wanted to help Su Yan, so she directly attacked at this time. However, in front of Zuoleitao, Su Yan could only be suppressed bitterly and was almost on the verge of death. What could this girl do? Not only would she not be able to help Su Yan, but she would also be seeking her own death. Sure enough, Zuoleitao immediately sneered, "Where did this girl come from? She's courting death." At this time, his target was Su Yan. He just wanted to bring Su Yan back to the third deputy sect leader. As for the others, he would naturally kill them without mercy. The Yin thunder appeared in his hand, and a powerful thunder light kept roaring at this time. A powerful and terrifying aura appeared, then turned into a thunder snake and rushed directly towards Su Rui. Su Rui had come aggressively, but after sensing this power, she was already filled with regret. She never thought that such power would exist. Her sword chi was nothing in front of this thunder arc and was immediately torn apart. After the thunder arc tore this power apart, it did not have any intention of stopping and directly hit Su Rui's body. This cute and beautiful girl only had time to let out a scream before she was immediately sent flying. Su Rui. Everything happened too quickly. In this place, Su Yan's divine sense was restricted, and his mind was focused on the battle with Zuoleitao, so he did not expect Su Rui to suddenly attack. By the time he realized it, it was already too late for him to make a move. Zuoleitao sneered, but in the next moment, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. She didn't die. Even a 2 essences supremacy, or even a 3 essences supremacy, would have been killed by his attack. However, this woman had actually survived. She was only temporarily unconscious. "Since you dare to attack me, then I can't let you live." At this time, he still wanted to continue to attack and completely destroy Su Rui. "Old dog, your opponent is me." At this time, Su Yan would not let him continue to attack. He burst out with all his strength and directly attacked Zuoleitao. "I've been waiting for you." Zuoleitao's Yin thunder palm suddenly changed direction, and the terrifying thunder aura directly fell on Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan did not have time to react at all. Zuoleitao's change of move was too fast. The palm firmly imprinted on Su Yan's chest, and the power of Yin thunder immediately turned into countless electric snakes that swam around Su Yan's body. Hee hee, so you're a sentimental person, kid. Ha ha ha, but it's a pity that sentimental people don't live long. Zuoladao's eyes were full of pride after this successful attack. His strength was clearly higher than Su Yan's, but he had never gained much of an advantage over Su Yan after fighting for so long. It was only now that he had truly captured Su Yan. It took me a lot of effort to capture you, kid. However, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. I'd like to see where you can run now. At this time, he had already firmly grasped Su Yan's throat. However, at this time, a voice sounded. Zuoladao, I'm afraid I can't let you take this person away. That was Su Yan. The seventh emissary, Su Yan, appeared just as Zuoladao was feeling complacent. He turned into a light shadow and directly rushed towards Zuoladao. His target was Su Yan. Su Yan, you're courting death. At this time, Zuoladao could not care less. Since Su Yan wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, how could he tolerate it? He immediately punched out. Chapter 925. Female Literature. At this moment, Su Yan also threw out a punch. Both Su Yan and Zuoladao were 5 essences venerables. With such strength, they could dominate anyone below the Dao Master level. If they fought, it would definitely cause great destruction. Therefore, the Limitless Demon sect forbade experts of this level to fight in the sect. However, at this moment, the two of them were fighting over Su Yan, so they couldn't care less. For the third deputy sect master, Su Yan represented the complete Limitless 9 Demon seal. If he could obtain it, his strength might increase again. Although he might not be able to compete with the sect master, Shi Wuxin, and the first deputy sect master, Goe Shinxiu, he would be able to compete for the second deputy sect master's position. The deputy sect master's ranking was not just a title. Every step forward, whether it was in terms of strength or resources, was no small matter. Moreover, if the Limitless 9 Demon seal fell into the hands of others, it might affect his position as the third deputy sect master. Therefore, Zuoladao wouldn't give up no matter what. For Su Yan's importance was unparalleled. If Yan Shao hadn't said those words to him, he might have backed down at this moment. However, at this moment, he wouldn't back down no matter what. The two of them collided head-on. There was no suspense at all. The powerful force was like a sudden clap of thunder, and the terrifying aura kept rolling. The terrifying impact almost began to impact the space. Bolts of lightning appeared one after another. That was Zuoladao's Yin Thunder. The power of the Yin Thunder was extremely terrifying. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to the real heavenly thunder in terms of overbearingness. However, in terms of lethality, it wasn't inferior at all. In fact, it was even stronger. Such power could almost be called invincible. However, in the face of such power, the seventh emissary, Su Yan, was able to resist it. Divine light emitted from Su Yan's body. The powerful force kept flickering at this moment, and the powerful aura was like a mountain. Although the Yin Thunder was terrifying, it couldn't cross half a step. At the moment when the two of them clashed, Su Yan finally found a chance to catch his breath. Get out of my way. At this time, he pushed his strength to the extreme and suddenly attacked with the demonic dragon fist. He threw a powerful punch forward. This punch contained all of his aura. At this moment, even Zuoladao's expression changed. If he continued, it was very likely that he would be directly killed. At this moment, Zuoladao suddenly frowned. A single false statement was enough to make him feel a little troubled. And at this time, Su Yan suddenly exploded. Previously, his Shadow Thunder Palm was actually unable to do anything to Su Yan. Perhaps he was indeed injured, but it was definitely not as serious as he appeared to be. Everything that happened before was actually just an act. At this time, Su Yan's sudden outburst caught him off guard. At this moment, his killing intent soared. He wanted to kill Su Yan immediately. However, at this time, Su Yan's attack came again. Zuoladao, your opponent is me. At this moment, Zuoladao's expression became even darker and more serious. What was wrong with Su Yan? No matter what, no matter how much the two of them fought each other. However, they were both hunters. At this time, Su Yan attacked at this time to help his prey escape. Su Yan, do you really think that I, Zuo, am afraid of you? You're courting death. At this point, he was really angry. In order to capture Su Yan, he had paid a huge price. Who knew how many of his subordinates had died? If he let Su Yan escape at this time, he would be angered to death. However, at this time, Su Yan wanted to help Grimace. At this time, not only was Zuo surprised, but even Su Yan was surprised. According to normal logic, he was the prey at this time, and Zuo was the hunter. Su Yan was also the hunter. At this time, the most correct thing to do was to subdue this prey first. As for who this prey would belong to, it should be decided after this. However, at this time, Su Yan attacked Zuo directly. It was almost as if he was deliberately letting Lin Huang go. Su Yan could not figure out his purpose, but at this time, he did not have the time to think too much. Since the other party had given him this opportunity, he would make good use of it. At this moment, he saw the opportunity. Deity Vanquishing Sword. At this time, Su Yan did not care too much and immediately performed the Deity Vanquishing Sword. The powerful sword technique roared directly, and a terrifying force immediately rushed to Zuo body. At this time, Zuo was attacked from both sides, which made him very uncomfortable. At this time, he was really angry. At this time, he did not care that the demonic ghost was rushing to this place and directly shouted, "Su Yan, you're in cahoots with this outsider. In that case, I'll send you to your death." At this time, his strength had suddenly risen to the extreme, and his powerful aura continued to rise. The terrifying light at this time was constantly rotating, and streaks of Yin thunder turned into long snakes. Su Yan's expression was serious. He could see that Zuo, this old thing, had chosen to go all out at this time. He looked to the other side. At this time, Su Yan directly carried Su Rui and began to retreat. The purpose of his appearance this time was naturally for Su Yan. However, before he was 100% sure that he could take down Su Yan, he had come to disrupt the situation. What he wanted to do was very simple, and that was to prevent Zuo from taking Su Yan away. At this time, since Su Yan had already left, his purpose had been achieved. He sneered and said, "Zuo, you actually used the Yin Thunder sky-splitting technique. It seems that you want to flatten the Heavenly Demon Temple. Ha, I'm not going to play with you anymore." After saying that, he left without looking back. Looking at Su Yan's departing figure, Zuo was furious at this time. "Su Yan, you've gone too far." At this time, seeing that the two people had already retreated. Naturally, he put away his Yin Thunder heaven-shattering technique. After all, at this time, he had already calmed down. Since the two people had already left, what could he do even if he destroyed the Heavenly Demon Temple? At this time, he did not care about anything else and directly headed in the direction of Su Yan. Today, no matter what, he would not let Su Yan leave. At this time, Su Yan was escaping back to Su Rui's residence, which was the place that was said to be cursed in the legend. It was already a miracle that Su Rui did not die after suffering such a blow. After all, Zuo did not show any mercy. Even Su Yan would not have an easy time if he had to endure it. Not to mention this little girl. At this time, the only place Su Yan could think of that there was hope to save this little girl was the mysterious and dilapidated temple. Of course, while Su Yan was constantly running, his attention was always on the rear. He wanted to see if this guy was still chasing after him. Zuo was too fast. Su Yan was injured, and he was carrying an injured woman, so his speed was naturally slowed down. In just a few breaths, that guy had already appeared very close to him. At this time, he was still accelerating. Su Yan has already left. I'd like to see how you're going to escape. He had already reached his limit when it came to Su Yan. Su Yan's previous attack had brought him a lot of trouble. However, at this time, Su Yan had already retreated. He clearly knew that his target was Ghostface, so no matter why Su Yan gave up halfway, he still wanted to chase after Su Yan. Under his full sprint, he finally arrived in front of Su Yan. Then, his power had already exploded at this time, and a tyrannical aura was immediately activated at this time. Ghostface, I said that I would tear off your mask. Go to hell. At this time, a shadow thunder palm was released again, and the extremely powerful light rushed towards Su Yan like a bolt of lightning. At this time, Su Yan could naturally dodge, but he knew very well that if he chose to dodge at this time, he would not be able to care about the woman in his arms. Zuoleitao, that old thing, was very insidious. When he attacked, he had already calculated carefully. Therefore, if he did not attack, he would naturally attack Su Yan's vital point. At this time, Su Yan's vital point was naturally Su Rui in his arms. In truth, Su Rui and Su Yan did not have much of a relationship. At this time, he could completely give up on Su Rui, and Su Yan could easily leave this place. However, how could Su Yan do that? When he was being chased by the demonic ghosts earlier, it was this woman who saved him. If it were not for her, he would have very likely been surrounded and killed by the demonic ghosts. Moreover, Su Rui attacked Zuoleitao because of him. Su Yan had always been like this, repaying the kindness of others with a gushing spring. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan had no choice but to take such a blow head-on. After withstanding the blow, his body shook violently. It was obvious that he was unable to withstand such power. However, in the end, he did not stop and continued to move forward. Ha, what a stupid kid. Do you think you can escape at this time? At this time, he already knew Su Yan's weakness. Moreover, Ghostface had already been hit by his shadow thunder palm. If he still let Su Yan escape under such circumstances, then he, Zuoleitao, would really have to write the 3 words Zuoleitao upside down. At this time, Su Yan's gaze fell on this place. In fact, he did not leave immediately but turned back after leaving. This place had great interference with the perception of divine sense. He was not afraid that Zuoleitao would discover him. Moreover, even if Zuoleitao discovered him, he would only chase after Su Yan. Chapter 926. Female literature. The reason why he didn't make a move was because he wanted to see what other tricks Su Yan had up his sleeve. Lord Yan Zhao's evaluation of Su Yan was very high, which made Su Yan very curious. Such an evaluation even surpassed that of the 3 sons of demons, so he wanted to see if Su Yan had any other hidden tricks. Moreover, he wanted to know Su Yan's secret. Sometimes, kindness was more useful than pain in making people reveal their secrets. If he could save Su Yan when he was in danger, it would be much easier for them to do what they needed to do next. Of course, he didn't doubt that Su Yan was an ungrateful person. This could be seen from the way he treated the woman in his arms. Su Yan, oh Su Yan, don't disappoint me. He muttered. While he was muttering, Su Yan took another hit. This guy was completely venting his anger at this moment. If he really wanted to kill Su Yan, he could have done it long ago. Of course, if he wanted to capture Su Yan, he didn't need to do so. Su Yan really made him very angry, so he wanted to torture Su Yan. He wanted to let this guy know that no matter who it was, as long as they offended him, they would definitely suffer a miserable fate. At this time, Su Yan was enduring incomparable pain, but he didn't dare to slow down. Of course, he had already guessed why that guy didn't make a move. At this time, he wanted to play with his prey, he wanted to see him suffer. But Su Yan wouldn't give up. If he gave up now, there would be no hope. The woman in his arms would die, and he would probably never see Lu Lan again. So no matter what, he couldn't give up. As long as he put Su Rui back in that room and ensured her safety, he would still have the strength to fight. This was Su Yan's current thought. At this moment, Zuoleitao's voice sounded. Brat, kneel down and beg for mercy, then I can spare you from such pain. If you continue to be stubborn, then only death awaits you. Do you understand? He infused his power into his voice and forced it into Su Yan's body. This kind of attack was not inferior to the powerful Shadow Thunder Palm. Moreover, it would make Su Yan feel even more pain. After enduring such a blow, he finally could not endure it any longer and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Su Yan didn't stop at all. It's right ahead. He knew that his destination was right in front of him, so he didn't stop at all and continued forward. Brat, are you still not willing to give up? I'll let you know how to write the word, regret. Zuoleitao was even more furious now. At this time, his speed suddenly increased, and he directly rushed towards Su Yan. In fact, it was not that he had played enough, but at this time, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. At his level, he had the most superficial understanding and contact with fate. If there was a sign in his heart, then it was most likely real. He really didn't understand why such a situation would occur at this time, but at this time, he didn't have time to think about these things. This kind of thought was definitely not a good thing, so at this time, he was so anxious to make a move. As the saying goes, a long night is fraught with dreams. He was afraid that unforeseen events would occur. At this time, Su Yan also began to feel nervous. He actually made a move at this time. In fact, at this time, he also felt that it was very strange. In his opinion, this guy made a move too early. If he wanted to vent the anger in his heart, then he could still play with Su Yan for a while. But at this time, Zuoleitao actually made a move, so there must be an unforeseen event at this time. Zuoleitao's power directly suppressed it, and the endless heavenly lightning continued to rage at this time. This attack had completely enveloped Su Yan, and he believed that Su Yan would definitely be severely injured under this attack. As for the woman in Su Yan's arms, Zuoleitao was already past the age of being protective of the fairer sex. Since this girl had already made a move on him, then no matter what her origin was, there was only one outcome left for her today, and that was death. The lightning had already directly enveloped Su Yan. Su Yan tried his best to defend, but he had already suffered several Shadow Thunder Palms before, and was also directly attacked by this guy's sound wave attack, causing him to suffer internal injuries. At this time, even if he was trying his best to defend, he could no longer protect the woman in his arms. Su Rui. A little lightning had already penetrated his defense, and directly went towards Su Rui. Hee, Ghost Face, don't you want to protect the woman in your arms? But I want her to die in your arms. I want to know how painful the face behind this ugly mask of yours is. At this moment, Zuoleitao felt unprecedentedly carefree. However, at this time, he, who was laughing maniacally, did not know that his actions were completely a path to death for him. At this time, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. Zuoleitao did not expect that just as he was about to succeed, a shadow would suddenly appear. The shadow's speed was unimaginably fast, and even an expert like Zuoleitao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His shadow thunder was actually directly dispelled at this moment. When he realized what had happened, he suddenly discovered that there was actually an additional shadow in front of him. It was a humanoid shadow, but one could not see its true appearance clearly. At this time, the shadow was facing Zuoleitao. Zuoleitao only felt an unimaginable majesty directly coming towards him. At this moment, even his heart began to tremble. Because this power was something he could not resist. He was a five essences supremacy, and now he was facing a power that even he could not resist. Just as his heart was trembling, an extremely terrifying voice rang out. That voice was sharp, angry, and ear-piercing, and finally turned into a sound wave that directly rushed towards Zuoleitao. Previously, Zuoleitao had used sound waves to attack Su Yan, but now, this shadow that had suddenly appeared attacked him with sound waves. If this was a kind of retribution, no one would not believe it. Such a terrifying and dense power constantly revolved at this moment, and the powerful aura turned into a fierce ray of light. Zuoleitao immediately condensed all his power and turned it into a shield. The moment the monster attacked, he already knew that he could not dodge this attack, so at this time, his only chance was to defend. A 5 Essences supremacy's full power condensed into a defense was naturally incomparably strong. However, that ray of light was simply too overbearing. It didn't seem to care about such a powerful defense at all. His terrifying attack had broken through the defense in an instant and pierced through the shield he had formed. Zuoleitao immediately let out a muffled groan, but fortunately, the shield bought him some time, so he immediately dodged to the side at this time. In the end, he managed to avoid being hit in a vital spot, but this attack had already left a mark on his body. A bloody hole appeared on his arm. The bloody hole seemed inconspicuous, and such a wound should be nothing to a 5 Essences supremacy. However, at this moment, Zuoleitao was in incomparable pain. He could not describe this kind of pain. Ever since he embarked on this cruel path of cultivation, he had suffered countless injuries, and had even been on the verge of death several times. However, he dared to swear that there had never been an injury as painful as this one. Moreover, what made him even more terrified was that his power was completely useless against this injury. Not only could he not heal the wound, but he could not even stop it from spreading. How is this possible? What the hell is this? At this moment, he was really scared witless. He really could not understand how such an existence could exist in this world. It was also at this time that Su Yan, who was secretly watching everything, was also shocked. The previous attack was really terrifying. He was actually on par with Zuoleitao, and if it was a fight to the death, Zuoleitao might be stronger than him. At this moment, Zuoleitao could not dodge, so naturally, he could not dodge either. After knowing Zuoleitao for so long, he had never seen Zuoleitao in such a sorry state. This shadow was so powerful. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed in his mind. Legend has it that this heavenly demon temple was actually the residence of an ancient demon, but it was later moved here by the super experts of the Limitless Demon sect. However, this place has always been a forbidden area. Not only are there countless demons and ghosts here, but there is also a mysterious and terrifying curse. Therefore, even Dao venerables are not willing to easily approach this place. Later, when the demon plan began, this place became the place where the heavenly demonesses were imprisoned. Could this mysterious shadow be the legendary cursed beast? This legend had been circulating in the heavenly demon temple for too long, but because no one was close to this place, many people had intentionally or unintentionally chosen to forget about it. Even Su Yan himself would not have remembered it if he had not seen this powerful cursed beast. Oh no! The appearance of the cursed beast had completely disrupted their plan. This was a guy who did not recognize his own family. Although they did not know why he would go crazy at this time, it was obvious that his purpose after appearing was to kill. Zuoleitao could not stop him. Just as Su Yan was making up his mind, he suddenly realized that a terrifying gaze had fallen on him. A will that he had never felt before directly enveloped him. At this time, he immediately understood what the other party meant. He wanted to kill him. There was no mistake. According to legend, anyone who saw this cursed beast would die. This was the curse left behind by the powerful demon who was defeated by the super experts of the Limitless Demon sect. Chapter 927. Female literature, the cursed creature's strength was simply too terrifying. Its existence was simply unimaginable. With just one attack, it had already caused Zuoleitao to lose the ability to fight. No matter what, he did not want to challenge the might of the cursed creature. The moment he realized that the cursed creature's gaze had landed on him, he immediately began to flee. The most important thing now was to protect his own life. He did not want to die here. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura had already spread towards him. This caused Su Yan to be even more shocked. It was hard to imagine that a 5 Essences supremacy would be so flustered at this time. However, in the next moment, Su Yan calmed down a little. The cursed creature stood still in the same spot. This was a piece of good news. At this point, he could only directly report this matter to Yan Xiao, and then let the Dao Master personally take action. However, in the next moment, his expression changed again. He was shocked to find that although the cursed creature did not chase after him, he could not leave this place. At this moment, it was as if he had been trapped in a cage. He could not escape even if he wanted to. Damn it, this is a formation. At this moment, no matter how hard he tried, he was constantly wandering in a certain area. To be able to trap an expert like him, this was a spatial cage. When a spatial cage appeared, even a Dao Master level expert would not be able to break it easily, let alone Supremacy Wuyuan. Just as he was panicking, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Great demonic lightsaber. At this moment, he did not hesitate and directly slashed behind him. This time, he did not hold back at all. At this point, if he still wanted to hold back, he would be courting death. The power of the great demonic lightsaber was extremely strong. Even Zuoletao's Shadow Thunder Palm could not do anything to it. However, in the next moment, he was shocked to find that his great demonic lightsaber was directly shattered. Then, his body was directly sent flying. An unimaginable force made him unable to control his body. Ah! In the end, he was only left with a painful howl. At this moment, the cursed creature's face gradually became clear. It was an extremely terrifying tiger face. However, this face only had half of it. What was left was a bottomless darkness. There was no scarlet light in his eyes, only darkness and endless indifference. His aura was so strong that it almost froze the surrounding air. After the cursed creature knocked down Zuoletao and Su Yan, it did not immediately attack. Instead, it walked towards Su Yan. It was still as cold as ever. At this time, under the pressure of this powerful force, Su Yan's body began to tremble. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he couldn't resist this powerful force, causing his muscles to contract and tremble. What kind of terrifying and frightening power was this? Looking at Su Yan, the terrifying monster seemed to be about to attack. But at this time, Su Yan suddenly realized something. He stood up with difficulty and then lifted Su Rui in his arms in front of this terrible cursed creature. At this moment, the cursed creature actually quietened down. Seeing this scene, Su Yan and Zuoletao immediately understood that the cursed creature was actually protecting that woman. At this time, Zuoletao was extremely regretful. Now he knew that if he didn't want to kill this woman, the terrifying cursed creature might not have appeared. In fact, his goal had always been Su Yan. There was no need to provoke this woman. In the end, he was too domineering, so he wanted to kill this woman. Now he was extremely regretful. Why did he provoke this woman for no reason? But regret was useless. At this time, he was useless. The only thing he could do was wait for the cursed creature's next move. The space here had been sealed. He tried to ask the third vice sect master for help, but it was useless. His message could not be sent out. Since he couldn't send a message, it was the same for Su Yan. At this time, the cursed creature raised its head, and its power gently spread out. Then a light appeared and landed on Su Rui's body. Su Rui suffered Zuoletao's power, and his situation was very bad. Although Su Yan used his own power to protect him, he could only barely hold on. But at this time, under this light, Su Rui's body clearly changed. Her body emitted a soft red light. The light shone gently, but it had an indescribable majesty. She seemed to be born to be in a superior position, high and mighty. There were no meridians in Su Rui's body. This was something that Su Yan had already discovered when he examined her body. So even Su Yan didn't understand why Su Rui could cultivate his great sun-colored glass sword scripture. And at this time, under the effect of this light, meridians began to appear in Su Rui's body. The small vermilion bird in her body had become her heart. Then, with the heart as the core, Su Rui's body began to be reconstructed. This process happened so quietly. Su Yan raised his head and watched. This was a process he had never seen before. He felt that he was witnessing a miracle of life. At this time, Zuoletao and Su Yan were the same. At this time, they were extremely quiet. Even their breathing had slowed down. They were also shocked by this scene. At this time, they didn't dare to make any movements. The feeling of extreme danger and terror still lingered around them. At this time, a black aura began to surround them. This made them even more afraid to act rashly. This was the mysterious power of the curse. Even if they were 5 essences supremacies, they didn't dare to touch it easily. After being defeated, the terrifying legend of this place reappeared in their minds. According to the legend, a Tao sovereign had once entered this place. He wanted to discover the secrets hidden in the heavenly demon temple. Unfortunately, the Tao sovereign didn't find anything. What was even more frightening was that after he came out, his strength began to decline. After only a year, he actually died. That legend seemed a little ridiculous, so for a long time, it was believed to be false. However, at that moment, they finally discovered that it wasn't fake. Instead, it was possible that something that had truly happened. Now that they thought about it, the Tao sovereign was very likely to have encountered this terrifying cursed beast. As for what happened at that time, it was something that they didn't know. However, they knew that if they dared to act rashly, they would be dead for sure. That terrifying cursed creature would definitely make a move and kill them as soon as possible. This cursed creature was too powerful. Even if the two of them joined forces, they wouldn't be its match. They had already seen this in the previous battle. Therefore, at this time, their best choice was to act as a bystander. At this time, Su Yan's power was quietly rising and condensing. He didn't know if it was because he had saved Su Rui, but the cursed creature didn't attack him. Although it also paid attention to him, it wasn't seriously injured like Zuoleitao and Su Yan. It also didn't let the power of the curse wander around him. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan could use this opportunity to start recovering his strength. At this time, his aura began to rise slowly. The power of the Yin thunder in his body began to be devoured bit by bit. This was the overbearing power of the 10 Dragons realm. Even if it was Zuoleitao's Yin thunder, he could directly devour it. Now, Su Yan couldn't see the end of the 10 Dragons realm. But he knew that one day, when he broke through to the Venerable realm, he would definitely be very powerful. And this kind of power was far beyond his imagination. It would bring him an unexpected surprise. At this time, Zuoleitao didn't know that the power he used to attack Su Yan had become a supplement for Su Yan's body. If he knew, he would probably vomit blood again. Under the power of the cursed beast, Su Rui's injuries had completely recovered. Not only that, after her body was transformed, her aura continued to rise. Su Yan even found that the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in her body had begun to become complete. This was very exaggerated. He was also considered an emperor, but when he first cultivated this set of techniques, he didn't know how much effort it took, day and night, without any rest. But Su Rui had only learned it for 1 or 2 days, but now she could actually use this sword technique completely. This was really too shocking. And now, the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in her body had become complete. How inconceivable was this? After a while, Su Rui finally opened her eyes. But at this time, Su Rui seemed to be a little different. Her aura had completely changed from before. What surprised Su Yan even more was that there was a very unfamiliar aura on Su Rui's body. At this time, Su Yan didn't choose to speak. Because he knew that the girl in front of him was no longer the naive girl in the past. The moment she opened her eyes completely, a crimson light suddenly rose up. The originally soft light became extremely hot and strong at this time, and an indescribable flame power had directly rushed out at this time. This kind of power was really terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 928. Female Literature. After feeling this aura, Su Yan was naturally surprised. But in fact, he was already mentally prepared. After all, he had seen the shadow of the vermilion bird in Su Rui's body. From that time, he already knew that the vermilion bird would wake up sooner or later. But Zuoleitao and Su Yan were different. At this time, they still couldn't believe the fact in front of them. That powerful and terrifying power was really terrifying. That indescribable brilliance was really unimaginable. How frightening was such a powerful force? When they saw the shadow behind Su Rui that day, they were even more amazed. Vermilion Bird. The legendary divine beast Vermilion Bird. The legendary Vermilion Bird was the ruler of flames. It was simply an incomparably terrifying legend. Even the human Saint Venerables could only contend against the Vermilion Bird. It was extremely difficult to defeat it. At this time, the Vermilion Bird actually appeared in front of them. At this time, their hearts were burning with passion. If they could capture the Vermilion Bird, it couldn't be better. As long as they got the Vermilion Bird and made it their demon pet, their strength would definitely increase rapidly. It wouldn't be impossible to directly step into the Tao Master realm. However, this thought was extinguished as soon as it appeared. The power of the Vermilion Bird was really too terrifying. Even the power it displayed now was already shocking. Such a terrifying power was almost pressuring them to the point of suffocation. It was the natural majesty of a superior. What's more, at this time, the Vermilion Bird was guarded by the terrifying cursed creature. They had already experienced the strength of the cursed creature before. If this continued, they were afraid that they would be directly destroyed by this powerful force. At this time, they suddenly realized that they were actually so cowardly. They were clearly 5 essences venerables and were clearly so powerful. But at this time, in front of this powerful existence, they could only shrink their bodies and had no other way. Su Rui's gaze finally calmed down completely. Her gaze first fell on Su Yan. There seemed to be a bit of curiosity and a trace of nostalgia in her eyes. However, she didn't say anything in the end. Finally, her gaze fell on Zueletao. Then, she gently pointed and said, "Kill him." As soon as she finished speaking, Zueletao immediately let out an angry roar. At this point, he could no longer wait. He knew that after this girl finished speaking, the cursed creature would definitely attack him. He had already experienced the power of the cursed creature. He deeply understood that he was no match for this cursed creature. He was simply too powerful. Therefore, at this time, he immediately made a choice. He directly rushed towards Su Rui. At this time, he was betting that Su Rui was just a facade, and that she didn't have much power. After all, the previous Su Rui was indeed just a powerless little girl. Therefore, he was willing to take a gamble. This time, he had expended all of his strength to use the Shadow Thunder Flash. This was his fastest speed. If it wasn't for the most dangerous situation, he wouldn't use this move. Because of this, he was exhausting his own Yin lightning origin. The lightning technique had always been the most difficult technique to cultivate. Because to cultivate the lightning technique, one must form a lightning seed in one's body. It was extremely difficult to condense a lightning seed. Back then, in order to cultivate the Yin lightning technique, he had suffered a lot to condense such a lightning seed. However, if he used the Yin lightning flash, it would exhaust his lightning seed origin. And the power exerted by exhausting his lightning seed origin was naturally terrifying. At that moment, he could transform his body into a bolt of lightning, and then directly reach his target's side at an extremely terrifying speed. Such speed was not inferior to teleportation at all. The moment Su Rui spoke, he already knew that he had to give it his all. How could a person like him not understand that if he didn't give it his all when it was time to give it his all, the only outcome would be death? At this time, the boundless lightning was directly triggered at this time, and the terrifying power was also continuously gathering at this time. At this time, his aura had already risen to the extreme. In the next moment, he had actually passed by the cursed creature and directly appeared beside Su Rui. Success! His heart was immediately filled with incomparable joy. As long as he captured this woman, he would immediately be able to make the cursed creature hesitate, and then it would be time for him to counterattack. He had many thoughts and even began to imagine the next step. If he could control the cursed creature, then capturing Su Yan would naturally be a piece of cake. He could even let the cursed creature kill Su Yan directly. He, Zueletao, was not a magnanimous person. If not for Su Yan's help earlier, then Su Yan would have already been under his control, and he would not have come here to face the threat of the cursed creature. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan still followed him here. Obviously, Su Yan did not have good intentions. Since that was the case, then it would be better to just kill him directly. When the time came, if the higher-ups really came to investigate, then it would be the work of the cursed creature. What did it have to do with him? If Su Yan died, then the 7th deputy sect leader Yan Xiao's expression would definitely be very ugly. Speaking of which, Yan Xiao was only his junior. Now, he was already a deputy sect leader, and he was still an envoy. It had to be said that Zhuo Leitao's idea was very good. It was just a pity that these illusions were destined to be cut off. Just as he started to act, Su Yan was already on guard. Su Yan saw very clearly that the most important person here at this time was Su Rui. If these two guys wanted to break out of this situation, they could only start with Su Rui. Therefore, when Zhuo Leitao just moved, Su Yan also moved. He did not know how Zhuo Leitao would appear, but he was very sure that this guy definitely had the confidence to threaten Su Rui. The moment Zhuo Leitao appeared, he had already made his move. Godslayer slash. It was a slash from the Godslayer sword's sword intent. It was extremely powerful and domineering. There was also a sense of viciousness that disregarded one's own safety. At this time, he had already used all of his strength. At this time, Zhuo Leitao did not expect such a change at all, but in the next moment, he already knew what had happened. You're courting death. At this moment, he was very angry. Su Yan actually dared to do this. This was simply a provocation and offense to him. No matter what, he would not tolerate Su Yan. He was just a guy who had not even reached the venerable realm. At this time, he had already burned his lightning seed, so he might as well release more. Anyway, as long as he succeeded this time, it would be worth it no matter how huge the price he had to pay. At this time, a huge cyclone appeared in his hand. In the cyclone, countless thunderbolts were constantly buzzing. Dark thunder buzzing, die for me. This was his most powerful attack. Even when he was fighting against Su Yan, he did not use this much strength. However, at this time, it was a matter of life and death, so he no longer held back. Even a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit, not to mention the rabbit in front of him seemed very strange. However, it did not matter. In the face of absolute power, everything was fake. His power suppressed directly, and the buzzing sound became the only sound in the world at this time. The power of the god-killing slash was indeed terrifying, but it was still directly destroyed by this attack. However, his buzzing thunder ball did not disappear. Instead, it directly hit Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's body was directly sent flying. The power of this attack was simply terrifying. Under such an attack, Su Yan almost lost consciousness. Su Rui, leave quickly. He had already done his best, but he could not stop Zhuo Leitao. Therefore, at this time, he could only hope that Su Rui could take advantage of the time he bought for her and leave directly. However, at this time, Su Rui did not seem to hear his words at all. Or perhaps, at this time, she was scared silly by all of this, so she did not react at all. This made Su Yan extremely anxious. However, for Zhuo Leitao, this was the best thing that could happen. At this time, he directly laughed and then shouted, "Good, now you are mine, Zhuo Leitao." When he thought that this was the legendary vermilion bird, his heart was very nervous. However, this was a moment of life and death. No matter what, he could not care less. He immediately formed a claw and grabbed at Su Rui's throat. At this time, Zhuo Leitao was very close to Su Rui. Just a little more distance and he would be able to grab Su Rui directly. At that time, he could do whatever he wanted. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly froze. A terrifying wave of heat came directly from his palm. At this time, he felt that his palm was about to melt. Ah! A painful scream came from his throat. At this time, his palm actually started to burn. He, Zuo, was a 5 essences supremacy. At this level, what kind of flame could hurt him? However, at this time, he was injured by a woman who did not seem to have much strength. The flame was so terrifying. Zuo tried his best to circulate his own power and barely suppressed the power of the flame. He looked at Su Rui in horror. At this time, Su Rui's body was already surrounded by a layer of red flames. Zuo was suddenly shocked. The vermilion bird's fire. The vermilion bird was a divine beast. When a divine beast awakened, it would naturally be accompanied by a celestial phenomenon. This seemingly insignificant flame was so terrifying in Zuo eyes that even his body began to tremble. Chapter 929. Female Literature. Zuo, be careful. At this moment, Su Yan's voice suddenly sounded. The appearance of this voice immediately startled Zuo. At the same time, behind him, a terrifying aura appeared. Cursed creature. At this moment, he immediately realized that the cursed creature had appeared behind him at this moment. Before he could come to his senses, he was lifted up into the air. The human-shaped cursed creature was so tall that when he was directly lifted up, his whole body was hung high in the sky. Ah, let me go, let me go. At this moment, he wanted to use his strength to break free from the cursed creature's control, but at this time, he found that his strength was completely unable to be used. For a person with great power to suddenly be unable to use his own power, how frightening was that? It was as if a billionaire had nothing left in the blink of an eye. Of course, compared to the two, the former was actually more serious. At this time, Zuo was completely flustered. Without strength, what else could he do? He could not break free from the cursed creature's control, so he could only wait for death in pain. At this time, Su Yan was also extremely shocked. Such a thing happened right in front of his eyes, and he suddenly felt a sense of sympathy for the death of a rabbit. He knew that after Zuo died, he was probably the next one. At this moment, a terrifying ripple suddenly appeared in the sky. The strong ripple continued to fluctuate at this time, and a great majesty directly invaded this place. How dare you! This majestic voice invaded, causing the place to become even more turbulent. At this time, Zuo had already lost all hope, but when he heard this voice, he immediately became extremely surprised. Sect Lord, save me! Sect Lord, save me! At this moment of life and death, Zuo did not care about his face and immediately began to wail. He was originally in complete despair, but at this time, the third deputy sect master, Xing Tianrua, appeared. How could he be unfamiliar with the sect lord's voice? At this time, his appearance was the only hope for him to come back from the jaws of despair. At this time, Su Rui raised her head and frowned. An indiscernible graveness appeared on her cold face. Only a Tao master could shake the spatial seal here. She had just woken up, so it was too much for her to face a Tao master. The cursed creature suddenly rose into the air, and Zuo struggled in his hands. At this moment, a ray of light was projected into the room. Then, a face appeared in the sky. This face was not unfamiliar to Su Yan. It was Xing Tianrua, the third vice sect master of the Limitless Demon Sect, who had invaded the Taihang Sword faction. Back then, he had relied on the Limitless Nine Devils seal and Shi Wuxin's will to suppress Zhang Zhe. Su Yan naturally wouldn't forget such a terrifying figure. Release Zuo. Xing Tianrua's voice was so majestic. At this time, he couldn't break the spatial seal, but his power could already penetrate. His power had already begun to interfere with this place. That kind of majesty could shake everyone's heart. At this moment, Su Yan's spirit began to tremble. Only after facing the Tao Venerate's awe-inspiring might did he realize how powerful he was. The so-called power that could contend with a Tao master was completely different from directly facing a Tao master. Xing Tianrua was so powerful. However, at this moment, the cursed creature suddenly let out a very unpleasant laugh. Under the powerful awe-inspiring might of a Tao Venerate, he actually dared to behave like this. Obviously, he didn't take the Tao Venerate seriously at all. He slowly raised his hand, and in his hand was Zuoleitao. Sect Master, save me. Zuoleitao began to shout desperately, as if he was a defenseless woman. Release him. Xing Tianrua attacked the spatial seal again, and the entire space shook even more violently, as if the world was about to collapse. At this moment, the cursed creature suddenly let out an extremely provocative laugh. Then, he suddenly unleashed his power, condensing it in front of Xing Tianrua. Zuoleitao's voice came to an abrupt end, and in the next moment, he had turned into a bloody mist. Dead. A 5 essences supremacy had died just like that. Just a moment ago, he was still majestic and unstoppable, and Su Yan couldn't do anything about it. But now, he had turned into a bloody mist and completely dissipated. Life was so fragile, even for a 5 essences Tao venerate. Su Yan, who had witnessed all this, lamented in his heart. He felt even more certain that his sect master's words were right. The world was cruel, and their strength was not enough. At this moment, he inadvertently glanced at Su Yan. Su Yan had a way to make them stronger in a short period of time. You're courting death. The cursed creature's provocation had completely enraged this Tao venerate. Boundless 9 demons seal, suppress. At this moment, a huge seal as big as a mountain descended directly at this moment. The terrifying power caused the entire place to tremble. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire world was about to shatter. What kind of terrifying power was this? The spatial seal finally couldn't withstand it. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sounds rang out, and the spatial seal finally shattered completely. This was the awe-inspiring might of a Tao venerate. At this moment, Xing Tianrua had already appeared in the sky. His eyes were so cold, and he said directly, the heavenly demon temple's cursed creatures really do exist, and there's even a vermilion bird that came back from the dead. How wonderful. Today, you must pay for what you've done. Xing Tianrua was extremely domineering at this moment. At his level, his temperament was naturally incomparably strong. Even if there were legends of Tao venerates being cursed to death, he was still fearless. A true expert was someone who had absolute confidence in himself. He didn't care about anything else. This was where his strength lay. His power was constantly flowing, and his aura was constantly expanding. That incomparably terrifying pressure was constantly expanding, as if there was no limit to it. Today, none of you will escape. Too many of his men had died because of Grimace. Now, even his emissary had died. One could only imagine how furious he was. However, if he could subdue the vermilion bird and obtain Grimace's limitless 9 demons seal technique, then everything would be worth it. After all, the envoy was just someone who worked for him. Although it was a pity that he died, if his death could be exchanged for enough things, then he would not mind. He was naturally furious that Zuoleitao had died, but at this moment, he cared more about the result. At this moment, the first thing he had to deal with was this cursed creature. His vision was countless times sharper than Zuoleitao's, so he could see that the reincarnated vermilion bird woman's power source was still this cursed creature. Therefore, it would be fine as long as he killed this cursed creature. However, he would not let his guard down because of this. He knew very well that the legend was actually true, but he had confidence in himself. After all, he was also a Tao venerate, but there were different levels among them. Very well, since you dare to provoke me like this, then you can go to hell now. At this moment, Xing Tianrua attacked like a thunderbolt, and he directly threw a punch. This punch was so direct and simple. It was like a farmer who directly threw a punch in a fight. However, when this punch was thrown, an indescribably powerful aura immediately appeared. That terrifying aura was constantly flipping at this moment, as if it wanted to bury the entire world. What a terrifying power this was. Su Yan saw it with his own eyes, and his heart was still extremely shocked. Watching an expert make a move was a huge enlightenment for oneself. This was the so-called Great Tao was the simplest. A simple punch had a powerful force that defied the heavens. Such a blow was so powerful that it could shock the heavens. At this moment, the cursed creature also made its move. At this moment, a dark force directly erupted at this moment, and countless darkness actually gathered directly in a short period of time, finally forming an extremely terrifying existence. At this moment, a powerful and complicated spell was directly derived. Xing Tianruo's punch was the simplest Great Dao, then the attack of this cursed creature was the most complicated Great Dao. Two completely different forces, two completely different attacks, at this moment, constantly collided at this moment, directly causing the world to begin to tremble. At this moment, Su Yan had already forgotten his situation, and his mind was completely immersed in his thoughts. At this moment, he wanted to comprehend the true essence and profound of the fist technique from this. The battle between the two was really short. In just an instant, the confrontation had already ended. With the naked eye, it was as if nothing had happened. However, Su Yan already had a preliminary understanding of space. He could feel that at this moment, space was constantly changing, as if a huge collapse would occur at any moment. It was just that the power was too strong, so it was covered up. However, if an ignorant person were to get involved, then one could imagine what would happen to him. He would probably die immediately. Such a battle was really too rare. After all, when Xing Tianruo and the Taihang sword faction's leader, Zhang Zhe, last time, Su Yan himself was in the Taihang sword faction's sword pool. At this moment, he was able to immerse himself in the battle between the two of them. For him, this was an extremely precious experience. At this time, he desperately tried to understand the battle between the two of them, and at the same time, used it to accommodate himself. Humph, cursed creature, back then, you were able to kill that Dao master, but you were also seriously injured by him. Otherwise, why would you be like this after all these years? Although I don't know why the seniors of the Sage sect didn't kill you back then, since you want to obstruct me today, then you should be prepared to die. Chapter 930. Female literature. The power that Xing Tianruo displayed at this time was so simple. Every move did not have any skills. It was completely a display of the aesthetics of violence to the extreme. However, his strength was so strong. That terrifying aura continued to surge, reaching an unimaginable level. That terrifying aura had reached a shocking level at this time. When Su Yan heard this, he finally understood why this terrifying guy actually fell into a deep slumber at the very beginning. It turned out that he was already injured back then. However, this also reflected the strength of this cursed creature. Even if it was injured, it still had such a terrifying combat power at this time. That kind of terrifying strength was simply sensational. Such a powerful force was constantly rolling and spreading at this time. The endless power was like a bottomless abyss. At this time, Su Yan once again understood what it meant to be as deep as the sea. Only after seeing these true experts in action did he realize his own shortcomings. Only then did he realize that he was not worth mentioning in front of these experts. At this time, countless auras were constantly changing at this time, and the endless power was changing. Every move of the cursed creature seemed to be able to trigger a mysterious power. The changes of the spell were simply terrifying. Seeing such power, the demon blood in Su Yan's body suddenly began to heat up. In fact, at this time, the power in Su Yan's body was very mixed. His 4 demon beasts had left their heart's blood essence in his body. Even the blood-winged dragon that had betrayed Su Yan, although it had used the power of the powerful Dragon King to cut off the connection, the blood essence it left in Su Yan's body was still extremely noble, bringing endless benefits to Su Yan. After so many days, these 4 blood essences had actually begun to fuse together, forming a unique power of the blood essence. In fact, Su Yan himself knew that he could no longer be called a human. The bloodline in his body had become extremely unique. To a certain extent, he could already be regarded as a real half-demon beast. Back then, in order to enter the monster palace, he pretended to be a half-demon, but he didn't expect it to become a reality now. This was fate, it was incomparably miraculous. However, this was actually nothing. While cultivators were constantly becoming stronger, it was also a process of constantly changing themselves. More importantly, as Su Yan watched the cursed creature cast the spell, he began to comprehend the essence of the monster race's battle. As a matter of fact, his essence blood became even hotter. He seemed to have comprehended a certain kind of law, so he began to integrate it into his body. This was indeed something that Su Yan had not expected. The battle between the two had reached an extremely intense point. At this moment, Su Rui's body suddenly bloomed with light, and at the same time, the cursed creature also bloomed with the same light. A flame began to rise. When this flame appeared, Xing Tianrua suddenly suffered a small loss. The flames of the vermilion bird. Are you really the guardian of the vermilion bird? Unfortunately, if it was the flames of the vermilion bird, I wouldn't dare to provoke you at all. But now, you're just as so. Xing Tianrua snorted coldly, and then the limitless 9 demon seal appeared. Although there was no real limitless 9 demon seal, the 9 demon seal itself was an extremely powerful treasure. If not, how could he resist the sharpness of the Taihang divine sword? Moreover, Xing Tianrua was a Dao master. Under his control, the limitless 9 demon seal could erupt with even more power. The limitless 9 demon seal began to display its power, and a terrifying aura directly rose at this time. The violent aura was simply lawless. Even the flames of the vermilion bird were suppressed by it. I'll let you know how powerful I am. I'd like to see how the injured you, a newly awakened vermilion bird, can resist my power. As soon as the limitless 9 demon seal appeared, his power increased tremendously. At this time, he was simply an invincible god. For a moment, the cursed creature kept retreating. The power of the limitless 9 demon seal was indeed powerful. Even the flames of the vermilion bird had dimmed, as if it was about to be suppressed. Today, you are all mine. Resist me and you will die. At this time, he was so domineering. At this time, Su Yan looked at Xing Tianrua, who was displaying his power, and felt a little bitter in his heart. His sect's master had come too late after all. If he waited until Xing Tianrua had everything in his hands, then Yan Shao wouldn't get anything. However, at this time, he couldn't do anything, and he didn't dare to do anything. He couldn't send the news out, and he couldn't go against Xing Tianrua. At this time, if he dared to act rashly, even if he said a word of nonsense, he might be killed by Xing Tianrua. After all, Xing Tianrua's character was more violent and domineering than Zhuo Leidao's. At this time, he could only hope that the cursed creature could hold on for a while longer. However, although Su Yan didn't dare to do anything, Su Yan dared. When he saw the limitless 9 demon seal, his body immediately had a mysterious reaction. He knew that the reaction came from the limitless 9 demon seal that he cultivated. Back then, Su Yan cultivated the limitless 9 demon seal and then refined the 9 demons' origin spirit from the seal that became the city lord. The 9 demons' origin spirit was supposed to be integrated into his body. Yes, the 9 demons' origin spirit would become the strongest origin spirit, and then it could be used to drive the limitless 9 demon seal. However, Su Yan didn't integrate the 9 demons' origin spirit into his body. Instead, he integrated it into the 4 corners seal. Even so, his body had the 9 demons' chi, which meant that he could still use the limitless 9 demons' seal at this time. At this time, Su Yan directly communicated with the 4 corners seal. 4 corners seal, activate and affect the limitless 9 demons' seal. This was Su Yan's plan at this time. He couldn't fight against the powerful Dao Master, but he might be able to cause some trouble for the Dao Master. He directly started to activate the seal. Although the 9 demons' origin spirit wasn't in his body, it had already hit the 4 corners seal. As long as he communicated with the 4 corners seal, the effect wouldn't be much worse than the original state. At this time, his power was activated, and the limitless 9 demons' seal was indeed affected. The terrifying seal that was originally suppressing the vermilion bird fire suddenly trembled at this time. In the instant when experts fought, even the slightest movement would cause an extremely huge change, not to mention that it directly caused the seal to tremble at this time. This was even more incredible. At this time, the cursed creature was already in an extremely dangerous situation, but at this time, the seal had an abnormality, and he immediately launched a counterattack. The vermilion bird fire directly turned into a lifelike and terrifying vermilion bird under his control. It immediately went against the heavens, and that violent power was so terrifying. At this time, the terrifying power was constantly suppressing. Such a powerful power was constantly operating at this time. That kind of terrifying aura was constantly changing, and at this moment, he actually had the upper hand. At this time, Su Yan actually also benefited. Now, he finally understood why the Limitless 9 Demons seal was so important to the seal. Because once this cultivation method was activated, there would immediately be a power in the seal that would respond to him. If it wasn't because Su Yan's power was too far away from Xing Tianruo's, the Limitless 9 Demons seal would probably have been in his hands at this time. Junior, how dare you? At this time, Xing Tianruo naturally knew that his Limitless 9 Demons seal had been tampered with. And the only thing that could affect the Limitless 9 Demons seal was that set of extremely unique seal techniques. Therefore, he immediately locked his gaze on Su Yan. The moment his gaze fell on Su Yan's body immediately trembled. That gaze made him deeply uneasy. This kind of power was really terrifying, and also really terrifying. The space he was in seemed to be directly isolated at this moment, and his whole body was nailed on a huge plate. Not only could he not move his hands and feet, but even the power in his body could not be used. It was an extremely terrifying suppression of the law. At this time, Su Yan finally understood one point, and that was the importance of the realm. Just like now, if Xing Tianruo could directly use the spatial law and use it in battle, even just a gaze would be enough to make Su Yan suffer. Kid, I originally planned to deal with you later, but since you're courting death, I can only deal with you first. To deal with Ghostface was actually very simple for him. In the beginning, if it weren't for the restrictions of the other experts in the sect, he would have already made a move. But now, he was unscrupulous. There was a layer of spatial seal set up here. When he broke in here and fought with the cursed creature, he added another layer of seal with his absolute power. The movement here would definitely be known by the other old ghosts, but it was impossible to let them know in the first place. For him, such a long time was enough for him to do a lot of things. If Ghostface watched quietly, he would first deal with the cursed creature before dealing with him. However, at this time, Ghostface dared to use the Limitless 9 Demons seal to disrupt his battle, so he would let this guy know the horror of offending him. If a weak person dared to challenge the dignity of a Dao master, there would be no other outcome other than death. At this time, the cursed creature had already launched a new attack on him, but he ignored it. Obviously, at this time, he had made up his mind, and that was to suppress Ghostface first, and then obtain the Limitless 9 Demons seal from him. Chapter 931. Girls' Literature. As for the cursed creature's attack, he had to take it head-on. Although the cursed creature was powerful, he did not believe that it could kill him in a short period of time. Since it could not kill him, the cursed creature would die when he obtained the complete seal. At this moment, one of his palms fell lightly. However, in Su Yan's eyes, it had turned into an extremely terrifying scene. It was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. Such a terrifying power was simply frightening to the extreme. This terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. The violent and terrifying power trembled at this moment, and an extremely terrifying storm continued to spread out at this moment. Such power was simply too terrifying. In the face of such power, Su Yan was almost unable to move. Su Yan had many trump cards. He had the Godslayer sword intent, he had the power of the Four Directions seal. If he were to use these, he would more or less have the strength to fight. However, at this moment, he finally discovered a fatal problem. Although he had many trump cards, he lacked the most crucial thing, which was his own strength. His lack of strength made it so that when facing a real Tao Lord, he did not even have the opportunity to use these methods. His body could not move, and the true power in his body had been suppressed, unable to circulate. Even his thoughts had been suppressed to the point of slowing down. Now, He finally understood how fragile he was in front of a Dao Lord. That was a battle on a completely different level. It was no wonder that Shuexingchuan had told him that when facing a real Dao Lord, his strength was still too weak and not enough. Only at this moment could he understand the helplessness of this sentence. Dead, I'm going to die. This was the only thought in Su Yan's mind at this moment. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event happened again. Shattering palm. At this moment, a wave of power suddenly appeared beside Su Yan, and then an extremely powerful force appeared out of thin air. After that force appeared, it directly blasted toward Xing Tianruo's palm. The two forces collided directly, and then, after blasting open an unknown amount of space, they disappeared into thin air. Third Vice Sect Master, to think that someone of your status would actually want to make a move on a junior. This is truly unexpected. The moment this voice appeared, Su Yan was incomparably surprised. He had heard this voice before, and more than once. It was Yan Shao, the 7th Vice Sect leader of the Limitless Demon Sect. Su Yan had never imagined that Yan Shao, who had almost killed him back then, would suddenly appear at this time. Moreover, he had even helped him resolve Xing Tianruo's palm strike. Yan Shao, how dare you! At this moment, Xing Tianruo immediately shouted angrily. He never thought that Yan Shao would actually appear here and help Su Yan at a time like this. What was Yan Shao trying to do? He couldn't understand it at all, but no matter what, he was incomparably furious at this time. He had originally attacked Su Yan while enduring the attacks of the cursed creatures. Naturally, he could take care of a small ghost face with one strike. In other words, he only needed to endure one blow to achieve his goal. He could naturally bear such a price, but Yan Shao had suddenly appeared at this time. Not only did he resolve his attack on Ghost Face, but the power of his destruction palm was also aimed at him directly. In other words, at this moment, he was in a state of being attacked from both sides. Haha, 3rd Vice Sect Master, Yan Shao, have always been very bold. Yan Shao laughed loudly. Normally, Yan Shao would be wary of Xing Tianruo. After all, as the 3rd Vice Sect Master, one could imagine Xing Tianruo's ability. However, at this time, Xing Tianruo was facing a very strong opponent. He was only causing trouble at the side. Naturally, this attack wouldn't really do anything to the old man, but it was enough to make him suffer. He was already very happy to be able to make him suffer. Back when he was in the Taihang Sword faction, he clearly remembered that Xing Tianruo could actually save him. If he had intervened back then, his arm wouldn't have been cut off. However, he didn't. This old man cherished his wings. He was afraid of being hurt, so he didn't do anything. This was why Yan Zhao's arm was cut off by Shuexingchuan. At this time, his arm had indeed grown back, but he had paid a huge price for this arm. After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Su Yan. Ha, Su Yan, right? Come to think of it, this isn't the first time we've met. Come with me. If you continue to stay here, you'll only die. Yan Shao didn't even think about fighting with Xing Tianruo. He knew that there was no need to do so. His goal was simple, and that was Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan was right in front of him. It was fine as long as he could achieve his goal. As for whether Su Yan was willing or not, it wasn't within his scope of consideration. At that moment, he extended his hand and grabbed Su Yan. At the same time, he sent a thought into Su Yan's body and sent a stream of power into him. Xing Tianruo, I hope you won't die under the vermilion bird death curse. I'll take my leave first. If you really die, don't worry. I'll definitely build a magnificent tomb for you. After he finished speaking, he directly exploded with power and broke through space. At this time, Su Rui suddenly shouted, "Stay here." She was originally incomparably cold, but when she saw Su Yan being taken away, waves actually appeared in her heart. Therefore, she immediately attacked. A vermilion bird fire appeared and shot towards Yan Shao. The power of this vermilion bird fire was extremely extraordinary. However, Yan Shao didn't care at all. He only said, "Vermilion bird, it's really surprising that you were able to reincarnate. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. Moreover, the things that I, a saint venerable expert, left behind must be uncomfortable for you. Therefore, you should take care of yourself." Yan Shao directly flicked his finger. Immediately, a power appeared and directly dissolved the vermilion bird fire. Then, he immediately disappeared on the spot. Yan Shao naturally knew a little about the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird and the heavenly demon temple actually had a great origin. At this moment, the vermilion bird was indeed too weak. Of course, he could use the cursed creature to display his power. Unfortunately, the cursed creature was now fighting with Xing Tianruo. Amidst his loud laughter, he directly left. In fact, he had always been paying attention to the situation here. He was even more attentive than Xing Tianruo. However, he had been enduring and only showed up at the last moment. As a matter of fact, his choice was extremely correct. Xing Tianruo was too anxious, so he became the first bird to stick his neck out. On the other hand, he was the successful hunter who directly obtained Su Yan. Yan Zhao's voice suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Su Rui suddenly felt a little empty in her heart. She was indescribably angry. At this moment, she suddenly raised her head and said coldly, "Kill him." Hearing her words and feeling her anger, the cursed creature immediately let out an even more violent roar. Its power seemed to have become a little stronger. He felt Su Rui's anger. Su Rui was the reincarnation of the vermilion bird, and he lived for the sake of the vermilion bird. At this moment, since the vermilion bird was angry, he was naturally incomparably angry. At this moment, his strength actually increased again. Such power could no longer be described with the word terrifying. The endless eruption of terrifying power was like a terrifying ghost. At this moment, even Xing Tianruo felt a little uneasy. Damn it, I should leave. At this moment, he already felt that if he didn't leave this place, he would probably stay here forever. At this moment, he felt a terrifying power of heaven and earth gathering towards this place. This was really a strange place. Although he had absolute confidence in himself, he couldn't help but feel scared at this moment. This place was really strange. Everything was exuding an indescribably terrifying aura. If this continued, he was afraid that he would be directly devoured by the power of this place. Although he felt that he was stronger than the Tao Master back then, no matter what, the Tao Master was still a Tao Master. If the Tao Master died here, it could only mean that the existence of this place was a fatal threat to him. At this moment, the terrifying aura kept rolling. He realized that the surrounding space seemed to have become more solid. At that moment, countless demonic ghosts shrieked all of a sudden. Demonic ghosts were extremely special existences. They could only be formed after a powerful demonic clan's soul was unable to be reincarnated after death. Therefore, every demonic ghost must be an extremely powerful existence. Of course, for a Tao Master like him, ordinary demonic ghosts were nothing at all. Even 10 or dozens of demonic ghosts couldn't cause him any harm. However, at this moment, the terrifying power began to spiral. This power spread into the bodies of the demonic ghosts, causing their aura to become even more terrifying. And this kind of terror was simply 10 or even 20 times stronger. This made him feel even more uneasy. I can't wait any longer. I don't know what's wrong with these demonic ghosts. If I wait any longer, I'm afraid I'll die here. Damn it, why is there such a damned place on my Saint Devil Mountain? At this moment, he began to activate the Boundless 9 Demons Seal. The Boundless 9 Demons Seal began to release a radiance. Then, streaks of power began to appear. The terrifying seal condensed in the air, and finally, 9 great original spirits appeared. Chapter 932. Female Literature, 9 Demons Break the Heavens. He immediately let out a terrifying roar. With such power, the terrifying aura finally broke through the restraints of the heavens and broke through the horizon. When the 9 Demons Seal broke through the heavens, the space finally loosened a little. He immediately headed towards the hole. At this moment, the cursed creature spat out a crimson light. Just as Xing Tianrua was about to break through the defense of the place, he was hit directly. Xing Tianrua's expression immediately became extremely miserable. The power of this attack was not weak. At this moment, his eyes were filled with extreme anger. However, he was already very lucky to be able to leave this place. This place was really strange. Just a while ago, he had already felt an endless amount of power. At this moment, he finally understood why Shi Wuxin and the congregation of specters had left this place. Inside the Heavenly Beast Temple. The battle outside the temple caused the inner palace to tremble constantly. Powerful forces kept surging, and the 10 heavenly bewitches imprisoned here all felt the terrifying impact of the power. The heavenly bewitches who were able to survive until now were naturally all outstanding people. The most outstanding of them all, Lu Lan, had already reached the 5 essences supremacy level. However, she could not leave the Heavenly Beast Temple. At this moment, she looked at the terrifying commotion outside, but her heart could not calm down. She still felt that the terrifying fluctuations seemed to be related to her. At this time, she couldn't help but miss a person. Su Yan, is that you? You must live on. Live on peacefully. At this moment, she was actually very conflicted. She hoped that this person was Su Yan, but also hoped that it was not Su Yan. Because after being imprisoned here for so long, she already knew how terrifying this place was. The Heavenly Beast Temple was really terrifying. It was even a cursed place. That was why the Boundless Demon sect was not worried about imprisoning them here. Moreover, they only allowed a few people to take care of their daily lives. Once they stayed here for too long, they would be infected by the aura of this place. This was the aura of the curse. If they wanted to leave this place, they would be attacked by the demonic ghosts. It was a very terrifying thing. Of course, the Heavenly Demon Temple was even more powerful than the Limitless Demon Sect. She had seen the unfathomable strength of the first Vice Sect Master, and that kind of strength was not something she could understand. She believed that Su Yan would improve very quickly, but she also knew that no matter how powerful Su Yan was, it was impossible for him to reach the heavens in a single bound. Therefore, she did not wish for Su Yan to come and die. Dao Sovereign is still too far away. I wonder when I'll be able to comprehend the Dao Sovereign realm. Without reaching that realm, I still don't have any power to fight back. She didn't know what the process of the demon plan was, but she knew that it was definitely not good for her. It was a kind of bad luck for her. She needed to rebel against her fate. Her strength had increased very quickly, even beyond her imagination, but she did not feel proud of it. This was because the Limitless Demon Sect had contributed to this. They had been sent to the lowest level of the Heavenly Demon Temple to absorb endless demonic power. The Limitless Demon Sect didn't seem to care about their strength at all. Among the 10 heavenly demons, Lu Lan was not the only one who had reached the 5 essences sovereign realm. 2 others had also reached this realm. The weakest of the others had reached the 3 essences Dao sovereign realm. However, breaking through to the Dao sovereign realm was still far away in the future. The 5 essences realm seemed to be the limit. Just as Lu Lan was worrying about her realm, Su Yan finally woke up. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a clean room. His injuries had already been bandaged. His body had also been cleaned. At this moment, the scene before he lost consciousness suddenly came back to him. He had been captured by Yan Xiao. Yan Xiao, the powerful Dao sovereign. Although he had been defeated twice by Shuexingchuan, Su Yan did not dare underestimate him. Every Dao sovereign was an existence that he had to look up to. Not long ago, he had experienced the might of a powerful Dao sovereign. Such strength, such unfathomable power that seemed to be able to control everything, was simply terrifying. Yan Xiao was his enemy. There was no doubt about it, but Yan Xiao was being so polite to him. Just as he was deep in thought, the door to the room opened and several beautiful women slowly walked in. These women were truly incomparably beautiful. Every single one of them was tender and alluring, causing one to drool. If he had encountered someone with weak willpower, he might have already pounced on them and lost control of himself. Even those with slightly better willpower would probably be unable to bear it. However, Su Yan did not care about this. He directly asked, "Where is Yan Shao?" The women said, "Lord Peak Lord has already instructed that if you wake up, you can eat first. After that, you can go see him." At this moment, delicious dishes were served one after the other. Su Yan was straightforward. At this moment, he was someone else's prisoner. As the saying goes, since he was already here, he should take things as they came. Since they treated him politely, Su Yan could eat with peace of mind. To be honest, Su Yan had a comfortable meal. With good wine, delicious food, and beautiful women by his side, it was simply the enjoyment of life. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Su Yan said, "Sorry to trouble you." The beauties led Su Yan away. After walking through the palace, Su Yan finally saw Yan Shao. At this moment, Yan Shao was reading a book. This was just a history book, not a cultivation method. However, he was quite engrossed in it. It was not until Su Yan arrived that he raised his head and said, "You can all leave." The women all took their leave. "Su Yan, how was your rest?" His attitude was gentle, as if he was Su Yan's elder. However, Su Yan was not so naive. A moment ago, they were enemies, but now they had become friends. How could there be such a good thing in the world? However, at this moment, they were in Yan Shao's territory. Since Yan Shao was so polite to him, Su Yan could not lose the way of a guest. Therefore, he said directly, "Thank you for your hospitality, Senior. I had a good rest." Su Yan said immediately, "Senior, I'll be frank with you about the love letter. You and I are not friends, right? So what's your purpose?" At this moment, excessive nonsense was completely meaningless. It was better to get straight to the point. Yan Shao looked at Su Yan and said, "Ha, heroes come from the young. Since you're so straightforward, I'll be frank. I want to cooperate with you." Su Yan was very surprised when he heard his words. He said directly, "Senior, you're a Tao master. I can't think of anything that I can offer that's worth cooperating with you." The most important thing for two people to cooperate with each other was that their value was equal. As a Tao master and the 7th deputy sect leader of the Limitless Demon sect, he was in a high position. On the other hand, Su Yan could only be regarded as a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. Of course, this was only in name. Strictly speaking, he was not even a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. He was a loner, and his strength was not even at the level of a venerable. How could he be qualified to do business with a Tao master in such a state? However, at this moment, Yan Shao said, "No, Su Yan, you don't have to belittle yourself. You have it, and you have a lot of capital. Let's not talk about other things first. Your ghost face is already very scary. Moreover, I already know your identity. You're the child of destiny. I'm right, so I said that you're qualified to do business with me." Su Yan did not say anything. He just waited quietly. "Well then, I'll be frank. I need to increase my strength." He directly said what he wanted to say. Then, he continued, "I know that there are some conflicts between us. I don't deny this. But in fact, there isn't much conflict between us, is there?" Su Yan did not deny it. Indeed, there was not much conflict between him and Yan Shao, although he was chased by Yan Shao. However, he did not suffer any losses. Yan Shao's intention was very obvious. Since there was no conflict, there was a basis for cooperation. "I don't understand what you mean." To be honest, even at this moment, Su Yan still did not know what he was going to say. "You're the child of destiny. I know that you must have many destinies. Although I don't know what you're going through now, or which big shots are paying attention to you, I know that you must be living a hard life. Am I right? And I'm willing to share your destiny." After he finished speaking, he looked straight at Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan was also silent. There was one thing that he was not wrong about, and that was that he was living a hard life. However, so what? This was his destiny and his path. Could this world really share his destiny? What do you want from me? Su Yan asked directly. The great heavenly demon lord. Yan Shao said directly. At this moment, a beautiful voice was heard. Ghostface, no, I should call you Su Yan. I said that we would meet again. I didn't expect us to meet so soon. Su Yan was surprised by this voice. He would never forget this woman. She was Qing Yu. She was a follower of the great heavenly demon lord. However, shouldn't she be guarding Golden Horse City? Moreover, she had failed to do so. But why was she here? So Senior Yan Shao is a follower of the great heavenly demon lord. Since Yan Shao was with her, everything made sense. At this moment, Yan Shao shook his head and said, "You're wrong. I'm not a follower of the great heavenly demon lord. You should know that a true expert only believes in himself. Therefore, I won't trust the extremely powerful great heavenly demon lord. However, I have a cooperative relationship with them." Chapter 933. Female Literature. I think you should think that there's a need for us to talk now, Yan Shao continued. Then first, please tell me how you obtained the inheritance of the great devil heavenly lord and where you obtained it. Don't worry, I, Su Yan, swear that I won't hurt you. Hearing his words, Su Yan smiled faintly. He said without hesitation, I obtained the inheritance of the great devil heavenly lord in the 5 counties continent. Then, he told Yan Shao about his encounter in the Flowing Clouds sect. Of course, he also mentioned Duan Mulonghu. Moreover, he only told Yan Shao about the demonic finger bone. There were many other things that he couldn't say. After all, everyone should have their own secrets. Yan Shao fell silent. Then, he said, in that case, you obtained the great devil heavenly lord's finger bone and obtained the inheritance from it? Even at this moment, he was still somewhat in disbelief. He didn't expect Su Yan to obtain the inheritance in such a way. This was truly an unbelievable matter. Su Yan said, yes, this finger bone is in my left hand. Su Yan extended his left hand. At this moment, Blue Moon immediately looked over. At this moment, her body released an aura. Su Yan was no stranger to this aura. It was the aura of the great devil heavenly lord. Blue Moon was incomparably sincere. At this moment, she almost directly knelt on the ground. After a long time, she stood up. In that case, the great devil heavenly lord once went to the 5 counties continent. That continent is indeed not simple. Although it has declined to this extent now, I'm afraid it definitely wasn't like this in ancient times. Even a great figure like the great devil heavenly lord would go there. This place was definitely not simple. Alright, senior. What do you want me to do? Don't tell me you want me to give you this finger. Su Yan sneered. At this moment, the great devil heavenly lord's finger bone had fused with his body. If he really cut off his finger, it would be a great injury to Su Yan. At this moment, Qingyue said, of course not. You are the person chosen by the great devil heavenly lord. No matter what, we will not disrespect you. Peak Master Yan Shao needs the inheritance you obtained from the great devil heavenly lord. Regardless of whether it was the heaven-crushing 10 techniques or the god-vanquishing sword technique, they were both top-notch and terrifying ultimate techniques. However, this was nothing to Su Yan. After all, he didn't rely too much on these techniques. Then what do I get? Since it's business, then it's naturally a mutual exchange. Blindly giving won't do. Yes, this was the crux of the matter. Since it was a collaboration, it was impossible for him to only contribute and not receive anything in return. Lu Lan. Yan Shao only said 2 words. I've investigated you. You're here for Lu Lan, one of the heavenly sirens, right? You're a love-struck one, Yan Shao said directly. Maybe you still don't know what the real plan is? Yan Shao asked. Su Yan nodded his head. With regards to this point, He was indeed unaware. At this moment, Qingyue said, "Let me explain. The so-called plan is to release the demon's soul and fuse it with the demon nature. In the end, the plan is to create the most powerful existence. You should know that the founder of the Limitless Demon sect was the great devil Heavenly Lord. Therefore, the Limitless Demon sect worshipped the great devil Heavenly Lord. However, as time passed, the Limitless Demon sect's respect for the great devil Heavenly Lord dwindled. Some people even wanted to take the great devil Heavenly Lord's power for themselves." At this point, Qingyue's expression was very ugly. It was obvious that she was very angry at this moment. Although the great devil Heavenly Lord had died, he had left behind his inheritance power in the Limitless Demon sect. That was the last flame of hope. In the beginning, the Limitless Demon sect had thought of ways to ignite this last flame and welcome the great devil Heavenly Lord back. However, after the battle with the Stupa sect, the Limitless Demon sect had risen again. However, they no longer had the same respect for the great devil Heavenly Lord. When it came to this sect master, it was even more so. Not to mention respect, they didn't even have the slightest trace of it. This person even wanted to take the great devil Heavenly Lord's power for himself. The so-called plan was only a pretext. His real goal was to use the strongest demon's soul to lure out the demon nature of the great devil Heavenly Lord and then devour it directly. This was an extremely crazy plan. The great devil Heavenly Lord's power was too strong. After fusing with the demon's soul, his power would become even more terrifying. If it was an ordinary person, not to mention devouring it, even if they were contaminated by it, they would most likely be stuffed to death by this power. However, this Shi Wuxin was an extremely terrifying person. In the Limitless Demon sect, he had become a new religion. However, the Heavenly Demon Horde didn't think so. The Limitless Demon sect was founded by the great devil Heavenly Lord. What he did was blasphemy against the great devil Heavenly Lord. If the great devil Heavenly Lord returned, he would definitely be killed by the great devil Heavenly Lord. The Limitless Demon sect was indeed powerful. However, it was impossible for there to be no conflicts. Putting aside the conflicts between the Sun Luo Hall, the Ghost Killing Hall, and the Limitless Hall, the Heavenly Demon Horde was also a force. In fact, there were many people in the Limitless Demon sect who were opposed to this plan. At least, the 4th and 5th Vice Sect Masters were the most resolute opponents. At this moment, it seemed that the 7th Vice Sect Master was also the same. The dignity of the great devil Heavenly Lord cannot be blasphemed. Su Yan, since you are the one chosen by the great devil Heavenly Lord, we will help you. Of course, in exchange, you must tell the great devil Heavenly Lord's inheritance to Yan Shao. Su Yan immediately nodded, "That's very fair. I agree to this deal." He had already realized the strength of the Limitless Demon sect. He also understood that it was almost impossible for him to reverse the situation of the Limitless Demon sect alone. The Limitless Demon sect was simply too strong. One Xing Tianrua was already enough to make him helpless. Only when he fought with the Tao Sovereign did he realize that his strength was too weak in front of the Tao Sovereign. He did have the means to injure the Tao Sovereign. However, the problem was that under the suppression of the Tao Sovereign, he couldn't display such means at all. If he was alone, not to mention rescuing Lu Lan, he probably wouldn't even be able to see Lu Lan's face. This time, it was actually the 7th Vice Sect Master's credit that he was able to break into the Heavenly Demon Temple. "I will tell Peak Lord Yan Shao everything I know about the inheritance the great devil Heavenly Lord gave me. However, how are you going to help me?" Su Yan asked. "This matter is related to the son of demon." At this moment, the 7th emissary, Su Yan, walked in. He had been ordered to inquire about the news and had finally returned. The emissary was a subordinate of the Vice Sect Master. Although the emissary was highly regarded by the Vice Sect Master, there was no other emissary in the Limitless Demon sect who was unconditionally trusted and even treated as a brother. This was also the reason why he was so loyal to Yan Shao. He walked over. "Sect Master, Miss Qingyue." Then he nodded at Su Yan. Su Yan also politely returned the greeting. Strictly speaking, this emissary had saved him once. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the third vice sect master's emissary, Zhuo Leidao. Sect master Xing Tianruo still came out of the heavenly demon temple, but he seems to be injured. As for the extent of his injury, I don't know. It turned out that he had gone to inquire about Xing Tianruo. Xing Tianruo was determined to get Su Yan because he needed to truly control the limitless 9 demons seal. It's within my expectations that he could escape. After all, this old man can become the third vice sect master. His strength can't be underestimated, Yan Xiao said. But don't worry about him. The heavenly demon temple isn't that simple. I'm afraid his injury won't be suppressed so easily. He won't come out to cause trouble for a while. Su Yan, since you've already spoken, continue. Su Yan said, yes, sect master. Brother Su Yan, do you know the true meaning of the son of demons? Su Yan asked Su Yan. Su Yan shook his head. He naturally didn't know such a thing, but he already had a guess in his heart. It was probably related to the power of the great devil heaven lord. Su Yan said, the so-called son of demons is a person who exists to inherit the power of the great devil heaven lord. Among the 3 sons of demons, one will be called the crown prince in the end. Then, he will receive the power left behind by the great devil heaven lord. Only then will he be qualified to be the sect master of my limitless demon sect. To be chosen as the son of demons meant that he was a 1 in a million powerful figure. Moreover, to be able to escape from the 3 sons of demons meant that he was a genius among geniuses. Whether it was strength or other means, he was an outstanding figure. It was needless to say how terrifying such a person's strength would be after receiving the power left behind by the great devil heaven lord. In the past, the Stupa sect was also an incomparably powerful sect. It wasn't inferior to the limitless demon sect and could even suppress it in many aspects. However, the Stupa sect had made fewer arrangements than the great devil heaven lord. The great devil heaven lord had left behind a flame of power, but the Stupa sect hadn't. This was the reason why the limitless demon sect became stronger and stronger, while the Stupa sect finally disappeared after the Great War. The demon plan is to select the strongest demon and the strongest demon, then mate and fuse them together. Then, the demon and demon's power will fuse. The demon is naturally the most powerful existence among the 10 great heavenly demon women, and the demon is the most powerful existence among the sons of demons. This generation's sons of demons of the limitless demon sect were originally Hua Yunfei, Sheng Guansheng, and Murong Wudi. Unfortunately, Hua Yunfei was too eager for instant success. He wanted to devour the power of the demon god, but in the end, he buried himself. Therefore, the position of the third son of demons was left empty. However, Rosen of the ghost-killing hall suddenly emerged and directly replaced the position of the third son of demons. Chapter 934. Female literature, however, even though it's on the market, it hasn't been confirmed yet. This is our chance. Su Yan listened attentively as he pondered. Brother Su Yan, I can tell you something. I've used my connections to ask around. Among the 10 heavenly demonesses, your little lover, Lu Lan, is currently a 5 essences sovereign. Su Yan was taken aback. He had never imagined that Lu Lan's cultivation had already reached such a high level. This was simply an exaggeration, but he wasn't too happy about it. He could imagine how much pain and suffering Lu Lan had to go through to reach this step. Although she's not the only one who's reached the 5 essences sovereign realm, she still has a good chance of winning. However, I have to tell you that the competition between the heavenly demonesses is very cruel. If you lose, you'll be devoured by your opponent. There's nothing we can do about it. Speaking of which, this was indeed good news. If Lawson wants to truly become the son of demon, there is still one more hurdle. That is, he will have to face the challenges of the younger generation of the limitless demon sect. This is your chance, and the only thing you can do for Lu Lan. Defeat Lawson, become the son of demon, and then defeat the other sons of demon. Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes immediately shone with a divine radiance. He was right. This was the only thing he could do for Mo Wuji. Become the son of devil, defeat the other two, and obtain the blessing of the great devil Sky Lord. Only then will you have a chance. Otherwise, I'm not afraid to tell you that you won't have a chance. Brother Su Yan, your cultivation isn't bad, but what kind of place do you think the Limitless Demon Sect is? I can already guess that on that day, the Tai Hang Sword Faction, Divine Wind Sect, Raging Flame Sect, and even other sects will come to join in the fun. However, they won't be enough. You'll never know how powerful Shi Wuxin and a ghostly cultivator are. Yan Xiao was the one who said this. He was already an expert who had been defeated by a Dao master, but when he said those words, he sounded so solemn. Su Yan could feel his fear towards these two figures. Although the Limitless Demon Sect has a sect master and 7 vice sect masters, you have to believe me. The sect master, Shi Wuxin, and the first vice sect master, Guo Shenxiu, are people on a completely different level from us. Even we can't guess what level they have reached. Hearing this, Su Yan's thoughts became more dignified. Alright, Hall Lord Yan Xiao, I agree to cooperate with you. Now, I will teach you the heaven-crushing 10 styles, the deity-vanquishing sword, and the other techniques of the great devil heaven master. I believe that with your abilities, you will be able to learn them quickly. Su Yan did not waste any time. Immediately, he condensed all the knowledge that Lord Great Demon Heaven had given him into a stream of power and transmitted it to Yan Xiao. To Yan Xiao, these were naturally extremely precious. However, both of them understood that this was just the beginning. If this was all he could get, then he would be too kind. Su Yan, you are still too weak. Whether it is Shengguansheng or Murong Wudi, they are both very powerful and terrifying. I know that you fought with Shengguansheng in the sword pool, and you won against him by one move. In the end, you reversed the crisis of the sword pool, but I think you have to know one thing. The Shengguansheng you killed back then was only his doppelganger. What? Only a doppelganger? At this time, Su Yan was really surprised. But how could this be? A doppelganger. In that case, how powerful was his strength? Even Su Yan at this moment did not dare to believe it. I know that this is indeed a very difficult thing to accept, but this is the truth. Shengguansheng's cultivation technique is the Holy Demon Gemini Star. Once this technique is cultivated, it will produce a doppelganger and an original body. Shengguansheng's doppelganger is only a doppelganger. As for where his original body is and how powerful it is now, no one knows. When Su Yan said this, his eyes were filled with incomparable fear. Su Yan's heart became heavier. When he fought with Shengguansheng, he used a lot of means to barely win. But now, he heard that it was only a doppelganger at that time. This was simply terrifying. In that case, how powerful was his original body? There is also Murong Wudi. Among the 3 devil sons, he is currently recognized as the most powerful person. So, you can imagine his strength. To be frank, I am no match for him. Hearing this, Su Yan's pupils shrank. A 5 essences venerable. The powerful Su Yan was actually so sure that he was no match for him. How terrifying this was. At least, Su Yan had no chance of winning against him unless he allowed him to use the Godslayer sword intent. However, this was simply impossible. The more he fought with experts, the more he knew how terrifying they were. Even if you had the means to hurt them, you would not necessarily be able to win. The flower protector was actually just a joke. After all, he was only a 3 essences Dao master and could not really exert the power he possessed. At this time, Su Yan seemed to want to beat down Su Yan's self-confidence. He continued, as for Rosen, I have already investigated. You have fought with him many times, and it seems that you have won every time. However, you can't let your guard down because of this. After Rosen returned to the ghost-killing hall, he was personally taught by the ghost deity cultivator. I am not sure how strong he is now, but since he dares to bear the title of Devil's Son, it means that he has the confidence to compete with these 2 people. What? Rosen was taught by the ghost deity cultivator. Hearing this news, Su Yan was immediately surprised. He remembered clearly that when the divine Devil Island brought them to the void battlefield, the ghost deity cultivators suddenly appeared and wanted to devour Rosen. Logically speaking, they should be mortal enemies, but this time, Rosen actually returned to the ghost-killing hall. Duanmulonghu. A person immediately appeared in Su Yan's mind. During the confrontation with Emperor Wu Hui, Rosen seemed to have begun to follow Duanmulonghu. If that was the case, then Duanmulonghu's shadow was behind this as well. This person was really like a ghost that refused to leave. Duanmulonghu? Is it this person again? Yan Shao frowned when he heard this name. Even he could not imagine what this person who came back from the dead wanted to do. Su Yan was so afraid of Shirtoshi, and so was he. However, no matter what, Su Yan, first of all, you have to admit that your strength is not enough. I can help you enter the competition, but how you grasp it depends on you. Su Yan had to admit that this was indeed a fact. It turned out that he had underestimated the heroes of the world. If that was the case, then forget about Shengguan Sheng and that mysterious Murong Wudi. It was hard to say if he could win against Rosen again. However, now is another opportunity. Perhaps it can increase your strength, but you have to understand that this is very dangerous. It is very likely that you will die. Yan Shao suddenly spoke at this time. Su Yan said, "Please enlighten me, Sect Lord Yan Shao." At this time, any opportunity was extremely rare for Su Yan. Even if there was only a slight possibility, he would not give up. Shura Cave. Yan Zhao's expression changed, and then he said, "You should also know that our world is connected to many other worlds. Below the limitless demon sect, there is a place called Shura Cave. Shura often appears there, and that is where I am responsible for guarding. Shura is an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. They are synonymous with destruction. They were born to destroy, and are even more terrifying than demons. Shura Cave is a passage connecting our world and the Shura world. I am not afraid to tell you directly. This time, the disaster in Shura Cave is about to break out, so someone must guard it and repel or even neutralize this powerful impact. Now, I don't have enough people." When Yan Shao said this, he was actually a little dissatisfied. Many of his men were killed or injured under Su Yan's scheme. If Su Yan had encountered a narrow-minded person, he would have already killed Su Yan. "Do you mean that I should guard Shura Cave?" Su Yan asked. Yan Shao said, "Yes, I have already said that I am using you. It is also very likely that I am trying to kill you. Of course, in such a cruel place, you will have endless opportunities. If you can really gain something there, then you will really have a chance to soar to the sky." At this time, Yan Shao was in a good mood. Just as he said, he was blatantly trapping Su Yan at this time. This was an overt scheme. The so-called overt scheme clearly told the other party that this was a trap, but he still had to go. At this time, he had already obtained the deity vanquishing sword and heaven-breaking 10 styles from Su Yan. Although it was not much, it was still useful to him. Su Yan had entered the Shura Cave. If he could succeed and come out alive, it would naturally be a good thing. In the future, he could slowly trade with Su Yan and obtain more benefits. Moreover, they could also resolve this crisis at the same time. Why not do it? However, if Su Yan failed, it was actually not a big deal. Su Yan could naturally guess this. But just as he said, he couldn't care less about anything at this moment. All he wanted to do now was to improve his strength as quickly as possible. "Okay, I will go." Chapter 935. Female Literature, I'll go. Su Yan said these 2 words with incomparable firmness. The Shura Cave was located in a remote underground area of the Saint Devil Mountain. It was an extremely dangerous place, so ordinary people were not qualified to know about it. Even if they knew, what could they do? It was only a dead end for him. Therefore, those who could enter this place must be powerhouses above venerable ones. Only venerable ones could fight against the Shura that appeared here. Those below venerable ones did not even know about this place, let alone enter it. At this moment, the seal of the Shura cave was opened. Yan Shao had to come here personally. Without him, the seal could not be opened at all. At this moment, the space was being constantly attacked, and whistling sounds were constantly heard. The terrifying roar seemed to be able to penetrate one's heart. At this moment, Su Yan's power was constantly changing. He was sensing the aura here. Su Yan was still somewhat familiar with this aura. He had already come into contact with the Shura in the secret realm of the Monster Palace. His first lover, Lin Hualu, had also completely disappeared there. At the thought of this, he immediately became a little absent-minded. What's wrong? Are you not used to the aura here? It shouldn't be that bad, right? Yan Shao said directly. Su Yan said, it's not that I'm not used to it. It's just some past. Yan Shao saw that Su Yan was not interested, so he did not say anything more. Can you see that this space is already flashing with lightning? This lightning is the Shura that's constantly attacking the seal. Yan Shao said, the Shura is really a terrifying name. Back then, when I had just become a venerable one, I had already come here. When I first came here, I almost died here. Yan Shao looked like he was reminiscing. It was as if he was recalling the past. If Yan Shao did not exist, in his era, Yan Shao would have been the one who could rule everything. However, at this moment, he actually looked like he was reminiscing. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the battle back then was. Right at this moment, Yan Zhao's expression suddenly changed, and he said, Su Yan, actually, you should know that our world is plagued with internal and external troubles. Who knows how many foreign races are coveting it? Putting everything else aside, just the evil demon clan alone is a huge problem for us. Back then, the 7 great saints joined forces and were accompanied by countless experts. They were able to defeat the evil demon clan, but that was all. Now, it won't be long before they make a comeback. Let's not talk about the evil demons. There's also the Shura, the shadow creatures, and the void beasts. They're all huge threats. Unfortunately, we only know how to fight amongst ourselves. Yan Shao sounded like a saint at this moment. Su Yan's gaze was fixed on him. At this time, Su Yan discovered that his sigh actually came from the depths of his soul. At the very least, that was what his senses were telling him. When he first came into contact with Yan Shao, he only felt that Yan Zhao's power was overwhelming, and he couldn't resist at all. He couldn't even face Yan Shao. Even though he had fallen into the body of the sea-splitting demonic snake at that time, it was still very dangerous. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the summoning power of the demon god island, he would probably have died at that time. At that time, Su Yan's only thought was revenge. He wanted to surpass this powerful Dao master one day. However, Yan Shao was defeated by Xue Xingchuan on the 2 occasions he appeared. Su Yan had always regarded this person as an enemy. At this time, he actually showed such a compassionate side. Hall Lord Yan Shao is merciful. Su Yan admires you. This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. Ever since he, Su Yan, had arrived in this world, he had been constantly on the move. Fate seemed to have an invisible line that led him to an unknown distance. However, there was one thing that couldn't be changed. From beginning to end, he had been running around and fighting for his own fate. As for compassionate side, Su Yan didn't have that. He had already met many experts, such as Xue Xingchuan and Zhang Zhe. They were all righteous people, and their hearts weren't bad. However, even in them, Su Yan had never seen such a compassionate side. He didn't expect to see it in a big shot of the demon path. Therefore, there was no such thing as good or evil or right or wrong in this world. Most of the time, a person's birth determined everything. In the end, good and evil couldn't be clearly distinguished subjectively. Ha, forget it. What compassionate side? I'm just afraid of death. I don't want to turn into ashes in the great calamity, so I'm thinking of ways to get what I want from you. The more chaotic this world is, the slimmer our chances of survival are. Everything is just like that. Su Yan's heartstrings were touched by his words. At this time, he was also silent. At this time, a ray of light suddenly appeared. It was a flash of lightning. When it first appeared, it didn't seem like much. However, later on, it became incomparably heaven-defying. The powerful force almost made everyone feel incomparable pain. This kind of terrifying aura was really terrifying. Even Su Yan couldn't help but take a step back. At this time, he said, a powerful Shura king has torn space. It seems that the Shura who came out of the crack this time is a Shura marshal. Previously, Su Yan had already understood the Shura tribe. The Shura king was incomparably terrifying. Their status was comparable to that of a Tao master. Their physical bodies were invincible, and their combat methods were even more terrifying. They were so powerful that under certain conditions, they could even tear space cracks. This Shura cave was the intersection point between the Shura realm and this infinite world. Therefore, the space here was weak. If a powerful Shura kept attacking this place, it could weaken the space here. At this time, the Shura king would take action. He would tear space and transport the powerful Shura here. The Shura he transported here were all terrifyingly powerful. If a human cultivator hadn't reached the venerable realm, it would be impossible for them to resist. In order to ensure that the path was smooth, the first Shura to appear was usually the most powerful Shura marshal. He used his powerful strength to stand firm and let the other Shura come one by one. At this time, the seventh emissary said, "It's the Inferno Shura." Ha, an old opponent. Last time, I let him leave. This time, I want to meet him again. Su Yan, you can't get close to that place. Because once you do, the Shura king will sense your aura and attack directly. Their battle will damage the space. It may destroy the seal, but it may also expand the space. Therefore, only experts below the Tao Master can attack. Do you dare to go with me and meet this group of Shura beasts? As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, he was already moving forward. Su Yan had already mentally prepared himself before he came. Although he was a member of the Boundless Demon sect, at this time, his heart was also aroused. At this time, he directly moved forward. His terrifying power turned into a long dragon and fell directly. That Inferno Shura is yours. Leave the rest to me. The space around the Azura cave was very special. The Tao masters on both sides of the Azura cave would hardly make a move, and transporting a 5 essences Azura king would consume a huge amount of energy, so there would only be one Azura king at a time. But now, this Inferno Shura had been chosen by Su Yan. The remaining Shura was Su Yan's opponent. At this time, Su Yan didn't hesitate at all. He directly moved forward. Then, the battle began. At this time, powerful forces kept rising. A fierce battle began. After the powerful Shura died, Shura crystals would be dropped. This crystal contained a lot of energy and was pure and flawless. It was the best tonic. This was the opportunity that Yan Xiao had mentioned to Su Yan. The more Shura Su Yan could kill, the more powerful Shura he could kill, and the more he could obtain. Su Yan directly entered the Shura cave. At this time, there was still a flash of lightning. When Su Yan arrived in front of the lightning, a Shura immediately appeared. Back then, in the Shura temple, Su Yan suffered a lot. However, at that time, he would be facing Shuras who had already been sealed. Their strength would definitely not be too strong. They could only be considered as the weakest. But now, it was different. Now, he was facing Shura in his prime. When the light of the lightning finally disappeared, a giant of about 2 meters tall appeared in front of Su Yan. This was undoubtedly Shura. His skin was dark blue, which was a very oppressive color. When his eyes fell on Su Yan immediately felt an extremely oppressive aura. Hidden in that aura was an endless bloodthirsty desire. Human. Finally, I can kill and drink blood. To the Shuras, humans were all prey. Killing their prey and then devouring them was the most exciting thing for them. At this time, Su Yan's eyes also surged. he did not underestimate Shura in front of him. At this time, a voice came, Su Yan, Shura Cave is a magical place. Not only is the space here complicated, but more importantly, the time here is also very chaotic. Simply put, a month in here may only be a day in the outside world. Although this is not absolute, it is generally the case. Even Su Yan was shocked after hearing this news. At this time, it was less than 10 days before the start of the demon plan. Even if Su Yan was a genius, it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in his strength in 10 days. However, it was different here. 10 days meant that he had 10 months. Although 10 months was not a long time for a cultivator, compared to Su Yan at this time, this was already great news. Chapter 936. Girls' Literature, Human, are you thinking about how to be killed by me? At this moment, Shura's voice pierced Su Yan's mind. At this moment, an extremely terrifying power directly blasted towards Su Yan. This power was so powerful and so terrifying. A fluctuation in the air actually appeared out of thin air at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's power suddenly skyrocketed. He did not hesitate at all and directly blasted out a punch. The moment he punched out, there was actually the sound of a dragon's roar constantly trembling in the air. Such a terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. Shura was immediately taken aback. Before he made his move, he never thought that Su Yan's counterattack would be so terrifying and fierce. For a moment, he was actually at a disadvantage. Su Yan's terrifying fist directly bombarded his body. Shura's body had always been extremely terrifying. In this regard, even demons had to admit defeat. However, at this moment, Su Yan's punch blasted over, and his entire body began to tremble. Like a ferocious beast, the power continued to attack his body. Damn it, you're just a human. Shura boundless. This punch immediately made him extremely angry. He was dissatisfied that he was forced to such a point by such a punch and immediately wanted to counterattack. Shura boundless was his secret method. He directly mobilized all the power in his body in an instant, as if he was directly extracting water from a reservoir and then turning it into a monstrous wave that immediately smashed down. The previous clash had already let him know that the human in front of him was not simple. Unlike other humans, he could not be judged by his realm at all. Just at the moment when his power was about to erupt, Su Yan sneered again, you've already been suppressed by me, and you still want to turn the tables? If you can really do it, then I, Su Yan, will write the two words I, Su Yan, upside down. God Punisher. At this moment, the scorching sun sword appeared, and he immediately used his sword technique. This was not a direct use of the Godslayer's sword intent, but a terrifying killer move that he had comprehended from the Godslayer's sword intent. When Su Yan combined this sword with the deity vanquishing sword that the great devil Heaven Lord had passed down, its power was incomparably terrifying. The terrifying power was rolling like thunder. Rays of light were constantly vibrating at this moment. At this moment, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. This sword beam was extremely stunning. Even Su Yan himself felt that this sword beam had broken through his previous shackles and reached a whole new level. His cultivation level was still at the 10 Dragons realm, but the combat power he unleashed was enough to sweep through everything. That terrifying aura and incomparably powerful strength gave him a whole new understanding of himself. I understand now. This is the benefit of continuous battles. Good, that's the effect I want. Battles made people grow. This time, he had been continuously hunted down by the limitless demon sect, and had also experienced many battles. In fact, he had been constantly improving without realizing it. Of course, he also knew that this was far from enough. If he wanted to become an existence that could rival the son of demons, he would need to work even harder. The son of demons was simply too powerful. His only hope was to carry out an endless slaughter here. And right now, this was his first prey. When the sword fell, Shura's body was penetrated by the terrifying sword beam before he could fully unleash his power. Such a terrifying aura seemed incomparably violent at this moment. At this moment, Shura still could not believe that he had been defeated in a single blow. At this moment, dragon aura began to appear from Su Yan's body. 10 dragons directly entangled Shura, and the 10 dragon shadows began to devour Shura. That was true devouring. Under the dance of the 10 dragons, Shura's body rapidly withered. Such a change was simply shocking. When Su Yan saw this scene, he was also extremely shocked. Such an unforeseen event was too sudden. After Shura's death, he would form a Shura crystal, and that was a good thing for human cultivators to directly devour. It was also a way for them to quickly become stronger. But at this moment, Su Yan's dragon aura actually devoured Shura's entire body. At the next moment, Su Yan immediately realized that an extremely large amount of power was gathering towards his body. There was actually a boundless killing aura in that power. It was as if there was a terrifying image of a mountain of blades and a sea of flames dancing continuously. That will was Shura's will. At this moment, he wanted to completely destroy Su Yan's consciousness. But at this moment, Su Yan's revered sword soul suddenly moved. A clear spring directly flowed at this moment, immediately suppressing that extremely huge pressure. Such a terrifying killing intent seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Even Su Yan himself found this scene unbelievable. Devoured, almost perfectly devoured. Su Yan muttered to himself. He could feel the energy in his body skyrocketing. At this moment, the 7th Deputy Sect Master, Yan Xiao, also witnessed this scene in the distance. Sure enough, this kid has too many strange things on him. But it doesn't matter, I'll just squeeze it out bit by bit. As for now, I still have something to do. Now that Shura Cave was opened, he immediately had to suppress this Shura Cave. In other words, his confrontation with the Shura King of the Shura realm had already begun. Of course, his confrontation was different from what Su Yan needed. It was a direct competition of the spatial laws, and it would not be a life-and-death battle, but it was still very important. However, this was the Wuji world after all, and the Jojo continent was his home ground. He was blessed by the will of heaven and could save a lot of effort. No matter how proud and arrogant he was, he had to admit that if they were in the same environment, he would not be a match for the Shura King. Not only him, but ordinary Dao masters would not be a match for the Shura King of the same realm. The moment Su Yan swallowed the first Shura, he was immediately targeted by many wills. Each of these wills was filled with extremely strong killing intent, as if they wanted to directly tear Su Yan apart at this moment. These were all Shura who had descended, and their wills were all locked on Su Yan's body. Because Su Yan had swallowed the first Shura, he had the resentment and curse of the Shura. As long as Su Yan had this unique aura, he would be hunted down crazily. Killing would never stop easily. Being targeted by such wills, Su Yan immediately felt the pressure. It should be known that the Shura who could appear here were at least venerable ones. In other words, they were the Shura generals of the Shura tribe. With so many wills, anyone would feel extremely pressured. However, at this time, Su Yan laughed. At this time, he did not retreat and counterattacked. Instead, he directly rushed toward a nearby light. Shura. Come on, I'll kill as many of you as you come today. This was a war that was destined to have no good or evil, only life and death. Su Yan's speed was too fast. He flashed continuously and immediately arrived in front of the Shura. This Shura was the same as the Shura that Su Yan had killed. It was also tall and powerful, and had an extremely deep will. When he noticed Su Yan's arrival, he immediately unleashed all the power of the Shura. At this moment, his aura had already enveloped Su Yan. Roar! A monster-like roar directly burst out. Such a power was as terrifying as a heavenly dragon descending to the world. At this time, Su Yan did not retreat at all. At this time, the scorching sun sword directly released the light of raging flames at this time, and the scorching aura directly rose at this time. Sun-colored glaze. At this moment, his sword intent had been raised to the extreme. At this time, such a light seemed so deep at this time. The terrifying power at this time was simply to destroy everything. It was another simple confrontation, and the collision between the two sides immediately caused an extremely terrifying energy tide. The Shura had already used all his strength the moment he appeared, but at this time, he was shocked to find that his attack could not do anything to Su Yan at all. At this time, there was an inexplicable panic in his heart. It should be known that the Shura tribe was a tribe born to fight. When they fought, they were incomparably crazy and would not retreat. And the moment they felt fear in their hearts, it was the moment they walked towards death. A Shura without invincible strength and a crazy fighting spirit was not qualified to live in this world. At this moment, Su Yan's power directly crushed down. Die for me. He was so ruthless that he directly took a life. At this time, an extremely chaotic power began to erupt from the Shura's body. Die for the Shura. The Shura felt ashamed of his own cowardice, so at this moment, he chose death. Using his own life to drag the enemy into mutual destruction, this was the persistence of his tribe. At this time, Su Yan's eyes suddenly burst out. Damn thing, you actually want to kill yourself. To Su Yan, the Azura was not only an enemy, but also prey. Their bodies were the best nourishment for him to improve his strength. Therefore, he would absolutely not allow it. At this moment, his sea of consciousness suddenly rolled, and the bright moon in his sea of consciousness suddenly emitted an extremely bright light. The light directly shone, and in the end, it directly appeared on Su Yan's forehead and fell on the Shura's body, who was in the midst of self-destruction. At this time, the Shura's expression immediately showed confusion, and even his body's self-destruction was delayed by a beat. At this time, Su Yan's dragon chi had already spread out. Kill, kill, kill. The dragon chi began to directly devour the Shura, but at this time, the other Shura directly rushed towards Su Yan. Live for battle, die before battle. Being devoured by a human like this was the greatest insult to the Shura. In any case, such a thing could not be allowed to happen. At this time, almost all the Shura's eyes were focused on Su Yan, and their aura at this time had become incomparably strong. Chapter 937. Girls' Literature, Attack from All Sides. At this time, their power continued to attack at this time, forcing Su Yan to let go of the Shura. These guys were ruthless. They completely ignored the Shura next to them and only wanted to kill him. If he did not escape, then he would immediately be shrouded by such power. But if he escaped, then the previous battle would be in vain. This Shura would completely die under the attack of the companions, and he would not have any chance to devour it. Square Seal, set the universe. At this time, Su Yan directly summoned the Square Seal. In the Square Seal, the will of the white-boned black tortoise had been destroyed by Su Yan. Without the will of the white-boned black tortoise, this Square Seal passed down by the Stupa sect seemed to lack a unique spirituality. However, Su Yan did not care about this. What he needed was a magic treasure that he could use, and not something that would cause him trouble at a critical time. Suppress, stop them. It did not take too long. It would be enough to buy him a little time. As long as he could stop them for a while, then he would be able to complete the devouring. At this moment, the Square Seal immediately shone, and a huge shadow of a black tortoise appeared. It directly enveloped Su Yan. So what if the Shura are attacking me? I'm going to take the chestnut out of the fire. Su Yan's power was operating wildly. At this time, the power of the Very Supreme was also operating at this time, constantly refining this power. As the refining went on, his aura was also increasing. Another Shura, together with the Shura crystal and everything else, was all devoured by Su Yan. Su Yan was able to directly turn at least half of the power into his own. This was an extremely terrifying efficiency. At this time, he smiled coldly and said, I'll let you guys have a taste of the power of the Shura. At this time, Su Yan's aura was operating, and the power that had not been refined by him was forcibly condensed on his long sword. Destroy. Another sword fell down. The terrifying sword tip continued to rotate at this time. The incomparable power whistling sound was simply incomparably terrifying. His power was so strong at this time that the Shura who were close to him were immediately covered by this sword chi. Ha ha ha, come on, kill me. At this time, Su Yan put away the square seal. The Shura was indeed terrifying. The four directions seal had only lasted for a short period of time before it began to falter. However, Su Yan was already very happy that he was able to buy so much time for himself. At this time, he immediately activated the demonic dragon wings and directly rushed into the Shura cave. At this time, they were caught in a bitter battle. Two Shura now. This Su Yan really has some tricks up his sleeve. He knew that Su Yan had yet to become a venerable, but the fact that he was able to kill two Shura in such a short time was already very rare. Even a 2 essences supremacy, or even a 3 essences supremacy, would not be able to do better than Su Yan. Su Yan had helped him attract the attention of almost all the Shura. Of course, he only took a glance and did not pay attention to it, because at this time, the flaming Shura was suppressing him with an even fiercer attack. Su Yan's aura continued to rise, and the slaughter continued. After devouring 2 Shura, the energy in Su Yan's body had reached a new limit. However, at this time, he was not satisfied at all. The slaughter had just begun. Satisfied? That was just a joke. At this time, Su Yan was constantly fleeing, and the Shura had begun to chase him. In a battle of attrition, the Shura would constantly attack the humans' defenses, and the human venerables would bitterly defend. However, at this time, it had become a chase. There was almost no pressure on the 7th Vice Sect leader's side. This kind of chase was extremely good for Su Yan. His biggest advantage was his speed. In a battle, as long as you were fast enough, you would have enough advantage to kill the enemy. At this time, Su Yan was constantly using his speed advantage to move around. Then, he would look for opportunities to directly assassinate the Shura who were alone. The Shura were extremely angry at Su Yan. However, there was nothing they could do. After more than half a day, the headless Shura had begun to fall. Such a loss had completely enraged the flaming Shura. However, at this time, Su Yan would not let him escape. Damn you, human! The power of the flaming Shura directly pressed down. It was the terrifying fire of the great Shura, and its terrifying power was almost the pinnacle of heaven and earth. However, Su Yan did not dodge. He let out a soft cry, and a terrifying demonic light directly swept out at this moment. Holy demonic heavenly light. The power of the two sides was still tit for tat. At this time, the Shura cave changed again, and a huge spatial crack appeared. The moment the spatial crack appeared, Su Yan's expression immediately changed. Damn you, Martial Shura! For so many years, every time the Shura realm attacked, only one Martial Shura could be sent. Therefore, according to their calculations, they only needed to delay the flaming Shura. Even if Su Yan died in battle, they could still hold on. However, at this time, the spatial crack's appearance immediately disrupted the layout of the place. At this time, the appearance of another Shura was simply a disaster for them. Kiki, stupid human, do you think you're the one holding me back? No, you're wrong. In fact, I'm the one holding you back. At this time, the powerful sea of flames of the Shura spread directly at this time, and immediately surrounded Su Yan. What a cunning plan! Su Yan immediately realized that he was now in unimaginable trouble. These guys were really bold. They actually wanted to kill him directly. Humph! That little brat is actually able to kill so many powerful warriors of my clan. He can be considered powerful. However, that's all there is to it. After you, I will immediately kill him and eat him. At this moment, the second shadow had already appeared. The second Martial Shura. Even at this time, Su Yan felt an incomparably huge pressure. Being held down by two Shura marshals was simply a huge disaster. Before he could react, the second Martial Shura had already made his move. At this time, his power directly emerged. Demonic Blade Shura. A terrifying cold light appeared. Such a radiance was so terrifying that it almost annihilated the world. When that terrifying illusion appeared, even if it was as powerful as Su Yan, at this time, his mind was taken away in a short time. At this time, Yan Shao realized that something was wrong and immediately made his move. His Yama Son of Heaven's sword erupted at this time, and a powerful force directly flew out. His power was incomparably strong. Under such a blow, everything would be torn apart. However, at this moment, an attack also came from the other side of the Shura cave. "Hee, do you really want to fight with me?" The Shura king's mocking voice sounded. At this moment, if a terrifying attack was launched, then a huge crisis would erupt in the Shura cave. This was a responsibility that even Yan Shao couldn't bear. At this time, he could only watch as his beloved Su Yan was swallowed by this terrifying radiance. After a short period of absent-mindedness, Su Yan finally recovered, but it was already too late. His demonic light could no longer break free from the shackles of the flames. Even if it could break free, it was already too late. "Damn it, I didn't expect to fall here today." Su Yan had entered the Shura cave many times, but he had never encountered such a situation. The Shura realm had actually teleported 2 great Shura marshals here at this time. This was a disaster. Just as he was in despair, an extremely terrifying power suddenly appeared. Godslayer Sword Intent. An extremely terrifying sword intent directly pierced through the void. This sword intent was so terrifying that it had long surpassed one's imagination. The terrifying aura was like the blade of a wind valley that constantly swept out. Such a powerful force was constantly changing. The power of the Shura demonic blade was instantly destroyed. After destroying the Shura demonic blade, the sword intent showed no signs of stopping. It directly went towards the second great Shura marshal that had appeared. The change was too fast. The sword intent was too fast. The terrifying sword intent directly cut the second marshal in half, causing him to die. At the level of great Shura marshal, his body was incomparably strong. He was almost immortal. Even if his head was cut off, he could still be reborn. However, this time, the Godslayer sword intent was given by the real Godslayer sword. The moment the change occurred, Su Yan had already noticed the change in this place. Thus, he did not hesitate to use this sword intent. In reality, the Godslayer sword intent was very precious. After all, he had only mastered one sword intent at this time. Every time he used it, it consumed his strength. However, Su Yan still used it without hesitation. Shura King's attention was all on Su Yan. He did not expect that Su Yan would have such power. Thus, the appearance of the Godslayer sword intent was so unexpected. It immediately achieved a miraculous effect. "Why aren't you leaving?" Su Yan's voice immediately rang in Su Yan's ears. Not only did the Godslayer sword intent kill the second great Shura marshal that appeared, but it also directly scattered the power of the flaming Shura. At this moment, there was nothing holding Su Yan back, so he could naturally leave. However, if he continued to be in a daze, it would be too late for Shura King and the flaming Shura marshal to react. "I can't thank you enough." Su Yan immediately retreated. Almost at the same time, a terrifying fluctuation appeared in the air. The great Shura marshal was killed. The Shura King was naturally extremely angry. At this moment, he actually started to flip the table. "No need. I'm just returning the favor." In the past, Su Yan's appearance allowed Su Yan to escape from Zhuoleitao. Now, he was returning the favor. Chapter 938. Female Literature, You're Courting Death. At this moment, King Shura flew into a rage out of humiliation. Marshal Shura was an extremely tyrannical existence. A Shura king couldn't possibly have many Shura marshals under him. 2 of them was already an extremely luxurious lineup. This time, 2 Shura marshals moved out together. They wanted to catch the human 5 essences venerable off guard and kill him directly. Originally, everything was going very smoothly. Taking people by surprise would always yield good results. However, it was a pity that a sword intent that suddenly descended disrupted everything. This sword intent was truly terrifying. That terrifying power was enough to injure him, let alone an Azura at the level of a marshal. But before this, how could he have expected such a thing to happen? This Shura king had launched countless invasions and naturally had a good understanding of the human realm. Su Yan's battle strength naturally attracted his attention. After all, he could see that Su Yan was still not a venerable. But he had already killed several Shura marshals. However, in the vast human world, there were always a few geniuses. This wasn't anything to be surprised about. If that 5 Essences venerable was killed, then under the joint attack of the 2 marshals, all the humans here would die. They had no chance of escaping. But he never expected that Su Yan would be able to burst out with such terrifying sword intent and kill his favorite general in one fell swoop. How could he not be angry? Although he couldn't attack with his full strength, he could still kill this kid. A terrifying will descended, and an enormous power directly descended. Just this will alone was a bit more terrifying than the Shura Devil Blade from before. At this moment, Su Yan felt this will. Suddenly, the same feeling he had when facing Xing Tianrua that day appeared again. When facing a Dao Venerable, it wasn't a matter of whether or not you had a trump card that could hurt him. It was a matter of whether or not you could break free from his will. If Yan Shao hadn't suddenly appeared that day, Su Yan wouldn't have had a chance. At this moment, it was no longer possible for Yan Shao to do anything. That was because King Shura had already disrupted the space before he attacked. Yan Shao had to stabilize it. What's more, the furious King Shura's attack enveloped him and Su Yan at the same time. Damn it! Despair filled Su Yan's heart, but no matter what, he was not willing to die like this. Therefore, at this moment, his strength was constantly rising, and his sea of consciousness was also crazily gathering power. He wanted to break free from everything and finally welcome freedom. It was at this moment that Yan Shao suddenly roared, God Vanquishing Sword. It was the deity vanquishing sword that Su Yan had imparted to him. As Yan Zhao's power erupted, an extremely terrifying demonic sword appeared in the void. The demonic sword swept across the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything was completely separated. Yan Shao was indeed a genius. In such a short period of time, he had already mastered this move. The deity vanquishing sword that he displayed was many times stronger than Su Yan's. In an instant, the realm that King Shura had created was directly cut apart. However, at this moment, Yan Shao seemed to have used up all his strength. After all, this was only his first time using it. He had already used all his strength to achieve this. Su Yan. At this moment, his strength was no longer sufficient. However, he could still barely save one person. Between Su Yan and Su Yan, he did not hesitate at all and chose to save Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan could not bear to. After all, Su Yan was in such a dangerous situation because of him. Don't talk nonsense. Su Yan is the child of destiny. He won't die so easily. Yan Shao immediately formed a palm and forcibly snatched Su Yan away. At the same time, he forcefully activated his power again. Then, a terrifying attack appeared. Su Yan, in front of you is the Shura realm. If you want to live, escape into it. This is the last effort I can do for you. However, whether or not you can survive depends on your own luck. I will wait for you for 10 days. After saying this, Yan Shao left without looking back. At this moment, Su Yan immediately took a deep breath. He didn't say anything unnecessary and directly entered the passage. Although Su Yan was furious that Yan Shao would abandon him because of Su Yan, he knew that this was inevitable. If it were him, he would have made the same choice. Moreover, Yan Shao had helped him obtain a chance of survival. He had forcibly turned a situation where there was no chance of survival into a situation where there was only a slim chance of survival. Even so, he was still very grateful. Alright, I will definitely return in 10 days. The laws of time in both realms were distorted. 10 days in this world would be at least 10 months in the Shura realm, or even longer. Therefore, Su Yan still had a glimmer of hope. What a decisive boy. In that case, I will fight for you. I hope you will not disappoint me. Yan Shao stabilized at this moment, and then his gaze fell on King Shura. Since you dare to cross over to this world, don't blame me for killing you. He directly condensed his power. It was necessary to activate the deity vanquishing sword again. The second time he used it, it was naturally smoother than the first time. Many things that he did not understand before immediately fell into place. An expert in the Tao Master realm was so terrifying. At this moment, King Shura immediately let out an angry roar. At this point, he had no other choice. He could only choose to retreat. After all, he was currently being suppressed by the laws of this world. If he did not leave now, he might really die here. Damn it, the Shura realm will rule over the world sooner or later. When that time comes, I will definitely kill all of you. That day is not too far away. His voice gradually faded away, but that anger will continue to ripple in the air. At this moment, Yan Zhao's expression was very ugly. This time, he was made a fool of by his opponent. If it was not for Su Yan's sudden burst of power, he would probably have died. At this moment, although he had saved Su Yan was forced to enter the Shura realm. The Shura realm was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying place. No one knew what it was like. Legend had it that some of the 7 great saints had entered that place. Other than that, no one else knew. He had no other choice, so at the last moment, he contacted his fellow Taoists in the Shura realm, hoping that Su Yan would really have heaven-defying luck. After all, for him, Su Yan was an extremely important subordinate of his, and he had a deep relationship with him. Lord. At this moment, Su Yan looked at Yan Shao, silent and did not know what to say. At this moment, Yan Shao said, "Don't blame yourself. This may be his predestined tribulation. I will fight for that opportunity for him. If he doesn't come back, then this is his fate. During this period, I will pass on the inheritance of the great devil Heaven Lord that I obtained from him to you. You must comprehend it well and hope that you can become a Tao Master as soon as possible." Su Yan could only nod silently. This time, he had learned the importance of strength. If he was strong enough, things would not have turned out this way. Although he didn't have much contact with Su Yan, the reason why he saved Su Yan last time was because he had his own motives. He did not expect that Su Yan would take it to heart. For him, at this moment, there was a heavy feeling in his heart. He looked back at the void. At this moment, the void seemed so deep. The Shura cave was gradually shrinking, and the violent power was also beginning to disappear little by little. You have to come back alive. At this time, this was all he could say. If Su Yan really died, it might be an inner demon for him. But no matter what, because of Su Yan's sword intent, the crisis of the Shura cave was resolved. This could not be better. Just as they turned their heads and left, Su Yan was struggling in the passage of the Shura realm. The magic dragon armor had appeared, and the dragon wings were constantly flapping, trying to stabilize his body. At the same time, 10 streams of dragon chi were constantly wandering. This passage was blasted open by Yan Shao in a hurry, so it was very unstable. To be honest, although Yan Shao had become a venerable, it was impossible for him to blast open a passage across the 2 realms. It was just that this place happened to be where the Shura cave was located, and the power between the 2 realms was particularly weak, which gave him the opportunity to strike. The spatial turbulence here was constantly turbulent, and Su Yan's body was constantly trembling. Under the impact of such a terrifying power, he felt that his body was about to be crushed. At this point, he did not dare to be careless. He directly spread his aura to the extreme, using it to defend his body. If he had not devoured the 5 Shura generals during the battle, which made his aura unprecedentedly long and deep, he would have died at this time. The power of these existences was so terrifying that it had even exceeded a certain limit. Even with his strength, under the impact of such a violent and terrifying power, he began to tremble. Nevertheless, trembling did not mean that he would die immediately. The more dangerous the situation, the more he needed to increase his strength. This was Su Yan's persistence and persistence. It had been like this for many times, and this time was no exception. At this moment, his aura kept increasing at this moment, resisting the pressure of the mysterious spatial power. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan felt that his body was about to be crushed. His power was changing bit by bit. Earlier, he had devoured a lot of Shura's power, and because of the power of the Supreme, he was able to suppress it. Even so, he knew that the power was only temporarily contained. In other words, it was only forcibly squeezed in. Although the power was immense, it was uncertain how much of it he could use. Chapter 939. Female literature, however, it was completely different now. The power of space was constantly distorting and compressing his body, as if it was tempering him with a huge hammer. As the saying went, a treasured sword was sharpened through tempering. A true powerhouse must have gone through countless tempering to reach such a level. It was the same for Su Yan at the moment. The power did not belong to him at the moment. However, once he experienced the tempering under this terrifying pressure, he would immediately become a powerhouse if he could survive in the end. This would definitely benefit him immensely. Su Yan's aura continued to condense. The indescribably turbid power was constantly refined, while the remaining pure power continued to gather. In the end, it formed an extremely terrifying and powerful light. At the moment, waves of sounds were released from his body. However, the sound was no longer the sound of a dragon's roar. Instead, it was like the sound of waves in the ocean. Su Yan's body was constantly improving. Such a change could almost be considered an evolution. The structure of his body was constantly becoming perfect, and this change was a huge change from the inside to the outside of his body. At the moment, an extremely brilliant light appeared in Su Yan's eyes. It was an unimaginable divine light, as if a god was awakening in his body. This time, it should have been an unimaginable disaster for Su Yan, but it was also a huge improvement for Su Yan. He never thought that his body could be like this at this moment. His aura continued to rise. At this moment, the aura released from his body had truly surpassed that of a one-origin venerable. In this world of time, many geniuses would have a battle prowess that surpassed their cultivation level. Su Yan had always been like this. This time, his aura continued to change, and his strength continued to rise. However, the strange thing was that his cultivation level was still at the 10 dragons level. At this moment, even Su Yan himself could not describe the changes that had happened to him. However, this was a good thing. In such a time of crisis, his strength could be improved. This was the best thing that could happen. In the beginning, the terrifying spatial pressure made it difficult for him to breathe, but at this moment, the pressure had become much less. He had even gradually begun to adapt to the terrifying pressure. Just as Su Yan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, an extremely frightening will suddenly appeared. The moment the will descended, Su Yan felt his body become heavy. At this moment, he was in much more pain than before. Furthermore, this was only the beginning. Flames suddenly began to burn in his body. These were not illusions, but the most realistic flames. The power of the flames continued to rise, and the terrifying aura had reached an unimaginable level. Su Yan immediately felt extremely painful. At this moment, he had a feeling that the entire world was against him. He wanted to bury himself completely. He had never felt such a situation before. What's going on? Why is this happening? Where is this inexplicable hostility coming from? Why am I in so much pain? Ah! Su Yan's entire body was constantly trembling and spasming. He only felt that he was going to die in the next moment. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that when he thought of the word death, the thought of death immediately became incomparably firm, as if he was born with it. Suicide. Su Yan actually had such thoughts. This was simply terrifying. Gradually, an extremely terrifying blood-colored humanoid monster seemed to appear in his sea of consciousness. The appearance of this creature seemed to want to tear Su Yan's sea of consciousness apart in an instant. I'm a lowly person. Do I deserve to die? As soon as this thought appeared, Su Yan could no longer control himself. He even began to raise his hand and put it on his throat. Death, death, death. The voice of One Face Village was constantly roaring, trying to forcibly suppress Su Yan's consciousness. No, impossible. How can I, Su Yan, stretch out my neck to be killed? Impossible. At this moment, the green lotus in Su Yan's sea of consciousness suddenly bloomed with divine light. At the same time, the Taishang sword soul suddenly flickered, and a mighty majesty directly erupted at this moment. At this moment, the Taishang sword soul clearly seemed to have come alive, and that extremely powerful and terrifying light burst out at this moment. The body of the sword was dazzling and shining, and at this moment, that extremely terrifying power was being torn apart bit by bit. At this moment, the blood-colored aura was also constantly disappearing. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly roared, Shura. At this moment, Su Yan already knew what had happened. He finally understood why he suddenly had such a change. It turned out that all of this was caused by the will of the Shura realm. He was an outsider, so after passing through the space passage and arriving here, he was immediately enveloped by an extremely powerful will of space. Just like how Shura was extremely suppressed when he rushed into their world, Su Yan was also immediately noticed by the will of the world when he entered this world. Everything that had happened before was because the will of the world wanted to kill Su Yan, so it was like this. It had to be said that the will of the Shura realm was really terrifying. Even though Su Yan had experienced life and death and had an extremely strong will, under the control of the will of the Shura realm, he was almost killed. If it had been someone else, it would have been even more terrifying. Under the impact of such power, it was likely that they would have immediately killed him. Even so, this time it was extremely dangerous. The vision in his sea of consciousness saved his life again, and the truly powerful one was the Taishang sword soul. Not only did the Taishang sword soul directly destroy this terrifying power, but it also directly devoured that part of the will of the world. The will of the world was the will of the heavens. The will of the heavens was high and mighty, looking down on all living things. It was an unparalleled powerhouse. However, at this time, the Taishang sword soul was able to burst out with such incredible power that even the will of the heavens was devoured. At this time, Su Yan finally understood why the Godslayer sword in his body valued the Taishang sword soul so much. He had always thought highly of the power of the Taishang sword soul, but at this time he realized that he had underestimated it. The power of the Taishang sword soul seemed to be at the highest point that would never end. The moment the blood-colored mark disappeared, Su Yan immediately felt the pressure on him relax, and an unimaginable feeling of freedom spread out. The will of the heavens targeted every invader. Even the most powerful person would be watched by the will of the heavens. Perhaps a powerhouse could use his own power to suppress the will of the heavens, but he was destined to be an invader, an evil demon of this world. As long as he was in this world, he would be haunted by bad luck. And when the experts of this side of the world saw him, they would immediately have killing intent, wanting to completely annihilate him. In other words, he would become the public enemy of the world. However, at this time, things were different. The will in Su Yan's body was devoured by the Taishang sword soul, and a power was released from the Taishang sword soul, shrouding Su Yan's body. This power was very mystical, and it was not a power that could be used in battle. It was more like a shielding of the will of the heavens. With the existence of this power, Su Yan did not need to worry about being targeted by the will of the heavens. Boom! All of a sudden, Su Yan felt a pain in his head. At this time, he realized that he had fallen from the sky and smashed into a rocky mountain. Earlier, he was entangled by the will of the heavens, so he forgot about his own situation. It was only now that he realized that he had fallen from the sky. Fortunately, Su Yan's body was incomparably strong. Otherwise, this fall would have caused him to be badly mutilated, and he would have died completely. It hurts. Not long after, Su Yan adjusted his state and then struggled to get up from the ground. At this time, he realized that something was different. That was, every movement of his seemed to be too difficult. Raising his hand and straightening his waist had become so difficult. It was unknown how much more effort it took than usual. What's going on? Why is it so difficult? Su Yan took a few deep breaths and finally got himself to stand still. Then, he immediately began to circulate his spiritual force and began to devour the aura around him. At this time, he understood the reason. So that's how it is. The aura here is completely different from our world. In the world where he was, the air was full of spirit qi, and cultivators absorbed the spirit qi to cultivate, making themselves stronger and even transforming their bodies to reach an unimaginable level. However, it was completely different here. The spirit qi in this place was thin. No, it could only be described as deficient. Su Yan's ability to devour aura was very terrifying, but at this time, it had become extremely difficult for him to absorb the spirit qi here. At such a level, how could he cultivate? There was a kind of black aura in this place, and this aura was very strange. It was as if the aura itself was full of the smell of blood. Su Yan tried to devour this aura directly into his body. He sharply found that there seemed to be a desire to kill in his body that had been directly awakened. I understand now. No wonder every one of the Shura is so terrifying and full of murderous aura. It turns out that this is the environment they live in. In the knowledge of their world, every Shura was extremely terrifying. Their strength was extremely strong, and they seemed to be born to fight. Chapter 940. Girls' Literature, They Were Born to Fight. However, Su Yan finally understood why the air of the Shura world was filled with such a powerful and crazy aura. Compared to the spiritual qi, the aura here contained a more powerful force. However, there was an endless sense of ruthlessness in this powerful force. The Shura people had grown up in such an environment since birth. For generations, the killing intent that came from their bones had completely filled their hearts. It was precisely because of this that they were so terrifying and so warlike. The world was big and full of strange things. It was the first time Su Yan had seen such a world. If the people of the infinite world were to grow up here, it would probably collapse in a few days. It was no wonder that the Shura people had become like this. The so-called Shura people were born to destroy. However, it's difficult now. I can't stay here forever. Su Yan began to think as he devoured the special aura here. The aura was indeed extremely violent. However, Su Yan was not afraid. After all, the Taishang sword soul could naturally restrain such an aura. After the aura was devoured by Su Yan's body, it would immediately be filtered and then strengthen Su Yan's body and strength. Su Yan was not like a fish in water here, but it was not bad. At least in terms of strength, it was extremely beneficial. However, Su Yan knew that he could not stay here forever. He could purify the power here, but this purification ability was not without limit. Once this limit was exceeded, he would be affected by the power. If there was a powerful Tao master here, he might be able to directly blast open a space passage. Unfortunately, Su Yan was not a powerful Tao master, so he could not do this at all. Therefore, how to leave this place became a problem. Just as Su Yan was puzzled, a silent roar suddenly sounded. The sound came from afar. It was not loud, but it had an extremely terrifying oppressive power. What's that? Whatever, let's go and take a look. At this time, Su Yan immediately went forward. Of course, at this time, he had just adapted to the rules of this world. He naturally knew that he should keep a low profile. However, at this time, he really couldn't find a way forward. It was a red canyon. The surrounding rocks seemed to be burning with flames. Su Yan cautiously approached the front. At this time, an extremely ferocious existence immediately appeared in his sight. It was a gigantic lizard with a length of at least 30 meters. It was a colossal monster. At his tail, there was a wisp of light burning. It was a flame, but it was very weak. Compared to the surrounding rocks, it was very inconspicuous. However, Su Yan immediately set his eyes on it. Without a doubt, this gigantic flame lizard was currently hunting. His prey was the Shura. Su Yan was surprised to find that these Shura were not different from humans. In Su Yan's memory, Shura were those with blue skin and terrifying power. However, the Shura in front of him was exactly the same as a human. There were a total of 5 women here, and 3 more women. These people's auras were not weak, but Su Yan could not determine what realm they had reached. Therefore, at this time, he decided to continue watching. Among the 8 people, one of them was a man who was 2 meters tall, and he was undoubtedly the strongest one. In his hand, there was a spear. This spear was somewhat special. It was made of a material that Su Yan had never seen before. The spear was deep and seemed to be emitting a dim light. From this, one could see that the spear was very powerful. At this time, the gigantic lizard's claws directly fell from the sky. The powerful force was simply terrifying. The man immediately let out a strange roar. Then, he jumped high into the air. He did not dodge or evade, but directly charged towards the gigantic lizard. At this time, the spear was emitting a dark red light. Such an attack seems to be similar to that of a Dragon Realm expert. Su Yan looked at the man, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. But soon, he understood what was happening. Yes, the Shura I came into contact with were all first-class experts, so I thought that all Shura were the same. In this world, if every Shura was equivalent to a venerable, then the Shura realm would have swept through the universe. That spear is very powerful, but this man seems to be unable to use the spear's power. Therefore, he must have failed. Su Yan's eyes were very sharp. Although he did not know the power system of this world, he immediately saw the comparison of power. At this time, the spectating Shura were still roaring. Su Yan naturally could not understand what they were saying, but he could feel that they seemed to be cheering. Obviously, they thought that their warrior would win. However, this world never developed according to their imagination. At this time, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared on the fire lizard's palm. It was a terrifying flame, which immediately turned into a scale. The fire lizard's power increased again at this time. At this time, the terrifying spear immediately pierced the terrifying scale. The originally tall young Shura's expression immediately changed. Roar, damn it! At this time, a terrifying aura directly rushed towards him. The strength of the aura was beyond his expectations. In an instant, his body directly retreated. Rumble. A loud sound was heard. His body directly crashed into a huge mountain. The mountains and rocks here were exceptionally hard. At this moment, the man directly crashed into it. What kind of heavy blow was this? Just looking at it was enough to make one feel pain. Roar. However, it had to be said that the Shura's body was indeed terrifyingly strong. After enduring such a violent attack, the male Shura still managed to stand up. Su Yan had analyzed the male Shura's cultivation through the scene just now. According to the standards of the infinite realm, the male Shura's strength should be at the peak of the square sphere. However, his long spear was truly a powerful treasure. It was precisely because of this that he was able to unleash a powerful combat strength that was comparable to that of a dragonized cultivator. Unfortunately, he seemed to have underestimated the strength of this beast. The strength of this beast after it unleashed its full power was simply terrifying to the extreme. It was as if he had completely crushed him. If it wasn't for the fact that the spear had absorbed a lot of energy, he would have been dead by now. This spear was really good. At this moment, Su Yan had already taken a liking to this spear. Although this spear could not be compared to the Scorching Sun sword, this was the Shura realm. The Scorching Sun sword had the aura of the Shura's curse. When Su Yan entered the Shura realm, he was suppressed by such a powerful will of heaven because he had the curse of the Shura before they died. However, at this moment, the very supreme sword's soul forcibly took away the aura of the curse. However, if he took the Scorching Sun sword out of the Chi Li sword case, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. In order to travel in this unknown world, he needed a weapon. Obviously, this spear was not bad. The male Shura's fall immediately made the 7 Shura around him panic. He was the strongest among them, but he was defeated so easily. At this moment, the flame lizard had already rushed towards the tall Shura warrior. At this moment, the 7 of them immediately began to work together, preparing to block the huge flame lizard's attack. Unfortunately, their strengths were not enough as compared to the fearsome lizard. This lizard was a real monster. Moreover, its skin was tough and had mysterious flame scales. It was very difficult to deal with. The tall young man had used this powerful force to increase his combat strength to the dragon realm, but in front of this flame lizard, he was still so weak. At this moment, it was even more impossible for him to defeat this lizard. At this moment, the huge lizard's snake swung like a long whip. Before the tall Shura could react, he was immediately swept up by this terrifying force. Ah! The male Shura struggled angrily, trying to break free. But at this moment, how could he make it in time? At this moment, the other Shura finally stood up and shouted in Shura's language, "Save him." The 7 of them rushed forward almost at the same time. But at this moment, the male Shura at the back suddenly turned around and left. This man was really cunning. He obviously had the intention to retreat from the beginning, so he left at the most critical moment. This scene stunned Su Yan for a moment. In his mind, the people of the Azura clan were extremists who lived for war and died for war. But at this time, he actually met a piece of trash who fled in the face of battle. However, this had nothing to do with Su Yan. At the same time, his attention was focused on the battle. At this moment, the tall Shura was very weak. His body was constantly being swung around by the flame lizard, jumping high and then being heavily smashed to the ground. Although at this time, he was still holding the blood-red spear tightly, but at this time, he no longer had the strength to attack. Chapter 941. Female Literature, Tatar. At this moment, a female Shura discovered the man who had secretly escaped. Hearing her shout, the others also noticed this scene. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do at this time. This was because they were already within the blood-fire lizard's attack range. A flame appeared. This was the blood-fire lizard's method. The area within the flame's range was its hunting ground. As for the kid who had already escaped, it did not care about him at all. After all, the prey here was enough for it to fill its own stomach. At this moment, the 6 Shura youths all rushed forward. They displayed the Shura's fearless spirit to the extreme. However, the blood-fire lizard only twisted its body, and the tyrannical force immediately shot backward. Such an easy attack immediately let the Shura know what it meant to be overestimating one's own strength. The 6 young Shura youths all spat out blood. It was obvious that they had all been seriously injured by such a terrifying attack. If it were not for the Shura's strong physique, which was far superior to that of other races, they would have all died from such an attack. At this moment, the blood-fire lizard was certain that its opponents were no longer a threat to it. It walked around a few times complacently. Then, it rolled its long tongue and threw the tallest Shura youth into the air. The youth fell from the air and was sucked into its huge mouth. Aganda! Seeing this scene, the remaining youths were on the verge of exploding. However, they were powerless to save the man. After all, they could not even get up. At this moment, the Shura youth called Aganda's face was ashen. His previous bravery was completely gone. Under the threat of death, everything was fake. The only thing that existed was endless fear. It was at this moment that a ray of light flashed by. Su Yan had made his move. Su Yan's goal was not to save the man, but the red spear. He had already seen that the spear was extraordinary. Under the circumstances where it was not convenient to use the scorching sun sword, this spear could barely bear his power. It was precisely because of this that he acted so decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Roar! At this moment, the blood-fire lizard was about to enjoy its meal. However, at this moment, Su Yan suddenly appeared. The blood fire lizard's perception was extremely sharp. The moment Su Yan appeared, it felt a dangerous aura. Although this aura was very weak, it was enough to make it wary. Under such circumstances, as expected, he chose to give up on the food. His disgusting and terrifying long tongue once again danced out, directly lashing towards Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan had just grabbed the spear in his hand. He didn't have any interest in saving people, but if he didn't do anything, this long spear might have fallen into the blood fire lizard's mouth along with its owner. That was why he took action. After all, if such a battle spear was stained by the saliva of such a monster, it would be a little disgusting. However, since the blood fire lizard had directly attacked him, Su Yan would definitely not be polite. After all, this blood fire lizard was really not enough for Su Yan at this moment. Since you're courting death, I'll send you on your way. Su Yan's power erupted in an instant. Faintly, a mysterious and terrifying roar came from his body. The appearance of this roar immediately made the lizard feel fear. At this moment, its long tongue also slowed down a bit. At this moment, Su Yan had already made his move. Su Yan's power was extremely terrifying. With one strike, a scarlet light appeared. The blood fire lizard was a powerful Shura beast that used flames, but in front of Su Yan's power, it was nothing. In just a moment, the Shura beast was immediately killed by Su Yan. Su Yan's power directly penetrated its head. At this moment, Su Yan took the blood-red battle spear and stood on the blood fire lizard's head. When Su Yan landed, the tall young man also landed from the sky. However, he landed right in the blood fire lizard's mouth. If the blood fire lizard was still alive at this moment, then he had obviously become its food. Well, although this blood fire lizard is not powerful, there seems to be a crystal in its body. It's better not to waste it. With a thought, Su Yan immediately turned the battle spear in his hand and directly stabbed at the blood fire lizard's core. Even if the blood fire lizard was dead, its power was still incomparably powerful. This was something that could not be criticized. However, at this moment, Su Yan's spear actually pierced through its body so easily. One had to know that the tall young man had used all his strength at the very beginning, but he was still unable to leave a mark on the blood fire lizard's body. These young Shura obviously knew what had happened at this time. At this moment, they immediately broke free and looked at Su Yan with eyes full of awe. Respecting the strong was a convention that existed in every world. However, at this moment, Su Yan ignored them. He only dug out the blood fire lizard's crystal. The crystal was beyond Su Yan's expectations. Its power was very rich. When the young Shura saw the crystal, their eyes almost shone. Su Yan took the crystal, then his eyes fell on the young Shura. These young Shura had just rescued their companion, the 2-meter-tall Shura youth. At this time, they felt Su Yan's gaze and immediately looked at Su Yan. Su Yan could see the tension and uneasiness in their eyes. They were afraid of Su Yan. After all, Su Yan's power was terrifying. With a casual blow, he defeated and killed the blood fire lizard. If Su Yan wanted to kill them at this time, it would not be difficult. At this time, the tall Shura youth had already recovered. Seeing Su Yan silent, he finally stood up and said to Su Yan, "Senior, I am Aganda. These are my friends. Junior thanks Senior for saving my life." He thanked Su Yan in Shura language. Unfortunately, Su Yan could not understand his words at all. At this time, Su Yan was deep in thought. He was not familiar with this world at all. No, to be more precise, he was unfamiliar with it. Now, he didn't know how to return to his own world. Although the time here and in the infinite world seemed to be in different proportions. However, he couldn't continue to consume his energy endlessly. Therefore, he must find a way to leave here as soon as possible. These Shura youth saw that Su Yan didn't speak, and his expression didn't change at all. They looked at each other, not knowing what Su Yan was thinking. If Su Yan wanted to kill them at this time, then they wouldn't be able to escape no matter what. Now, they could only hope that Su Yan was a person who could pay attention to details. At this time, Su Yan held the crystal and began to absorb its power without any hesitation. Su Yan's strength was extremely terrifying. Under his devouring, the powerful force was immediately sucked dry. Seeing this scene, these people secretly swallowed their saliva. One had to know that the blood fire lizard was very powerful. If they obtained the crystal, they would have to carefully absorb it. Only then would they be able to devour all the power inside. However, at this time, Su Yan actually consumed all the power inside casually. From this, it could be seen how powerful Su Yan was. At this time, Su Yan didn't pay attention to them. At this time, he was wholeheartedly absorbing the crystal from the blood fire lizard. In fact, such a crystal was no longer enough to attract him. After all, he had consecutively absorbed the crystals of 5 powerhouses that General had defeated. Compared to them, this blood fire lizard was simply pitiful. However, even the smallest sparrow had meat. This was the Shura realm. Being able to obtain power was already an extremely rare thing for Su Yan. When the power of the crystal completely disappeared, Su Yan looked at these Shura people. At this moment, Su Yan was thinking about how to deal with these fellows with his sword. Those who were not of his race were bound to have different intentions. At this time, Su Yan would not have any mercy for them just because they were weak. Who can tell me where this place is? Su Yan asked. After saying this sentence, he felt a little embarrassed. This was the Shura realm. How could these people understand his words? Communication was always a problem. At this time, he directly transmitted his thoughts to these people. The moment they felt Su Yan's will, they were all stunned. Obviously, they had never experienced such a thing. At this time, the tall young man suddenly shouted. "You're not a Shura." His shout stunned Su Yan. He had just analyzed that there was almost no difference between him and these people, but this guy could actually say that he was not a Shura. This was interesting. He couldn't figure out how this guy found out. However, he was now sure of one thing, and that was that he could communicate with this guy. Communication through mental power was effective. Hee, this is interesting. Tell me, how did you find out? Su Yan transmitted his will again. At this time, the tall young man from the Shura realm actually went crazy and shouted, "Kill him, he's an enemy of God." Chapter 942. Girls' Literature, He is the enemy of God. The Shura man kept roaring at this time. Hearing his voice, the other people were shocked. They didn't expect that the person in front of them had such a strong background. Su Yan didn't understand the meaning of his words, but he felt his will in his mind. Interesting, you want to kill me? Su Yan was somewhat disapproving. This fellow had clearly forgotten how he had killed the blood fire lizard, which had rendered them powerless to retaliate. However, at this moment, the young man had already leaped up and rushed towards Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to make a move, because at this time, he found something strange. This Shura man was clearly injured just now, and his injury seemed to be a bit serious, but when he attacked, his injury actually healed a lot. Even if Shura's healing ability is very strong, this kind of recovery ability is really terrifying. If everyone in the Shura has this kind of recovery ability, then this is a very scary thing. At this time, his eyes also swept the other people. At this time, he found that the condition of these people also began to recover at this time. Although it's not as good as the tall Shura man who took the lead, it's still very rare. At this time, the Shura man has already bombarded Su Yan with a punch. This punch made Su Yan a bit surprised. It's not because this young man's punch is beyond his tolerance range. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides is too big. In any case, this young man can't be his opponent. What really made Su Yan care is that the strength of this tall Shura man has directly improved a lot at this time. This kind of change is a bit too fast. It's like he's a child of destiny. When he meets an enemy, he will get help from the heavens and directly improve his strength. Moreover, this improvement is not just a little bit. At this moment, the young man's strength has improved so quickly and greatly that even Su Yan himself is dumbfounded. Damn, this is really strange. I originally wanted to communicate with you, but now it seems that I have to let you understand your situation first. Su Yan has no interest in playing with children here. As a result, these Shura youths were like children in his eyes. The difference in strength between him and them was too great. He also punched out. This punch seems very gentle, but the power in it is extremely shocking. Before the young man could get close, he was directly sent flying by Su Yan's power. His whole body hit straight on the mountain wall. This time, he was even heavier than when he was thrown out by the blood fire lizard. However, Su Yan could clearly see that his injuries seemed to be less severe. A mysterious power seemed to have appeared in his body, causing his resistance to become even stronger. Kill! At this moment, the young Shura men also directly charged over. Su Yan's eyes flashed with a cold smile. He wanted to see if this group of stupid brats would be like that person from before. It was a fact that Su Yan was able to sweep through all of them. At this moment, Su Yan also realized that the strength of those who had attacked him had increased at this moment. However, there was a woman among them who did not have much of an increase in strength. Su Yan's eyes were like flames. He saw fear in the woman's heart. Is this heaven's will? At this moment, he was talking to himself. Previously, this was just his guess, but now he was even more certain that it was a fact. Yes, heaven's will. It was heaven's will in the unseen world. Everyone who had attacked him had been blessed by heaven's will. Therefore, their strength had increased at that moment. It was not only their offensive power, but also their defensive power. Of course, the woman who had fear in her heart did not seem to have been blessed by heaven's will. In other words, as long as someone has the intention to kill me, the heaven's will in this area will make them stronger. Ha, this is really interesting. I have actually become the enemy of heaven. Although Su Yan was smiling, there was no doubt that his heart was somewhat heavy. Heaven's will was a terrifying power. Among the enemies he had encountered, which one of them could compete with heaven's will? This made him recall the scene when he had just passed through the spatial passage. Now, he was even more aware of the terror of the revered sword soul. If it was not for the revered sword soul, these people would not have needed to make a move at all. The mysterious divine punishment would have killed him directly. At this moment, he waved his hand again, and those people were immediately sent flying in an instant. Su Yan's eyes stopped on the tallest young man. At this moment, he did not want to communicate with these people anymore. Instead, he directly used his enormous divine thoughts to search the other party's sea of consciousness. Obviously, at this time, he wanted to use his divine thoughts to find the information he wanted in the other party's memory. This was the soul search. The so-called soul search was to search one's soul and then obtain the information one wanted. However, since it was related to one's soul, it was definitely not a simple matter. The soul was the most complicated thing in this world. Those who could come into contact with the mystery of the soul were all first-class powerhouses. But even so, the person who was subjected to the soul-searching power was still in extreme danger because the slightest mistake would cause him to be struck by this powerful force and lose himself completely. If the person who performed the soul-searching technique had reached a certain level of strength, then he might have been able to survive. However, it would be extremely difficult to ensure that his soul did not suffer any mishaps. If a weaker person performed the soul search, whether or not he could get the information he wanted was another matter altogether. The person who was subjected to the soul search would undoubtedly die. Su Yan's divine thoughts were naturally very powerful, but he was also aware that he had definitely not reached the level where he could leave people safe and sound. Therefore, he had never performed the soul search because it was really against the harmony of heaven. But now, he did not have any scruples. After all, he was in the Shura realm at this time. The heaven's will of the Shura realm was targeting him and wanted to kill and obliterate him. Therefore, the harmony of heaven had nothing to do with him. As for this male Shura, whether he died or not had much to do with Yi Shiwen. Su Yan's divine thoughts pressed in. It was as if a mountain had descended directly. The will of the Shura youth was stronger than Su Yan expected. The bright moon in Su Yan's sea of consciousness released a radiance that directly pierced into the youth's mind. He finally touched the youth's soul. At this moment, the youth began to tremble. Obviously, he was suffering unimaginable pain. Not long after, his whole body convulsed. Then, he finally let out a scream and died immediately. When he died, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. It was extremely miserable. Su Yan sighed. The information he wanted to get from the youth's soul was very limited. However, he found an answer. In the beginning, these guys were very polite to him and were very respectful. But why did they immediately go crazy after he released his thoughts? It turned out that they felt the curse of the Shura in his will. The most supreme sword soul devoured the terrifying will and completely eliminated the aura of the Shura realm's heaven's will on his body. However, it could not affect the aura in his will. Therefore, when his will was transmitted, the people of the Shura realm could immediately feel the aura of an outsider. Just like how the Shura realm would definitely be discovered by that world when they broke into his world, it was the same when he entered this place. Forget it. If I die, I die. Su Yan flipped his palm and the Azura immediately disappeared, turning into dust. He was simply too weak. Even if Su Yan absorbed the energy from his body, it would be of no use to Su Yan. Therefore, Su Yan simply did not want to waste the world. At this time, Su Yan once again transmitted his thoughts. It seems that you all hate me very much. However, this is something that can't be helped. Now, I just want to confirm one thing. Which one of you is willing to be my guide? If anyone is willing, I won't let them die. Su Yan's gaze fell on the second Shura. This Shura was also very tall. Although he was not as strong as the male Shura who had died, his strength was already at the top of the group. What about you? Are you interested in being my guide? If you don't, then I will kill you. Su Yan said directly, not bothering to hide his evil intentions. At this moment, the young man was trembling all over. At this time, he was really scared. Su Yan's strength and methods were too terrifying. At this moment, other than shivering, he seemed to be unable to do anything. But in the end, he still refused. Su Yan sighed again. He activated his divine will again and directly suppressed the person's mind. Just like the previous Shura called Aganda, he also died very miserably. Of course, his strength was not as strong as that person called Aganda, so Su Yan saw a lot of scenes in his soul that he wanted to see. No matter what, this was a good thing. Su Yan asked one by one. Right now, he needed to find a spokesperson. Someone who could help him do things because he was now the enemy of the Shura realm's heaven's will. Although the revered sword soul could suppress some heaven's will, this suppression could not be perfect. Once news of him leaked out, it would cause a lot of trouble. Chapter 943. Female literature. Of course, he didn't care about these small fries in front of him. But he couldn't stay in this place forever. Through the soul search, he just found out that this Shura world also had its own civilization. There were also cities built in this world. If he wanted to immediately return to the Shura world and return to his own world, he could either rely on his absolute strength to forcibly break through space, or ask the Shura king to make a move and create the Shura cave. However, these two methods were obviously unrealistic. First of all, although his strength wasn't bad, to reach the point where he could directly tear through space was still too far away. Perhaps he could properly improve his strength in the Shura world, and when his strength reached a certain level, he would finally succeed. But unfortunately, time waits for no man. The ratio of time here and in the infinite world was naturally different, but Su Yan didn't know what exactly it was. He didn't want to wait until he finally returned to find that everything was over. Lu Lan was already dead. If that was the case, then what was the point of him working so hard? And it was even more impossible to ask the Shura king to make a move. Although the most supreme sword soul suppressed heaven's will, when he released his will, such a weak Shura king would be able to discover that he wasn't in existence of this world. So when he stood in front of the Shura king, how could he not see the clues? At that time, other than death, Su Yan couldn't think of any other end for himself. So, if he wanted to enter the city and communicate with people, he needed someone to carry out his will. Su Yan didn't want these people to be stubborn, because if that was the case, he would be very passive in doing things. When the fifth person died, he found that the will of the remaining two people was completely shaken. The remaining two were women, one of them was someone who didn't receive the blessing of heaven's will, and the other looked better than him, but she was also trembling. "Don't kill me, don't." Su Yan felt her fear and dread from her will. "If you don't want to die, then become my effort, become the executor of my will." Su Yan was still as cold as ever. He would never give in on this matter. Although such cold-bloodedness was not in line with his usual style. Finally, the two women agreed. The moment they agreed, Su Yan finally let out a sigh of relief. He was actually very worried that the people in this world would be so stubborn, and that no one was unafraid of death. If that was really the case, then he would be in a difficult situation. Fortunately, there were always people who were afraid of death. Very good. Now, all of you should prepare yourselves, and then we will set off. Su Yan didn't say much to them. At this time, he needed to organize the information and learn the language of Shura. He had already grasped the language in his heart during the previous soul contact. Su Yan began to meditate quietly. The unique aura of the Shura realm was directly absorbed into his body. At this time, the two Shura girls looked at each other. Obviously, they weren't having a good time. This was a kind of mental torture. Their companions were already dead, but they chose to betray them in order to survive. Making such a decision made them feel very humiliated. However, compared to this humiliation, the two of them were more afraid of being mercilessly killed. They had already seen Su Yan's ruthlessness and indifference, as well as his strength. The blood-fire lizard was like a toy in front of him. In just a few moments, it was directly killed. Their companions were even more so. In front of this man, they didn't even have the strength to resist. Not long after, Su Yan opened his eyes. At this time, he had already grasped the basics of Shura's language. This was the benefit of having a powerful divine sense. He could directly extract information from the other party's soul and learn it. Basic language communication was still very necessary. Although he had already decided to let these two women act as his executors and communicate with others as much as possible, there would always be times when he would need to speak. Of course, he also had a certain understanding of Shura. The Shura were a race that worshipped fighting. This was not strange. After all, the environment here had already determined this. In the beginning, Shura didn't look much different from humans. In fact, they were almost exactly the same. However, as their cultivation increased, their body shape would change. For example, the young man that Su Yan had killed was over 2 meters tall. Of course, this was only the beginning of the change. When their cultivation reached a new level, their skin color would change as well. According to his memories, the Shura's skin color first changed to green. This was the green-faced Shura. In terms of cultivation, the green-faced Shura was equivalent to a human cultivator in the dragon realm. In the Shura world, there was naturally a division of power. However, a Shura's background didn't mean much. What was truly important was strength. A green-faced Shura was already revered. This tall young man wanted to break through to the green-faced Shura, so he came to this mountain to hunt Shura beasts. This young man came from a family in a town not far away. It was the Aganda family. In the family, he was considered to be one of the more outstanding children. As long as he became a green-faced Shura, he would be able to become one of the successors of the family and compete for the position of the family head. These people were all his friends or his vassals. Unfortunately, this young man's temper was too impulsive. He actually chose to hunt the blood-fire lizard. From the young man's memories, Su Yan found that when they found the Bloodfire Lizard, they didn't think that it was impossible to deal with. The Bloodfire Lizard just kept running away. It was only when they reached this place that the Bloodfire Lizard suddenly showed its power and almost killed them all. This Bloodfire Lizard actually knew how to lure the enemy in. Of course, Su Yan wasn't very interested in this. After the green-faced Shura, there was the blue-faced Shura. That was a powerful existence at the level of a venerable. Although Su Yan had killed 5 blue-faced Shura outside the Shura cave, he didn't dare to be careless here. After all, the environment of the two places was different. When he was there, the blue-faced Shura was suppressed by the will of the world. However, this was the Shura realm, their home ground. Therefore, if it wasn't necessary, Su Yan didn't want to fight with them. His goal was a big city in the distance. There was a way to break through realms there. Of course, it was very difficult to activate the breakthrough realms teleportation. The cost was too high. It was difficult for ordinary people to use it. To be honest, Su Yan didn't have the confidence to do this at all. But no matter what, he had to go and see this teleportation formation first. Even if it was just for himself, it was good to give up. Okay, let's go. Su Yan directly used the simple Shura language to communicate with them. The two women asked, "Where are we going?" "Back to Ganlu town." Ganlu town was the town where they lived. "No, we're going to Darla." From their memories, Su Yan knew that Darla was a real big city. Millions of Shura lived there. Such a city was already very extraordinary in the Azura world, and it just so happened that there was a huge teleportation array placed there. Hearing Su Yan's words, the two women immediately felt surprised. They didn't know where this enemy of God came from, but at this time, he actually learned their language. Su Yan didn't pay attention to them. He continued calmly, "Along the way, if it's not necessary, I won't speak again. I'm your master, but I'll pretend that I've lost my ability to speak. Do you understand what I mean? I'll transmit my will to you through telepathy." The two women nodded even though they were in great pain. Tartar betrayed them during the battle. At that time, they were very angry. They felt that he had abandoned the dignity of Shura. But now, they chose to betray Shura. Su Yan obviously wouldn't spend time comforting them. He just led the way. The reason why he didn't go to their town was because Su Yan didn't want trouble. From his memories, Su Yan knew that there was a blue-faced Shura in their town. He was the ruler there and the head of the Aganda family. If they entered that place, then there would naturally be people who would ask about the matter of the other people. Su Yan, who had just arrived, felt that he should at least keep a low profile. He deeply understood that only those who kept a low profile could live for a long time. Even if he had enough confidence to face the blue-faced Shura, he would still expose himself. Even a few immature brats could see through his identity. He didn't think that the powerful Shura wouldn't be able to. But the two women were hesitant. Obviously, they weren't willing to accept Su Yan's decision. At this time, they needed to communicate with each other. But when they saw Su Yan's expressionless face, they finally chose to give up. The living conditions in the Shura world were actually very difficult. In addition to the terrifying aura that was everywhere, the sun here was also extremely hot. In Su Yan's Wuji world, even the sun in the hottest place couldn't compare to the sun here. The sun's rays would destroy people's skin. If they didn't have enough strength to resist, they would be burned alive. Chapter 944. Female Literature. This was the law of the Shura realm. If you were not strong enough, you would die. Just as Su Yan and the other two were about to descend the mountain, another group of people came up the mountain from afar. The leader of the group was a man who looked miserable. There was a collar on his head. Behind him was a tall young man who was riding a creature similar to a horse. The man with the collar was Tatar, the traitor who fled first. Every time Tatar slowed down a little, the man behind him would lash out with his whip and land it on Tatar's body. When the whip landed on Tatar's body, it would release arcs of electricity, causing Tatar to grimace in pain. But at this moment, he didn't dare to resist. This was because the Shura who whipped him was stronger than him. He was also a disciple of the Aganda family and was the elder brother of the tall Shura, Kol Aganda. Moreover, compared to the Gauda youth who had already died, this person was undoubtedly much more powerful because his skin was green. Green Shura. Tatar fled and headed for the town. Being a coward, he successfully avoided being killed by the blood-fire lizards. However, he was not very lucky. When he was about to return to the town, he ran into Wood Rhino who was looking for his younger brother. In front of Wood Rhino, Tatar did not even have the right to lie. In the end, he told Wood Rhino everything that happened. Wood Rhino was infuriated when he heard the answer. As a Shura, he chose to retreat in the face of a battle. This was a disgrace to the Shura. Moreover, Tatar was his younger brother's retainer. A retainer who abandoned his master at a critical moment deserved to die. The suitable Wood Rhinoceros almost killed Tartar. However, he needed Tatar to lead the way. No matter what, Kol was his younger brother. In front of the family rules, he had to save his younger brother. It was because of this that he allowed this despicable and weak person to survive until now. Otherwise, based on his character, he would have killed this person long ago. Tartar crawled forward with difficulty. Not long after, he said, "Great Lord Mushi, up ahead is where the battle took place." His voice was trembling. At this time, his heart was filled with incomparable hatred, but he didn't dare to show it. At this moment, Mushi and his retinue's expression all changed because they smelled blood. Sure enough, something happened. It was unknown whether Mushi was happy or not, but his expression was very dignified. After all, that was his younger brother. If he really died, then he would naturally be responsible. He immediately leaped up. At this moment, his tyrannical strength was immediately displayed. The gravity of this Shura world was very strong and abnormally heavy. Ordinary people couldn't fly at all. Only by reaching the level of the green-faced Shura would one be qualified to leave the surface. And in the infinite realm, not to mention the square circle realm, even the spiritual sea realm was enough to soar into the sky. The sinister illusions had already given birth to more powerful warriors. He was the first to arrive at the top of the mountain. At this moment, his expression was very ugly. Not long after, the rest of his retinue arrived as well. Apart from the thick stench of blood, there was nothing left here. Whether it was the corpse of the crimson fire lizard or the corpses of the other people, they were all gone. This was the arrangement Su Yen had made before leaving. He knew that the great Kol Shura was from a clan, so he naturally predicted that his clan would come to find him. In order to avoid trouble, Su Yen naturally wanted to destroy the corpses and destroy all traces. Therefore, he directly set a fire and burned everyone to ashes. Even the crimson fire lizard was burned to ashes by Su Yan's flames. As such, even if the clan came, they wouldn't be able to discover that the two women were still alive. At the very least, this would save Su Yan some trouble. Of course, if the other side had a powerful expert and used a time reversal technique, they would still be able to discover traces of this place. However, Su Yan couldn't do anything about it. This was what it meant to do what one could do and leave it to fate. As for what would happen to fate, there was nothing he could do about it. Dead, they're all dead. Not a single one of them is left. Mushi roared furiously. His powerful aura spread to the surroundings. That terrifying power made all the retainers feel terrified. As expected of the azure-faced Shura, he was actually so powerful. Since he could become a retinue of the Aganda clan, he was naturally not a weakling. However, compared to the one in front of them, he was still too far away. At this moment, they finally realized how powerful a true azure-faced Shura was. Since they're all dead, why are you still alive? Mushi's gaze finally landed on Tartar. At this moment, Tartar's entire body was trembling. He was truly afraid at this moment. If these people were still alive, his end would be extremely miserable, but he might still have a chance of survival. However, at this moment, he didn't have any hope of survival at all. At this moment, Mushi's hand reached toward him. An invisible force appeared. In the face of such a terrifying power, Tartar didn't even have a chance to resist. His entire body was trembling non-stop. It was obvious that he was extremely afraid. "No, don't kill me. Don't kill me." He began to beg for mercy. However, it was a pity that no Shura would plead for mercy for someone who was afraid of death. Tartar's expression became increasingly unsightly. The shadow of death had already enveloped him. Perhaps he would die in the next second. However, at this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Young master!" Mushi's expression was very unsightly. He never liked to be disturbed when he was killing. If it wasn't for the fact that the person who had interrupted him was one of his trusted aides, one more person would have died by now. "Speak." Mushi responded coldly. "The blood fire lizard is dead," the person said very seriously. Mushi's gaze fell on him. He continued to speak. "I found the blood fire lizard's tail here. When a blood fire lizard encounters a major unforeseen event, it will cut off its tail in order to survive. Its tail will burrow into the ground to escape, and when it is out of danger, its tail will reunite with its body, allowing it to come back to life. This was a characteristic of the blood fire lizard. Ordinary people wouldn't know about this. The blood fire lizard's tail was actually very important. Its method of cutting off its tail to survive was different from that of ordinary lizards. When it abandoned its tail and burrowed into the ground, its life essence would gather in its tail. In this way, even if it died, as long as its body was still there, even if only a layer of skin or a bone was left, the tail would come back to life. This was a characteristic of this creature. However, at this time, the tail had lost its life force. This meant that the blood fire lizard's body was no longer there, so even its tail couldn't be preserved. Mushi's eyes narrowed. At this time, he couldn't care less about crushing Tartar to death. Instead, he walked over. "You're saying that someone killed the blood fire lizard and completely destroyed its life force, leaving it without a corpse?" A trash like Cole would never be able to do something like this. That means that there must be another powerhouse here, and it must be that powerhouse who did this. Mushi said very calmly. The retainer said, "That's most likely the case." Mushi suddenly laughed. "Ha, what is this? Destroying the corpse to erase the evidence? If he came for the blood fire lizard, then there's no need to do this after obtaining its crystal. Look carefully and see if there's anyone else here." Hearing his order, the subordinates all went to do their work. At this time, Mushi's gaze was looking into the distance. He released his spirit sense to sense with all his might. Releasing his spirit sense to sense with all his might was actually very tiring for him. Shura's strength lay in his body, but not his spirit sense. Every time he let his spirit sense leave his body and go to a distant place, it was a heavy burden on his body. Under normal circumstances, Shura wouldn't do this. If he was ambushed at this time, he wouldn't even have a chance to cry. But at this time, he was among his retainers, so he didn't need to worry about being ambushed. His spirit sense flew for an unknown distance, but he didn't find anything. In fact, he was only doing this because he didn't want to give up. He knew that even if someone did appear, they should be far away by now. It was at this moment that a mysterious feeling appeared in his heart. That direction. As long as he went in that direction, he would be able to find something. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his spirit sense had become even further away at this time. Moreover, there seemed to be something that was helping him in the dark. God Shura bless me. At this time, he was extremely happy. The increase in the range of his spirit sense meant that his strength had increased. Before this, he had never thought that his divine consciousness would grow so quickly. One had to know that he hadn't been a green-faced Shura for long. Logically speaking, even if his strength increased, it was impossible for it to reach this level. But at this time, such a thing happened, which made him very happy. Of course, more importantly, he remembered that direction. His intuition told him that as long as he went in that direction, he would be able to find the answer he wanted. Chapter 945. Female Literature. It was a wonderful feeling. Mu Shi had never experienced such a magical feeling since he was young, so he could only attribute this feeling to the guidance of a true god. Perhaps only the almighty and omnipotent god Shura could do this. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes. In the past, if he did such a thing, he would definitely feel tired and would need a while to recover his spirit. However, it was different this time. He didn't feel tired at all after releasing his spiritual sense for such a long time. Instead, he felt like he was flying. If he wasn't afraid that his spiritual power couldn't support it, he wouldn't have given up. It was a wonderful feeling. Young master. At this moment, his retainers immediately approached him. They were afraid that their young master would be too tired. After all, using one's spiritual sense for a long period of time would exhaust one's spiritual sense. Only the powerful blue-faced Shura could let his spiritual sense soar in this world without any worries. However, this time, Mu Shi waved his hand and said, "It's fine. The two of you, bring Tatar back." As a retainer, he chose to betray his family. This is a path to death. But we can't let it go so easily. His family will pay for his stupidity. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze fell on the other retainers. I'm going in that direction because I've received guidance from God Shura. The enemy is there and I must hunt him down. You can't keep up with me, so take my mark and sense my direction. Catch up to me as soon as possible. An enemy who can kill the blood fire lizard shouldn't be a simple enemy. At this moment, Mu Shi's wisdom and steadiness were reflected. He had already made arrangements in an instant, and had even considered the worst-case scenario. Even if one did not look at his cultivation level, just from this point alone, he was much stronger than his younger brother. After he finished his instructions, he immediately soared into the sky and flew into the distance. He wasn't heading toward the town they were in. Instead, he was heading toward the largest city nearby, Blood River City. He didn't know who that person was, but he vaguely guessed that his younger brother was most likely dead. When he arrived, he might only be able to avenge his younger brother. Of course, he believed that with the guidance of the gods, he would definitely be able to find that guy. The truly powerful Asuras had absolute confidence in themselves and had incomparable willpower. At this moment, his speed was extremely fast. His entire body was like a stream of green light, constantly shuttling through this space. At this time, Su Yan was leading the two women towards Blood River Town. The speed of the two women was not fast. Firstly, their strength was not very strong. Furthermore, at this time, they were clearly still in a state of shock. Su Yan didn't force him, and just calmly walked behind him. But at this moment, Su Yan suddenly stopped. He said to the two women, "You two go first. I'll catch up later." With regards to Su Yan's decision, the two women didn't dare to have any doubts. The scene of Su Yan killing their friends in a cruel way was still vivid in their minds. They were obviously very afraid that they would also suffer the same fate. Su Yan watched them go, then turned his head and looked behind him. His gaze was so deep, and then the corners of his mouth rose. Sure enough, he caught up. Ha, this damned heavens will is really giving me a headache. In fact, Su Yan had already guessed from the beginning that this matter was definitely not so simple. If it were anywhere else, his arrangements might have been effective. But this was the Shura world, and he was already the target of the heavens' will. Because of the existence of the revered sword soul, the heavens will couldn't directly send down heaven's punishment to deal with him. However, the heavens will that existed in the unseen world could use countless methods to kill him. Obviously, the pursuer behind him was one of those methods. Su Yan told the two women to leave immediately because he didn't want the pursuer to know their identities. But that was it. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of him. It was a green-faced Shura. He already knew the definition of a green-faced Shura. It's just a green-faced Shura. That's not enough. A green-faced Shura was only in the dragon realm. Such strength meant nothing to Su Yan. At this time, Mushi saw Su Yan. When his eyes fell on Su Yan, he was sure that this was the person he was looking for. At this time, his little brother Cole wasn't here. So, he was really dead. No matter how heartless Ashura was, he was still angry that his little brother had been killed. Of course, at this time, he didn't dare to be careless, even though the person in front of him didn't seem to be a green-faced Shura. Even so, he didn't dare to be careless. Someone who could kill the blood-fire lizard was definitely not simple. In an instant, he had already figured out his battle strategy. That was to stall for time and wait for his subordinates to arrive. With the help of his subordinates, he could at least hold on for a longer period of time. His other retainer returned to the town to inform his father, who was the most powerful Azura in Aganda, a powerful blue-faced Azura. As long as his father arrived, everything would fall into his control. Still not coming down. How long do you plan to stay in the sky? Su Yan asked in broken Shura. Su Yan's provocation infuriated Mushi. If Cole was here, he would have charged at Su Yan to fight to the death. However, Mushi didn't. Are you the one who killed my brother Cole and his subordinates? Do you know that the person you killed is the only green-faced Shura in Aganda town, David Aganda's son? Your actions are simply courting death. His gaze was so cold that his entire being seemed to exude an extremely powerful killing intent. This undisguised killing intent was his fury. At this moment, Su Yan spoke again. His words had completely shaken Mushi and made him feel fear. Green-faced Shura. Ha, don't think that green-faced Shura is that great. I've already killed 5 of them. Su Yan was actually about to attack. Of course, he could tell that the green-faced Shura was stalling for time. This guy had a brain, but unfortunately, stalling for time required great power. The strength of both sides was not on the same level, so stalling for time was just nonsense. As Su Yan spoke, his figure disappeared from the spot. Mushi was extremely shocked. He hadn't sensed how his opponent had moved. It was at this moment that Su Yan's voice came from behind him. To be honest, I don't actually mind killing a green-faced Shura. You think you're much stronger than your brother, but in my eyes, there's not much of a difference. Su Yan's voice made Mushi's heart tremble. At that moment, he felt as if he'd fallen into an icy hell. He was a green-faced Shura, who knew how many times stronger than his brother, Cole Aganda. Therefore, he took it for granted that no matter how strong his enemy was, even if he couldn't defeat him, he would at least be able to stall him. Only now did he realize that he was wrong, and very wrong at that. He clearly wasn't a green-faced Shura, nor was he a green-faced Shura. Yet, his strength was simply unimaginable. Now, he was standing right behind him. Mushi didn't know what to say. He didn't know how to face this person with the courage to do so. Instead, he threw a punch behind him. He was afraid that if he continued to talk, he wouldn't even have the courage to attack. Unexpectedly, his fist hit Su Yan directly. This was something even he hadn't expected. The furious Shura's fist smashed directly into Su Yan's head. At that moment, he was immediately overjoyed. Mushi had used all his strength to hit him directly. No matter how strong he was, he should have been injured. He didn't expect to be able to kill this mysterious existence. He only hoped that it would give him some time to breathe. He only hoped that his father would come in time. But in the next moment, his eyes widened. His fist did land on Su Yan's cheek, but at that moment, Su Yan didn't move at all. His head didn't even tilt. You want to kill me? How naive. Since that's the case, I'll send you to the Western Paradise. At that moment, Mushi's whole body was cold. He only hoped that he could get as far away from Su Yan as possible. But in the next moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head with difficulty, only to find that Su Yan's hand had already penetrated his body. A mysterious and unfamiliar aura surged into his body. As expected, you didn't reach the level of a blue-faced Shura. You didn't even condense a Shura crystal. How disappointing. But if your father comes, maybe I can get another crystal. Su Yan's voice was somewhat indifferent. At that moment, Mushi's consciousness was gradually fading away. Of course, the last bit of consciousness was still floating around. This person said that he wanted to kill his father. This time, Su Yan simply waited in place. He looked up at the sky. He knew that his true enemy was definitely not the blue-faced Shura that was about to arrive, but the sky above him. It was as if there was another pair of eyes watching all of this. Chapter 946. Girls' Literature. Come, you want to kill me, so I'll kill your people. They'll become food for me to walk the path of the strong. At this time, Su Yan had already reached the point of indifference. He didn't care how many people he killed, because this was the world of the Shura. In this world, there was no such thing as good or evil, there was only survival and survival. He wouldn't kill for no reason, but if those Shura wanted to kill him, then he wouldn't show any mercy. This was his attitude. This time, he didn't burn Mushi's body. Instead, he activated the aura of the corpse, waiting for the arrival of the blue-faced Shura. Of course, Su Yan also did not directly swagger out. At this time, he had already sent his divine sense into the distance. Although he had already killed 5 blue-faced Shura, he didn't want to be too conceited. Back then, in the Shura cave, the Shura's strength was already suppressed. Therefore, they couldn't completely unleash their full power. As for Su Yan, he might have been blessed by the will of the heavens. Therefore, at that time, he was able to move unhindered, using his advantage of speed to kill 5 Shura in succession. Of course, all of this was based on his own strength. If he didn't have enough strength, then everything was fake, and in the end, he could only be killed. For example, Mushi also received the blessing and guidance of the Shura world's heaven's will. But in the face of absolute strength, he couldn't resist at all, and could only be directly killed by Su Yan. But now, Su Yan's enemy was completely different, it was the blue-faced Shura, whose strength was far beyond that of the blue-faced Shura. And according to Su Yan's estimates, their battle strength would be even more terrifying here. Su Yan really didn't want to meet the blue-faced Shura. But when he was killing Mushi, he suddenly thought that since he was in the world of Shura, there was no way he wouldn't fight against the truly powerful Shura. How could Shuras will let him come out unscathed? Since they were going to fight sooner or later, why not fight now? That way, he could learn more about the Blue Mask Shura. It would also save him the trouble of being flustered when he encountered a real crisis. The Blue Mask Shura didn't disappoint Su Yan. He really did come. Although his aura was still extremely far away, Su Yan's divine sense was extremely powerful, so he immediately sensed his aura. Under the guidance of the mysterious heaven's will, these fellows have never missed. However, this is also good. Su Yan immediately adjusted his aura, allowing himself to be in his best condition. At this moment, he was ready to begin his hunt. In the distance, Aganda had already sensed the aura of his son's death. Unlike his youngest son's mysterious death, this time, he truly felt the terrifying aura of death. Now, he was so angry that he felt like he was about to burst into flames. His son, Mushi, was his most outstanding successor. But now, he received the news of his son's death. His whole body was trembling. If he knew who killed his son, he would definitely receive the cruelest punishment in the world of Shura. He would directly kill that person. At this moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and then he suddenly let out a thunderous roar. "You're courting death." He suddenly roared, and immediately punched to the side. At this moment, an extremely powerful roar suddenly sounded from the void, and a terrifying power directly appeared at this time. Die! It was an extremely blazing sword light. Before the sword light appeared, Aganda almost didn't feel anything. If he didn't suddenly receive an inexplicable warning in his heart, he would have inexplicably died at this time. His power collided with the blazing sword light. Although it was a hasty attack, he was still powerful, and the attack was blocked in the end. After the initial panic, he was incomparably furious. He looked straight ahead. He dared to conclude that the person who suddenly attacked him was the person who killed his son. He wanted to see who dared to be so bold. At this moment, Su Yan finally appeared in front of him. As expected, this damn heavens will still gave you a warning. If it wasn't for the heavenly Tao's warning, you would have been killed by me. Su Yan's words were calm and quiet, but in the person's ears, it was no less than the roar of thunder. Because Su Yan used the Shura language, he could clearly hear the heavenly Tao's warning. At this time, he suddenly remembered that just a moment ago, he suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment in his heart, and then he suddenly attacked. It was a warning from the heavenly Tao. For Aganda Shura, the heavenly Tao was the supreme god Shura. He looked at Su Yan as if he was an ordinary Shura. However, he knew that this was definitely not the case. The attack just now had made him feel a huge and heavy pressure. This person was a super expert who could threaten him. You're not a Shura, you're a human. Perhaps ordinary Shura didn't know, but at his level, he had become a blue mask Shura, so he naturally knew many things. He knew that there were many worlds outside the Shura world, and one of them was called the Infinite World. The ones who ruled there were naturally not Shura, but humans. The Shura regarded the Infinite World as a land of conquest, and their will was to conquer that rich land. Unfortunately, the barrier between the two worlds was very deep, and it wasn't easy to enter the Infinite World. Only the great Shura king had the chance to tear the spatial enchantment, and even if he tore the spatial enchantment, he still had to bear the suppression of the rules of that world. The path of invasion seemed to be forever hopeless. However, at this time, everything seemed to have changed. Because the mysterious and great god Shura once passed down his will, and in the near future, the passage between the two worlds will be completely opened. When that time comes, it will be time for the brave Shura warriors to invade. However, Aganda didn't expect that before his side began to invade, he would meet a human here. Human, so you're the one who killed my son, Mushi? Although Su Yan's attack was just a flash in the pan, he was already sure that it was this hateful human who killed his son. At this time, the anger in his heart was burning, almost erupting from his body. At this time, Su Yan chuckled and said, "No, to be precise, your other son also died at my hands, and now, it's the same for you." The opponent was a powerful Shura general, so Su Yan naturally didn't show any mercy. His body suddenly moved, and an extremely terrifying ray of light shot forward. That terrifying power was like a thunderclap. At this time, the terrifying blue-faced Shura immediately burst out with an extremely terrifying power at this time. At this time, the power of the two directly began the most terrifying confrontation at this time. At this time, Su Yan immediately felt the true power of the blue-faced Shura. His attack was already very powerful. Back in the Azura cavern, he had been able to kill a blue-faced Azura with a single blow. But at this time, the opponent blocked this attack. The blue-faced Shura's expression became very ugly. "Damn it! I'll definitely kill you, human!" The blue-faced Shura roared. Earlier, he took a hit from Su Yan. Su Yan's attack came too quickly, and he only had time to block it. Although he managed to block the attack, his body was still trembling uncontrollably at this moment. However, because of this, his killing intent towards Su Yan had become even deeper. Not to mention that both of his sons died at the hands of the opponent, just his identity alone should have killed him. After blocking the attack, he immediately launched the most intense counterattack, and terrifying power burst out with punch after punch. The aura of the confrontation between the two spread directly to the surroundings. In the distance, Mushi's retinue was coming here. They were not the powerful blue-faced Shura, so they didn't know that their master had died at this time. When they saw such a terrifying scene, they felt as if the end of the world had come. Such a terrifying battle was not something they could interfere with. Even if they were just a little bit affected by the aura, they would be directly plunged into death. In another direction, the two women were rushing forward without any regard for their lives. "Ellen, run, we have to run. That's a demon, a truly terrifying demon, an enemy that even the god Shura wants to destroy. Now that we've finally escaped from his control, we have to leave here." The woman who gave up first was running quickly at this time, and roared in pain. To her, this was simply too painful. Although he was a retinue, he naturally didn't lack battles. But this was the first time he experienced such a terrifying scene. This kind of despair was about to completely engulf him. No, Linda, I think we should wait a little longer. The woman named Ellen suddenly stopped and looked behind her. Lord Aganda is here, it must be. Only a blue-faced demon can have such terrifying power, he will kill that demon. She muttered to herself. At this time, Ellen said, almost crying, but no matter what, we are already traitors, we can't go back. Chapter 947. Girls' Literature. Su Yan's expression became colder and colder. The battle between the blue-masked Shura Aganda and him was almost a collision of the purest power. The confrontation between the two had reached a point where words could not describe it. That terrifying power and aura kept howling, and everything in the surroundings had already been swept up in the fierce wind. Su Yan's sword became extremely terrifying at this time. Of course, at this moment, Su Yan also felt the malice of the heavens towards him. Although the power of each of his attacks was very strong, it could not be compared to when he was at his strongest. It seemed that 10% of the power of each sword was suppressed. 10%. How powerful was 10% of the power of a powerhouse at this level? To put it bluntly, 10% of Su Yan's power could easily kill a powerhouse like Mu Shi, and it was the kind of effortless. And when fighting against such a blue-masked Shura, it was needless to say how important 10% of the power was. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the blue-masked Shura's combat power was actually higher than the one he killed in the Shura cave. The Shura's powerful combat power was vividly displayed at this time. Such a terrifying power was enough to make anyone feel despair. If Su Yan's combat power had not improved greatly in the Shura cave, it would be very difficult for him to block it at this time. Venerable One, you're a human Venerable One. No, you seem to be different from a Venerable One's aura. I really didn't expect that you, who is not a Venerable One, could fight this old man to this extent. However, this is your limit. Today, this place is destined to be your burial ground. This old man will let you understand that in the world of the Shura, a weak human like you can only become this old man's glory. The Shura clan was crazy for battle. Killing the enemy was their glory, and the enemy's head was their supreme merit. This was an obsession buried in the heart of every true Shura. To this world, Su Yan was an invader, an otherworldly demon. If he could kill Su Yan, it would undoubtedly be a special honor for Aganda. Of course, this was only secondary. Killing the extraterrestrial demons would allow one to gain the approval of the heavenly axiom. Then, he would be blessed by the will of heaven. In this way, his strength would definitely increase rapidly. He might even be able to break through utmost coolness and improve himself further. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to kill Su Yan. This was no longer just a matter of hatred, but also for his own path of advancement. Thinking of this, his strength became even more violent. Every punch seemed to require his full strength. With a single punch, it would immediately trigger extremely terrifying wind and thunder. Moreover, he had already discovered that the power he could draw from his sea of consciousness when he punched was much stronger than when he was fighting normally. The resistance of heaven and earth against him had been greatly reduced. Good, good. You really are an extraterrestrial demon. I will definitely kill you today. At this point, his extremely terrifying power once again descended. The terrifying radiance was like a surging wave, crashing towards Su Yan with an earth-shattering momentum. Boom! Su Yan withstood this punch. At this moment, his body actually sank towards the ground involuntarily. Such a punch was truly terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's body began to tremble. His eyes were cold as he stared straight ahead. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. At this moment, Su Yan no longer had any other emotions. His fighting spirit was also boiling. Shura was not the only one who liked to fight. Shura was not the only one who would feel his blood boil when facing a powerful opponent. Su Yan was a person who liked to fight. His fighting spirit had never been extinguished. Facing such a powerful and terrifying enemy, facing the suppression of the heavenly axiom, at this moment, he had cast away all of his emotions. Fighting was nothing more than that. Human, if you have any other means, take them out. Otherwise, your head will be my medal. At this moment, Aganda once again pounced on Su Yan. At this moment, he was like a ferocious tiger. The terrifying power was so terrifying that the powerful light was as dazzling as the Milky Way. At this moment, endless power was constantly rioting. Su Yan took a deep breath, and his scorching sun sword condensed light again. Come on, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Whoosh, scorching sun. At this moment, the sword light condensed, and the extremely terrifying power directly released boundless light. In the next moment, the light had already swallowed everything around it. This light was almost comparable to Shura's scorching sun in the sky. Slash! Su Yan roared furiously. At the same time, the scorching sun also directly smashed forward. Such terrifying power was constantly flickering at this moment. The powerful power was so terrifying, and the terrifying light was constantly increasing. Soon, the two forces directly met. At this moment, the terrifying light had become the most dazzling light at this time. At this moment, all of the Shura's eyes were fixed on this place, and at this moment, they could no longer open their eyes. The few retinues closest to this place were directly blinded. The power of these two people was so terrifying that compared to these retinues, they were really too weak. In the scorching sun, Su Yan's body was like a frightening dragon. The terrifying light directly descended, and directly turned into a bright dragon king. At this time, the aura of the great demonic dragon in Su Yan's body was directly stimulated. The terrifying dragon power of the great demonic dragon spread, and Aganda, who was fighting against Su Yan at this time, couldn't help but tremble at this time. Damn it, what kind of power is this? Such a terrifying aura, such a terrifying light, and such a power completely shocked him. The dragon's power was already enough to shock the world. As long as the dragon's prestige was strong enough, it was an existence that looked down on the world. Moreover, the great demonic dragon was once an extreme figure between heaven and earth. So what if it was a blue-faced Shura? Under the majesty of the great demonic dragon, it was just a trembling kitten. At this time, Su Yan's power was rolling at this time, and then his aura was condensed to the extreme. Sharp edge. At this time, Su Yan was like a sharp sword. Aganda had just blocked the power of this sword and was about to counterattack, but at this time, Su Yan grinned and directly said, "Shatter the sun." Revered sun shattering slash. First, the supreme true power condensed into a terrifying sword chi to form a terrifying scorching sun, and then used it to attack the enemy. Of course, when the sword chi reached its peak, the sword chi would be shattered in one go in exchange for the most terrifying attack. This was the revered sword scripture, revered sun shattering slash. At this time, the blue-faced Shura Aganda, who was about to counterattack, felt an endless power directly impact his body. At this time, the terrifying aura directly hit his body at this time. At this time, even with his extremely tough body, he felt suffocating pain at this time. Such a terrifying power was simply indescribable and indescribable. He constantly let out low growls, eager to cancel out this terrifying power. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, at this time, he could no longer do so. Such a power was too terrifying and too sharp. Boom! Finally, his body was directly bombarded and directly flew out, and then sank deep into the ground. Damn it, this guy. Although he was blasted into the ground, and although his whole body was in terrible pain, he did not lose consciousness at all, and his fighting spirit did not fade. However, there was endless fear in his eyes when he looked at Su Yan. For a mere human to be able to unleash such a terrifying amount of power, this made him extremely shocked. At this time, Su Yan did not care at all. At this time, he was neither sad nor happy, and his whole body had entered an incredible state. This state was somewhat similar to Wang Baichuan's grim state, which was to let oneself enter a deep fighting state. Aside from fighting, there was no other thought in one's mind. In this way, his fighting spirit would become stronger, and his reaction would reach an incredible level. What was even more terrifying was that in this state, he almost forgot about fatigue and even forgot about pain. However, the grim state was Wang Baichuan's talent of dragonization. At this time, Su Yan naturally entered such a state at this time. Su Yan slowly raised his sword. It was a simple movement, but it was so slow that it was as if there was an unimaginable power on the blade of his sword. His aura became even purer. As a result, it became even sharper. At this moment, Su Yan's heart seemed to have become the heart of the sword. At this moment, in the eyes of the blue-faced Shura Aganda, Su Yan had turned into a terrifying sword. At this moment, his aura was extremely sharp. The terrifying light was so dazzling, and the terrifying power almost made people tremble. Damn it! He knew that it was impossible for him to receive this attack, so the only thing he could do at this time was to choose to dodge. He had to dodge this sword, or he would die. Invincible Shura Seal. He roared with all his might, as if he was summoning or praying. At this moment, a light appeared on his chest. It was a mark. It was a complicated and mysterious pattern. This was the most powerful bloodline hidden in his body, which was left behind by his ancestor. This Shura seal was extremely powerful, and it had always been Aganda's greatest reliance. Even for the current him, it was very difficult for him to use the seal of inheritance. Chapter 948. Female Literature. In the beginning, Aganda had been worried that the mark would not respond to his summons. Fortunately, the mark of inheritance had appeared very smoothly this time. Such terrifying power continued to converge at this time, and his aura increased again. It seemed as if another Shura had appeared behind him. Moreover, unlike him, that Shura had a faint golden color. A golden Shura was the king of Shura. Aganda's ancestor had actually become the king of Shura. At this time, Aganda had become extremely powerful with the help of the mark of inheritance. Of course, he could not become the king of Shura all of a sudden, but it was enough. The shadow gradually merged with him, causing his power to increase again. Ha ha ha, you are really blessed by the god of Shura. This time, I want to see how you will resist. Although the sword that Su Yan was condensing at this time was extremely terrifying, he was confident that he could directly pierce through Su Yan. This was because when the mark burned, he was an invincible existence. Aganda roared furiously like an angry lion. At this time, Su Yan did not react at all. His expression was very calm. Wang Baichuan's cold attitude was the same as Su Yan's unintentional attitude. A true powerhouse was unintentional. This was because only when one was unintentional could one be fearless and have no worries. Only then could one be reckless. At this time, Su Yan was just like that. The power was still condensing, and at this time, Aganda had already rushed forward. Stupid, you are too slow. This power was terrifying, but it took so long to condense. Was this human really an idiot? He actually used such a move in a fight with him. But this was also good. This way, he could directly kill Su Yan at this moment and let him know who the real king of this world was. However, just as he was feeling proud of himself, Su Yan's eyes turned into a sharp light. At this time, the blue Shura Aganda suddenly realized that his speed had slowed down. He was blocked by an inexplicable force. This was the Shura world, his home ground. But at this time, his speed was suppressed. Not only that, his strength seemed to have weakened a bit. He couldn't believe it. Die! Su Yan's voice was indifferent. Even though it was suppressed, Aganda's power was still terrifying. His gaze was still locked onto Su Yan. He wanted to use his terrifying attack, which contained the seal of inheritance, to blast Su Yan to death, to kill this invader from beyond the heavens. But at this moment, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. At this time, lines of patterns suddenly appeared on his enemy's face. Then, these patterns intertwined and turned into a three-colored mask in the end. The moment the mask was completely formed, Aganda felt an extremely terrifying will. It was like the most terrifying beast, but also like the ruler of the world. At this time, he actually thought of escaping from this place. This was unbelievable, but at the next moment, the power of the burning seal of inheritance dispelled all of his fear. At this moment, he even felt anger. When facing an enemy, he actually felt fear in his heart. This was a shame. Therefore, in order to wash away this shame, he had to use all of his power to kill Su Yan. Only by doing so would he be able to ease his conscience. Go to hell. He finally threw a punch. This terrifying punch directly tore through everything. The golden light in the dark blue was so terrifying that everything was about to be drowned out at this time. The air in the Shura realm was mercilessly torn apart. In front of the terrifying power, extremely hot flames had already appeared. Go to hell, Shura's fist. He firmly believed that such a terrifying punch would definitely be able to kill his opponent. At this moment, an extremely terrifying roar suppressed everything. It was the roar of a dragon. The dragon's roar of the 9 heavens shook the sky. In Su Yan's body, the shadow of a dragon was constantly swaying, as if it was going to directly soar into the sky at this moment. This kind of terrifying power was almost impossible to describe with words. This power was really too terrifying. At this time, his power was actually not inferior to that of Shura's fist. The two powers met in the shortest possible moment. Then, endless power immediately spread out in all directions. Terrifying fluctuations spread out in all directions at an unimaginable speed. No matter what it was, as long as it was in the way of this power, it would immediately be cut down at this time. Not even a little bit of residue would be left. This was an unstoppable power. Aganda looked at the terrifying scene in front of him and trembled in his heart. Damn it, could it be that Shura's fist is not enough to kill this outsider? While trembling in his heart, he had no choice but to support all of his strength to defend himself. This power was really terrifying. If he did not have enough strength, he might have been directly injured by this terrible recoil. But it was at this moment that a cold word entered his ears. That was, kill. Kill. That was Su Yan's voice. Under such a terrible recoil, Su Yan did not retreat, but directly turned into an extremely terrifying light and killed towards the Shura general. Aganda raised his head. At this time, in his eyes, there was no longer the high fighting spirit. Only disbelief and fear existed in his eyes. Su Yan's sword of extermination did not have the terrifying waves that directly rushed into the sky. What it had was only the calmness of a small bridge over a flowing river. The wind blew gently, and the water was calm. These few words were probably the best description of this sword intent. However, in the eyes of the blue-faced Shura general, this indifferent sword strike was even more terrifying than the previous one. Without a sound, the terrifying sword had directly cut open his chest and pierced into his body. The moment the sword intent pierced into his chest, he did not feel any pain. However, his strength was dissipating. He was full of disbelief. His consciousness had not yet dissipated. His gaze fell on Su Yan. Su Yan was not unharmed. On the contrary, at this time, Su Yan's aura was extremely chaotic. Obviously, going against the flow and then releasing such a sword strike had cost him a lot. But no matter what, he had won in the end. Devour. Ignoring the Shura general's unwilling and disbelieving eyes, he had already directly released his dragon chi. 10 streams of dragon chi directly wrapped around him and then began to madly devour his strength. I said that you would die at my hands and that you would be able to reunite with your son. I have already done it. These words completely destroyed the blue-faced Shura general's consciousness. Endless darkness had already completely swallowed up his consciousness. Dead. He was completely dead. And all of the power in his body had been completely devoured by Su Yan's dragon chi. That was not all. More importantly, Su Yan could feel that the seal of inheritance originated from the power of a powerful Azura king. Although it was only the power of an inheritance, it was already very powerful. Su Yan's dragon Qi was extremely excited by this power. At this time, his supreme power was madly activated, and at this time, this terrifying power was finally dragged into his body bit by bit. After doing all of this, Su Yan found that he was very tired. However, this was to be expected. A blue-faced Shura general was not that easy to kill, and this one had his own trump card. Coupled with the suppression of this world, if it weren't for the fact that he had devoured the power of the 5 Shura general in the Shura cave and had been hit by the power of space when he first entered the Shura realm, allowing him to completely refine all of this power, he might not have been a match for this Shura general called Aganda. At this time, Su Yan's divine sense was far away, and then locked onto the 2 Shura women who were escaping. He directly headed towards the 2 female Azuras. Of course, at this time, his presence had already disappeared without a trace. He knew that in the Shura realm, he had to hide his aura at all times. Otherwise, who knew what kind of powerful enemies the heavens of the Shura realm would arrange for him to face? Ellen and Linda were currently running for their lives. Although they couldn't see the battle clearly, the terrifying aura in their hearts had already destroyed all of their hopes. Linda was right, no matter what, they were traitors. Even if their hero, the blue-faced Shura general Aganda, won, they couldn't go back to how they were before. Therefore, at this time, their best choice was to escape. They used all of their strength, but only a terrifying wave of energy was transmitted over. When that wave of energy reached here, it had already dissipated almost all of its power, but even so, this terrifying and powerful force still blew the 2 of them away, causing them to crash into a tree. Is it over? Ellen, who do you think won? Linda stood up with difficulty and then asked. In their hearts, of course, they hoped that their hero would win. At this time, Ellen didn't have time to answer, but she immediately jumped up in fright, and then she said in a trembling voice, Sir, right now, they were only slaves, and the Shura realm was a very cruel world. In this world, slaves were the most lowly existence, no matter what the reason, as long as they became slaves, it was almost impossible to turn over. And if a slave escaped, they must face the punishment of death. Although Su Yan wasn't the Shura of this world, in their eyes, Su Yan was a demon more terrifying than the Shura. After such a fierce battle, Su Yan appeared here, which meant that their hero, the powerful blue-faced Shura general Aganda, had already lost. Chapter 949. Female literature. This kind of ending shocked them to the extreme, and at the same time extinguished the last bit of hope in their hearts. Su Yan looked at them, and then said, Take me away from here immediately, but don't go to Blood River City first. Blood River City was a huge city, and there would definitely be other blue Shura there. Moreover, it might even be a blue Shura that was stronger than Aganda. Although Su Yan could hide his presence, he didn't dare to take the risk. This battle injured him, and although he devoured the opponent's strength and life, he still needed some time to recover. Right now, he was very weak, and if he met another blue Shura, he would definitely die. As for these 2 female Shura, Su Yan didn't care at all. They were already scared out of their wits. Su Yan continued, Make a stretcher and take me away, I need to sleep for a while. After saying that, he suddenly fell towards Ellen in front of him. Ellen immediately hugged Su Yan's body. Actually, at this time, she was trembling. Because of fear, she even had a thought in her mind, and that was to kill Su Yan. Right now, this outer space demon seemed to be unconscious, and in this state, he was very weak. If she made a move at this time, it seemed that she could succeed. When this thought appeared, her heart started to beat crazily. This thought was too tempting. But soon, this thought was extinguished. Because she found that this person who was supposed to be asleep seemed to be coldly looking at her. At this moment, all of her thoughts were shattered. At this time, Linda came over. What should we do? At this time, she was really out of her wits. Obviously, before this, she also had other thoughts. She was a very timid person who was very afraid of death, otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to give up when her companions were fighting Su Yan. But when that abuse appeared, she actually had an uncontrollable feeling. It seemed that only by doing so could he become better. However, when she saw the change in Ellen's expression, she immediately dismissed her thoughts. In the end, she was still too timid. Su Yan's majesty from before had already been deeply imprinted in her heart. Especially at the last moment, when Su Yan and the Blue Mask Shura fought a terrifying battle. In the eyes of the two of them, this was a level that could completely destroy the world. She had never seen such a terrifying battle in her life. Among the most powerful people she had ever come into contact with, only her master's older brother, the green-faced Shura. Under the fear of Su Yan, she did not dare to act rashly. Even though Su Yan was asleep, her fear of Su Yan overwhelmed everything else. The two of them naturally did not know that the reason why they had such thoughts in their hearts was because of the heavenly Tao. Unknowingly, the will of the heavens had influenced the two of them, causing them to have thoughts of killing Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan had long buried his majesty deep in the hearts of the two Shura women. Under the fear, such thoughts were immediately denied by themselves. Of course, in fact, even if the two of them made a move at this time, it was impossible for them to hurt Su Yan. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too huge. Su Yan began to fall into a deep sleep, and his breath became extremely weak. Ellen hugged Su Yan, and she could not even feel Su Yan's breath. But she knew that this terrifying demon from beyond was still alive. Her heart was full of torment. She should kill this demon from beyond, even if she had to pay with her life. However, not everyone was unafraid of death. At the very least, she wasn't that kind of person. She finally sighed and said, "Linda, go find some small trees, we'll make a stretcher." In the end, she did not dare to disobey Su Yan's will. Therefore, at this time, she could only follow Su Yan's instructions. At this time, Linda was obviously still hesitating. At this time, Ellen suddenly said, "This is Master's will. If you don't want to die, I think it's better not to go against his will. Of course, even if you want to die, don't drag me into it." She finally convinced herself and let go of the guilt in her heart. Since she had already come to this step, there was no other way for her to go. Instead of struggling in the uneasiness and self-blame, it was better to do her own thing. Compared to the hesitant and scared Linda, Ellen was more mature. Linda finally began to act. She actually knew her own situation, but, in her heart, she always hoped that she could get rid of Su Yan. But, at this time, after hearing Ellen's words, she finally let go of the hope in her heart and obediently went to cut the trees. No matter what, they were Shura with cultivation. Compared to the ordinary Shura who could not fight, they were already a level higher existence. Cutting down some small trees was not a problem. She quickly finished making the stretcher, and Ellen carefully placed Su Yan on it. Then, the two of them lifted the stretcher. "Ellen, what should we do now? Where are we going? Are we really not going to Blood River City? If we go to Blood River City..." Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Ellen. "Shut up, you idiot. If you want to die, then from the start, you should have shown the same courage as Cole and the others. Then, I would have respected you. But now, if you still act like this, then you are really stupid." Ellen almost shouted out these words. After all, at this time, her heart was actually very weak. She had finally convinced herself that Linda's repeated actions would only make her worse. She continued, "Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? You want the people of Blood River City to kill our master. This is a demon from beyond the heavens. But, have you thought about it, even if the people of Blood River City could really kill him, then can we still live?" This was a question that did not need to be said, the answer was obvious. No matter what, they had once served this demon from beyond the heavens, then they had lost the dignity of the Shura, betraying the great will of the Shura god. If they were to fall into the hands of another Shura, then other than endless torment, death would be the best ending for them. Just this one point was enough to make Ellen dispel all other thoughts. "Linda, you stupid woman, listen to me. Right now, the best and only way out is to serve and take care of this person in front of us. He is not some demon from beyond the heavens, he is our master, our only hope for survival. After she finished speaking, tears finally fell from her eyes. She continued, if we want to live, then we can no longer rely on the Shura god. We have betrayed him, so naturally he has also abandoned us. Now, he is our only hope. This was a helpless reality. They had betrayed their own beliefs, and were also abandoned by their beliefs, but they had to place their hopes of survival in the hands of their enemy. Alright, Ellen, I understand. Let's go. Linda was silent. She did not say anything more, not even a word. Because there was no need to. In fact, she should have known it long ago, but she was not willing to admit it. There was no turning back for them now. Just as the two women were about to leave, two figures descended from the battlefield that had just taken place. They were emitting an extremely powerful aura, and wherever they went, they seemed to be able to destroy everything. They were two powerful Shura blue faces. Carlet, there was a battle here. From the remnants of the battle and the aura of the battle, both sides are not weaker than us. One of the blue faces Shura said directly. Arthur's, that is indeed the case. I think, it is very likely that one of them is the human who entered the Shura realm. Although there was no evidence, his intuition told him so. Even if it was just a feeling, he could feel the guidance of the great Shura god. The king has already said that if we follow the feeling in our hearts, then we will definitely be able to find him. After all, he is an outer space demon. When he entered the Shura realm, he was cursed by the Shura. Such a person should not be able to hide his aura. The Shura's king's understanding of the laws of heaven and earth is obviously above them. Based on his analysis, Su Yen will definitely be rejected by the will of heaven and earth, or even killed. However, he was not too sure whether he could survive or not, so he sent his two subordinates to search for him. After all, that guy killed 5 of his subordinates in one breath, and even killed a Shura marshal that he spent a lot of effort to cultivate. If this guy really survived in this world, it would be the greatest insult to himself. It was just that he did not expect that after entering the Shura realm, not only did Su Yen survive, but he could even hide his aura. If it was not under special conditions, ordinary people would not be able to find any clues at all. However, he was not wrong about one thing, and that is, if they follow the feeling, they will definitely be able to find Su Yen. The will of heaven will not let Su Yen go in the end, and will completely destroy Su Yen. Therefore, as long as his two subordinates follow their feelings, they will definitely be able to find Su Yen. However, it is hard to say how long it will take, this may be an extremely long process. Let's go, if I remember correctly, the Blood River City is in front of us. Will that guy enter the Blood River City? Carlet said. Chapter 950. Female literature. Speaking of Blood River City, the faces of the two men simultaneously became somewhat unsightly. In such a huge Shura world, it was naturally impossible for there to be only one Shura king. Their king was the Shura king of destruction, one of the most powerful existences among the Shura kings. He was an extremely warlike person, so he was very interested in cross-border invasions. However, not all Shura kings were keen on cross-border invasions, and the ruler of Blood River City, Blood River King, was one of them. If Blood River King and King of Destruction were to fight, King of Destruction would have the upper hand. However, it was extremely difficult to determine life and death. Moreover, at this level, unless it was necessary, they would not easily fight to the death. After all, no one could guarantee that the other party did not have any trump cards. Therefore, even though the King of Destruction disliked the Blood River King and viewed him as a thorn in his side, he couldn't do anything to him. The two Azura kings had always minded their own business and minded their own business. They were the subordinates of Destruction King. If they directly entered the territory controlled by the other party at this time, it would be a provocation to the other party. Of course, they had enough reason to say that they were chasing after the demons. However, would Blood River King believe them? Even if he believed them, would he cooperate with them and let them mess around in Blood River City? No, it was impossible. The two men were almost certain of this point. They were not sure if Blood River King would even care about the so-called demons. After all, the thoughts of Shura kings were never something that small people like them could guess. The blue-faced Shura was naturally high and mighty among the ordinary Shura. He was like a god. However, in front of the Shura king, he could only be a small person. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. At worst, we won't make a move in Blood River City. Carlet said. As long as they did not do anything out of the ordinary after entering the Blood River City, then the attention of the powerful Blood River King would not fall on them. After all, every Shura king's vision is extremely high. Their goal is to pursue a higher level of power. The Blood River King was like this, and so was the Destruction King. It was just that their methods were different. The King of Destruction loved to invade and use it to increase his strength. Thus, invading was a part of his cultivation. As for the Blood River King, he had his own methods. If it was just to enter the Blood River City, then the Blood River City would naturally welcome them. However, if they wanted to start a fight in Blood River City, it would be the same as provoking the Blood River King. That makes sense. Try to restrain yourself as much as possible. After discovering that demon, we'll act according to the circumstances. After the two of them had a discussion, they headed towards Blood River City. To them, such a distance was naturally covered in the blink of an eye. According to their calculations, Su Yan, the extraterrestrial demon, had probably already entered the city. After all, they had witnessed the might of Su Yan's slaughter in all directions. Su Yan's speed made them feel incomparable fear. However, they did not expect that at this time, Su Yan was being led by two weak Shura girls, wandering around Blood River City. As for him, he had fallen into a deep sleep. At this time, Su Yan's body changed again. After stepping into the 10 Dragons realm, Su Yan's body became even stronger. Moreover, it became even more monstrous. Every time he fought, he would gain huge benefits. After experiencing a battle, not only would his strength increase, the structure of the cells in his body would also change, making him more perfect. The current Su Yan was actually walking on the path of evolution. For example, at this time, the supreme qi was constantly circulating, and powerful energy was constantly filling his body. This made his strength more powerful, and at the same time, it made him more solid. At this time, Su Yan's body was so strong that it had long surpassed that of an ordinary dragon. If this continued, one day, it would definitely not be a problem for him to surpass the Dragon King. The more perfect his body was, the more his life essence would be improved. The two girls led Su Yan for more than an hour, and Su Yan's injuries from the previous battle were almost completely healed. Next, his supreme qi had turned into the shape of a dragon at this time, and began to integrate the power of the Shura he had previously devoured. Aganda itself was a very powerful existence. Of course, for Su Yan, it was not much of a surprise. After all, before this, he had already devoured 5 blue-faced Shura. Compared to them, Aganda was still slightly inferior. However, the real harvest this time was his seal of inheritance. That was the power passed down in the bloodline of his ancestors. It was passed down from generation to generation in the Aganda family. Only when the descendants reached the level of the blue-faced Shura could this seal be split and passed down. In this generation, the only person in the Aganda family who could reach the level of the blue-faced Shura was the patriarch. Therefore, Aganda was his name, and also his surname. He carried the seal of inheritance. Unfortunately, in this battle, although the seal of inheritance had made him extremely powerful, it could not save him in the end. Moreover, this seal of inheritance had been directly seized and devoured by Su Yan. This seal of inheritance was the real good thing. It was the inheritance of a Shura king. A Shura king was an existence equivalent to a Tao master. The reason why a Tao master was so powerful, aloof, and insufferably arrogant was because he had mastered the Tao law. The battle between Su Yan and the third deputy sect master of the boundless demon sect, Xing Tianrua, was still vivid in Su Yan's mind. Su Yan possessed a heaven-defying existence like the Godslayer sword intent, which was enough to cause harm to a Tao master expert. However, when the real battle began, he discovered that this was not the case at all. Not to mention causing harm, he was not even qualified to make a move. Xing Tianruo's Tao law had directly suppressed Su Yan, making him unable to move. Even his thoughts had become sluggish. Under such terrible conditions, how could Su Yan win? Therefore, it was said that everyone below the level of a Tao master was an ant. No matter how heaven-defying one's combat strength was, in front of a Tao master, they were all trash. Unless one could resist the suppression of the Tao law, even if one had thousands of means, they would not be able to use them. Shura King and a Tao master were at the same level. Although they could not be from the same system, one thing was certain: Shura King could fight against a Tao master, and most likely could even suppress a Tao master. This showed that at the level of Shura King, he must have mastered the Tao law. Only in this way could he fight against a Tao master who had also mastered the Tao law and suppress or even defeat him. In antiquity times, there was a huge intersection point between the Shura world and the infinite world. At that time, a large number of Shura kings poured into the infinite world in an attempt to invade. At that time, the two sides fought, and countless Tao masters died in the hands of Shura kings. Of course, there were also many Shura kings who died in the hands of Tao masters. In any case, in terms of realm, the two sides should be on equal footing. At this time, Su Yan began to devour the inheritance mark, which meant that he was in touch with the Tao law in advance. This was a great opportunity for Su Yan. At this time, the energy contained in the inheritance imprint became insignificant. At this time, Su Yan spent a lot of energy to analyze and absorb this Tao law. As long as he could analyze and absorb this Tao law, although he still could not reach the sky in a single step, he would not be too passive when facing a Tao master or a Shura king in the future. At least, he would have the power to fight back. At this time, the way forward of the two women was blocked by someone. "Stop, who are you?" The two women were startled by the stern voice. Especially Linda, who was timid to begin with, and at this time, she was carrying the extraterrestrial demon. She was even more nervous and unconsciously took a step back. Ellen was more courageous and said directly, "We are the people of the Shura god. Who are you and why are you blocking our way?" At this time, her face did not look good. Naturally, she was also extremely fearful in her heart. However, she deeply understood the cruel rules of the Shura world. If you were weak, the other party would be even more unscrupulous. Although this place was the outskirts of the Blood River City, it was not the Blood River City. If this was the Blood River City, and there were rules set by the Blood River King, the Shura world would be well behaved. But outside the city, they would not be like this. The weak were prey to the strong, this was the rule of this world. Of course, it was also the same in other worlds. Hee, who are we? We are naturally the city guards of the Blood River City. Now, a valuable treasure has just been stolen from the Blood River City, and I suspect that it was done by you. If you know what's good for you, then cooperate with our investigation. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. This person had an ominous look on his face, looking at the two women with ill intentions. These words were of course bullshit. If they had really lost something valuable, as city guards, how could they still be wandering around here? Moreover, with their appearance, no matter how one looked at them, they did not look like city guards. Of course, Ellen knew that these guys only saw that the two of them were weak now, and they were dragging another person, so they naturally had this idea. Hee, little girl, I advise you not to resist. Obediently cooperate with this master, then this master will let you know what true happiness is. But if you want to stubbornly resist, then I'm sorry, but not only will you be in trouble, that piece of trash lying down will also die. As he spoke, he had already walked towards the two women. Chapter 951. Female literature. In the Shura world, it was very normal for something to happen between a man and a woman. Shura individuals were generally stronger than humans, but their reproduction rate was not high. Firstly, it could be because of their individual bodies. Secondly, it could also be related to the environment of the Shura world. Powerful men owned female slaves and even kept them as pets for their own pleasure and for the sake of their offspring. Of course, if it was a strong female Shura, it was normal for them to keep male pets. In this world, morality and the like were just nonsense. What really determined everything was one's strength. As long as you were strong enough, everything was easy. But if you were weaker than others, you could only accept your fate or die. You dog, I advise you not to look for trouble. When the time comes, you will regret it. If you do, then scram. Ellen released her aura. Her aura was not bad, and was equivalent to the Fangyuan realm. In the Shura world, it was not bad. Especially since she was a woman. After all, she was Cole's retainer. If she was too weak, Cole wouldn't have taken a liking to her. But since these men dared to do such a thing in the vicinity of a city, how could they be weak? After sensing Ellen's aura, they did not retreat or give up. Instead, they became even more aggressive. They laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. It's more interesting to play with a female Shura like this. Ha, what's so good about that useless man? He can't even move now. Come, let me show you what a real male Shura is. As he spoke, he had already reached out to grab Ellen's chest. Doing things like this was simply unbridled. But this was the rule of this world. Whether it was Ellen or Linda, they were naturally not virgins. This was the rule of this world. Obey the strong and bully the weak. The reason why Blood River City had rules was not because the Blood River King was benevolent, but because his territory needed order. That was all. However, this was not his territory, so there were many Shura causing trouble outside the city. A city wall was the separation of order and order. At this moment, Ellen was about to make a move. She hated this. Not to mention that the other party was such a person. If she didn't choose to resist at this time, she would only attract more wolves. However, she also knew that if it was just her and Linda, then it would most likely be a disaster. The surrounding wolves would not let them go. When these wolves swarmed them, they would definitely not be able to resist. She felt very wronged in her heart. All of a sudden, she felt a bit of resentment towards the dead Cole. If it wasn't for Cole's arrogance, thinking that he could kill the blood fire lizard, they wouldn't have gone to that damned mountain. If they hadn't gone to that damned mountain, they wouldn't have met the devil lying behind them. Although she acted as Cole's mistress, it was still much better than the current situation. The other party's cultivation was above hers, but it wasn't that she didn't have the strength to fight. However, the other party had no intention of showing off his manly demeanor. This place was so chaotic that if he found prey, he would have to make a move immediately. Otherwise, it was very likely that others would beat him to it. At this moment, the two women's hearts were filled with despair. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Actually, I really don't like this mess. His voice was very steady, almost inaudible in the noisy illusion at this time. However, when this voice sounded, everyone strangely quieted down. Even the person who had been the most aggressive earlier was silent at this time. His gaze finally landed on the source of the voice. He was certain that the voice came from the person who was still lying down. However, at this moment, his eyes were already closed. What are you trying to do? You're not a coward, are you? All you can do is hide behind a female Shura and eat her farts. If you have the ability, then fight me, he said arrogantly. But in the next moment, he regretted it. At this moment, he actually floated up strangely, as if an indescribable force had directly landed on his body. That force floated over and directly lifted him up. What's going on? Quick, save me, save me. At this moment, he immediately panicked. He didn't know what was going on at all, but at this moment, he was floating strangely. He wanted to struggle and break free from this force, but unfortunately, he couldn't do so at this time. Just as he was crying out in pain, an irresistible force appeared. In the next moment, all the curses disappeared, and all the anxious cries stopped, leaving only heart-wrenching screams. Then, his body suddenly burst into flames in a strange manner. The flames danced quietly, and even looked a little dim. However, in just a moment, the male Shura who was leading the group died directly. He died silently and disappeared without a trace. If he was killed by someone, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, death was too common in this world. Every day, every moment, people died. However, the person in front of them was too intimidating. It was such a strange and terrifying way to die. They didn't see anyone attack. They only saw the person's body float up, and then he suddenly died just like that. That scene was truly too shocking. At that moment, those people no longer dared to continue approaching. Instead, they retreated backwards. They didn't want to be affected by this terrifying force. However, the same thing happened to the person's companions. They were lifted up by an extremely mysterious force, and then directly burned to death. I don't think anyone will choose to stop us anymore. Then, let's enter the city. It was still Su Yan's voice. At this moment, even Ellen and Linda were trembling. The devil attacked again, and every time the devil attacked, someone would die. Moreover, the deaths of these people were too terrifying. However, although they were afraid, they also felt Su Yan's strength. He was able to kill these people without a trace, which showed that he was extremely terrifying. At this moment, they carried Su Yan to Blood River City. At this moment, someone with sharp eyes suddenly blurted out, "Green-faced." That's a green-faced Shura. Immediately, everyone's eyes were gathered on Su Yan's face. Su Yan's skin began to turn green, from his face to his body. If such a phenomenon was seen in the Wuji realm, everyone would think that Su Yan was abnormal. However, it was different here. Such a change won him respect and fear. A green-faced Shura was a powerful existence. At this moment, the Shura were relieved. It turned out that this man was a powerful green-faced Shura. These guys really didn't have the foresight to provoke a green-faced Shura. They were courting death. Although most people still felt that the previous scene was too terrifying, the words green-faced Shura were enough to intimidate them, and they didn't dare to criticize. In fact, the most shocked at this moment were Su Yan's two maids, Ellen and Linda. They knew very well that Su Yan wasn't a person of this world. He was a demon from beyond the sky, and was targeted by the Great Shura. But at this time, he actually changed so much. Su Yan naturally couldn't become a Shura. He must have used some method to change. Su Yan's change was actually a good thing for them. At least, they didn't need to be so frightened. If Su Yan was found out that he wasn't a Shura, they would definitely die. But now, it was different. At least on the surface, Su Yan had become a Shura. And a green-faced Shura. Although it wasn't the top kind, the green-faced Shura's deterrence was enough. At this time, Su Yan was still meditating with his eyes closed. It seemed that he hadn't woken up at all. But at this time, no one dared to stop them. Everyone knew that the previous trick was done by this sleeping man. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two women entered the Blood River City. At this time, two men were looking at them from above the Blood River City. The strength of these two male Shura was not ordinary. One of them was a green-faced Shura. His aura was extremely deep, and he looked like a terrifying beast. The other one was even more terrifying because he was a green-faced Shura. The appearance of a green-faced Shura and a green-faced Shura at the city gate. If this news were to spread, it would immediately shock everyone. "My lord, this person." At this time, the green-faced Shura asked. The green-faced Shura smiled and said, "I know what you want to say. Do you think this person is an outer space demon?" The green-faced Shura didn't say anything, which was equivalent to admitting it. The green-faced Shura smiled and said, "You should have felt it. The power he just used was extremely pure Shura power. Human cultivators use true power. You haven't been to the other side of the world, so you don't know that the power on the other side of the world is completely different from ours. This green-faced Shura had entered the everlasting world in the past. But unfortunately, he didn't succeed. Instead, he was heavily injured by a human venerable. In the end, it was the Blood River King who saved him. So now, he was working under the Blood River King. Chapter 952. Female literature. In fact, he hated human cultivators very much, but he also understood human power very well. The power of the two worlds was completely different, and what Su Yan used before was not true power, but Shura's power. Therefore, he was sure that Su Yan was not the so-called otherworldly demon. In fact, he did not know that Su Yan did it on purpose. His divine sense was more powerful than the Shura's. He had discovered that there was an expert here from the beginning, so he might as well show off his power. Speaking of which, he still had to thank Aganda. The reason why Su Yan could use Shura's power was because of the inheritance imprint of the Aganda family. If it was not for this inheritance imprint, it would be very difficult for him to use Shura's power. However, it was completely different now. He had already deciphered a new law from the imprint. Although he was not the same as the Shura, as long as he followed the rules, he would be able to execute them. Su Yan had the power of the Supreme, which was an extremely powerful and mysterious power. Su Yan used this opportunity to directly transform the rules into his own. Finally, he unleashed the Azura flames. Moreover, his body had turned green. It was not as simple as turning the surface of his body green. It was truly changing the structure of his body. At this moment, even if the Shura king came personally, if he could not invade the core of his divine sense and feel his will, he would be a Shura in his eyes. Unless Su Yan took the initiative to circulate his will and reveal his soul aura, he would be a true Azura. This subordinate was oversensitive. After hearing the words of the blue Shura, the green Shura immediately accepted. As a Shura, as long as they could fight, they would want to become stronger. At this time, although he was only a green Shura, he naturally wanted to become a blue Shura. To become a blue Shura, not only did he need to be strong, but he also needed to improve his knowledge. At this time, the explanation of the blue Shura was very useful to him. However, at this time, he had another question in his heart. Sir, Carlet and Arthurs came to Blood River City. I think if there was no invasion of the otherworldly demons, why did they send the two of them? This was the question in his heart. Even among the subordinates of the Destruction King, except for Marshal Shura, the two of them were definitely big shots. But at this time, these two big shots actually appeared here at the same time, so at this time, he had doubts in his heart. After all, he was just a green Shura. Although his talent was very strong and he even received the praise of the Blood River King, but at this time, facing two powerful blue Shura, he couldn't help but feel nervous, especially when facing the otherworldly demons. At this time, the blue Shura said, Aina, what are you nervous about? This is Blood River City, a place covered by the glory of the Blood River King. No matter how strong Carlet and Arthurs are, they can't overturn the sky, can they? Hee, otherworldly demons? They really dare to say that. You don't know that when we enter their world, we will be noticed and suppressed by the will of heaven, so when we fight with humans, we will be restrained everywhere. If a human enters our world, it will be even more so. You should know that our will of heaven is our great god of Shura, and its power is stronger than the will of heaven on that side. If the otherworldly demons really enter here, I'm afraid that the first thing they will face is the punishment of the will of heaven. Although I don't know how terrible the punishment will be, I think it's absolutely not something that ordinary people can bear. And if a human Tao Master enters here, it will be even more dangerous. Do you think the Destruction King is a fool? He just watched a human Tao Master enter without taking any action. Therefore, all of this is simply unfounded. All of these words are nothing more than nonsense. The blue-faced Azura seemed to be very confident. He sneered and said, the King of Destruction has always been at odds with my king. This time, he might be up to something again. However, this is nothing to worry about. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. If these two guys behave, it can't be better. But if they dare to be presumptuous, then I'll make them regret it. Tan Na Xiu said directly and coldly. Hearing Tan Na Xiu's words, Aina was relieved. Alright, from what I see, this matter can only be settled as such. However, as long as these two fellows don't leave Blood River City, you and I will have to stand guard here to prevent any accidents from happening. As for that little fellow, he seems to be pretty good, and is also a genius. After all, there aren't many people who are able to use the Azura flames to such an extent. Just based on this aspect alone, I think that even you are slightly inferior to him. Tan Na Xiu continued. Aina did not refute and just said, you're right. If it's only in the attainment of the Shura fire, I can't compare with him. But if I fight with all my strength, I believe that I will be the one to survive in the end. Speaking of this, his eyes shone with an extremely blazing light. If it was night at this moment, his eyes would be able to pierce through the darkness. Tan Na Xiu smiled and then said, I believe that. You are a genius and a madman among the fighting madmen. No wonder you can be favored by our king. You need to work hard. For you, the blue Shura fire is not the end at all. Your road is to become the king of Shura, or even more powerful. Ha, sometimes I really envy you young Shura. It's so good to be young. At this time, he suddenly felt a kind of desolation in his old age. Back then, he was also in high spirits, so when the Shura cave appeared, he directly killed his way into the Wuji world. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. He encountered a powerful human venerable. After a fierce battle, he was seriously injured, and his origin was damaged. If it were not for the Blood River King's rescue, he would have died. And even if he survived, it would be extremely difficult for him to take another step forward. But at least he still had the cultivation of the blue Shura fire, which was enough to make him very satisfied. That guy is a good seedling, and his current appearance is clearly in the midst of a transformation. You can go over and build a good relationship with him. After all, you're all young people, and you can find common topics. His strength was so terrifying, and his potential was even greater. This was Tan Na Xiu's previous impression of Su Yan. The struggle in the Shura world was cruel, and it was even worse than that in the Wuji world. This was not only a confrontation between the strong, but also a struggle between the subordinate forces. Among the kings of this generation, the King of Destruction was undoubtedly the strongest. His combat strength was tyrannical, and what was even more terrifying was that many of his subordinates, the Blue Shura, were also extremely terrifying. However, it was said that in this invasion of the Wuji world, he had suffered heavy losses, and even a Shura marshal that he had just recruited had died. This was good news for the Blood River King. After all, a Shura marshal was too terrifying. He was a terrifying existence that was above the Blue Shura, and the Blood River King only had one Shura marshal under him. Originally, this person was already unable to defeat the Flame Shura. If the new Shura marshal was added, it would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to him. But now, his death immediately reduced the pressure on the Blood River King. At this time, although this young Shura was still a blue Shura, his potential was huge, just like Aina in front of him. If he could join the Blood River King, then as long as he could grow up, he would immediately become a powerful blue Shura. Two invincible blue Shura marshals were very important, needless to say. As for Su Yan's origin, he did not want to care too much. After all, he had already confirmed that the other party was not the so-called extraterrestrial demon. This was enough. The Shura world was a world where strength reigned supreme. As long as you had strength, then everything could make way for you. Aina said, Okay, my lord, I understand. I will contact that guy and see if he can fight with me. I really want to see if he is a good-for-nothing. Otherwise, it will be too boring. After saying that, he turned around and left. Seeing the young Shura marshals leaving, Natasha laughed at himself and said, This is a young man. Being young is really good. Forget it, let him go. Don't Shura need to constantly fight? After he sighed with emotion, his face became dignified. Carlot, Arthur's, what do you two want to do? Humph, no matter what, if you dare to mess around in Blood River City, then I will make you regret it. His life was saved by the Blood River King, and he could not go any further, so he sold his life to the Blood River King. The Blood River King had great trust in him and had handed over the entire Blood River City to him to manage. Moreover, he had spent so much time and effort to do his best, making sure that everything was done well. Ellen and Linda carried Su Yen to a restaurant. This restaurant was opened by the Blood River King, so very few people dared to cause trouble here. Aganda town naturally could not compare to Blood River City, but Aganda was after all a blue Shura, so his status was very high. As Aganda's son, Cole naturally came to Blood River City. Chapter 953. Female literature. As his retainers, the two women had naturally been to this place before. Thus, they were no strangers to this place. The two women carried Su Yen into the restaurant. Ha ha ha. It's actually two beautiful girls. This is really strange. You're actually carrying a living corpse. TSK, TSK, TSK. Could it be that he's your lover? Hee hee, it's not good to choose a living corpse as your lover. Do you need to change to another one? What do you think of me? Before the two women could enter the restaurant, a very muscular male Shura blocked their way. This guy was really tall. He was even taller than Cole back in the day. His whole body was full of well-developed muscles. His aura was so condensed that it was obvious that he was not weak. Although he was not a green-faced Shura yet, he was probably not far away. If it was at the beginning, the two women would definitely be flustered. However, after experiencing the scene outside the city, the two women already knew how powerful their master was. Thus, the fear in their hearts had disappeared. At this time, Ellen said directly, "Big Black Bear, you should get out of here. If you continue to block us, I'm afraid you won't even know how you died." With someone to rely on, naturally, she had confidence. As she spoke, a domineering aura was reflected. This sentence immediately infuriated the man. "Little girl, your mouth is really not cute. But, I like it. If you kneel down and apologize to me now, I will forgive you. Otherwise." He did not continue, but everyone understood what he meant. After all, his gaze was very unfriendly at this time. However, at this time, a cold voice came directly from the restaurant. "Black Bear, are you trying to cause trouble in the Blood River Tower? Are you sure?" The last three words were spoken very slowly. The person who spoke was one of Blood River Tower's employees. Compared to Black Bear, this employee could only be considered small and skinny. However, when he faced Black Bear, he had an arrogant attitude. He didn't put Black Bear in his eyes at all. At this time, Black Bear didn't waste any time talking nonsense. He just smiled and said, "So it's Brother White. I was just joking with this little sister. I wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in Blood River Tower. Hee hee, I'll get out of the way." As he spoke, he turned his body to the side. However, when he looked at Ellen, it was obvious that he was not in a good mood. He did not hide the trace of viciousness in his eyes. However, at this time, Ellen didn't care about it at all. She and Linda went inside and asked the guard to take out the money from the Shura and said, "Please give us a quiet room." The Aganda family was also a family, so the Shura naturally had a lot of money. As a young master, Cole naturally didn't have the habit of carrying money, so the Shura's money was kept by Ellen. The rooms in the Blood River house were actually not cheap. For the average person to want to live here, it was not an easy thing to do. Because the Shura's money was too expensive. If Ellen was alone, she would definitely not choose to live in the Blood River Tower. However, at this time, it was completely different. Now, she couldn't go back to the past. So, things like accumulating Shura's money were meaningless. After all, she didn't know where the future was. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was in a precarious situation. So, at this time, she was willing to spend money. Moreover, even if it was for safety reasons, she had to do it. For example, the previous scene, this was only in Blood River City. Just now, Black Bear was so honest. But if it was any other place, he was afraid that this guy would have already made his move. At that time, he would only need to casually find an excuse to deal with this matter. Although Blood River City had established order, but after all, it was not as strict as a human city. Every place had a loophole in the rules, and there were always smart people who could find these loopholes and use them. In the end, this world was still a place where the strong preyed on the weak. But in Blood River Tower, there was really no one who dared to mess around. As long as there was enough Shura's money, Blood River Tower could give you the best service. After receiving the Shura's money, the waiter immediately led them upstairs. As the top restaurant in Blood River City, Blood River Tower was naturally incomparably luxurious. Moreover, it was dozens of floors high, and all of them were protected by special formations. Ellen looked at the waiter in front of her, but she did not dare to show any disrespect. Perhaps in other restaurants, the waiter was just a stunning beauty who served people without any status. But it was different here. That Black Bear was a very arrogant person, but in front of this waiter, he was also very submissive, deeply afraid of angering the opposite party. Well, this is your room. There is a communication device in the room. If you need anything, you just need to activate the device. My Blood River Tower will naturally give the guests the best service. That's right, this little one will say one more thing. In Blood River Tower, naturally no one will dare to make trouble, but if you leave the restaurant, we will not care, so you have to be careful. After he finished speaking, he showed a kind smile to Ellen. According to his character, he would never say a single word of nonsense. However, Ellen and Linda were both beautiful Azuras, so he had no choice but to say those words out of turn. Ellen responded kindly. Then she and Linda entered the room. Until they really entered the room, the two women's hearts finally relaxed. Along the way, the two of them carried Su Yan. It was not heavy, but the pressure in their hearts was incomparably huge. Betraying their own beliefs and relying on an outer space demon, such a thing, how could they just let it go? Along the way, every Shura's gaze made them feel more guilty, and they felt that they had done something that betrayed the whole world. The two women dragged Su Yan to the bed. At this moment, Su Yan's aura had become even weaker. If it weren't for the fact that Su Yan had displayed his terrifying power outside the city, they would have thought that Su Yan was already dead. Sister Ellen, what should we do now? Ellen was stronger than Linda, but Linda was really on the verge of collapse at this time. Ellen looked at her. What's the point of asking what to do at this time? Her indifference and calmness returned to her face, and then she said, what should we do? You go and activate the communication device and ask someone to send some food. I'll go and prepare hot water for Master to bathe. Linda looked at Ellen. At this time, she obviously could not accept it. She was the most timid, so at that time, she was the first to give up resistance, but at this moment, she also did not dare to accept her fate at this time. At this time, Ellen was extremely impatient, and then she directly shouted, what are you waiting for? After this light shout, Linda did not dare to say anything more, and immediately went to do things. After a long time, the two women finally finished everything. And at this time, night had already arrived. Facing the night again, the two women's hearts were naturally filled with a myriad of emotions, but compared to a few days ago, they were still wandering outside. Today they were already living in a comfortable restaurant. This was naturally a lot better. What should we do? Let's take it one day at a time. Ellen said softly, and then fell into a deep sleep. And at this time, Linda had already fallen asleep. Neither of them noticed that after they fell asleep, Su Yan's body began to emit a faint light. At this time, little by little power constantly emerged at this time, like light and dark elves. This light surrounded Su Yan and swayed continuously. It was quiet and beautiful. At this time, Su Yan's power increased again. After such a long sleep, his power began a new transformation. The power was constantly changing, and his aura was also constantly rising. His realm still did not break through, but the power accumulated in his body was more powerful than before. At this time, the faint light turned into dragon chi, and began to wrap around his body. A dragon amongst men. At this moment, Su Yan definitely lived up to this description. At this time, his aura had risen to an incomparably terrifying level, but such a powerful pressure did not affect the surroundings at all, and did not even blow the gauze. This was not because Su Yan's power was not strong, but because his control of power had reached a new realm and level. Such a change in power had reached an unprecedented level. Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. It was also at this moment that the lustrous radiance turned into runes one after another and fused into his body. At this time, the power changed, and his whole person underwent a tremendous change. At this time, he could be said to be a Shura, and an extremely talented Shura. If his soul aura was not perceived by others, no one would be able to distinguish him. After coming to this world, his 10 dragon auras constantly analyzed the rules of this world, and then began to adapt. And after he obtained the inheritance mark, it immediately accelerated this process, and also made his power more powerful and terrifying. And after this sleep, he finally transformed himself into a Shura. Su Yan naturally had his reasons for doing this. First, there was the problem of his own safety. If he did not do this, he would always be in danger. After all, if he faced the Shura king, he could not guarantee that he would not be discovered. But now, it was different. He was confident enough to deceive the Shura king's eyes and perception. On the other hand, he now had a plan to return to the Wuji world, and that was the Shura cave. The Shura world would definitely open the Shura cave again, and then enter the Wuji world. Chapter 954. Female literature. Even the Blood River King would do the same even though he wasn't keen on invading wars. Because the Shura world was very cruel and barren, there were many things that couldn't be obtained in this world, so they had to enter the Wuji world. And his opportunity was here. When the door to the Shura world opened, he had to enter the Wuji world with the Shura. However, this was actually a very difficult thing to do. Because there was something extremely important here. And that was the quota. It wasn't easy to enter the Wuji world, and the most important condition was the Blue Mask Shura. Only the Blue Mask Shura could enter the Wuji world, and not every Blue Mask Shura could enter. Only the best among them could enter. Just like last time, when the door to the Shura world and the Wuji world opened and formed the Shura cave, the people of the Wuji world would definitely sense it and come to the Hunter Shura. This was a hunt for both sides. Taking a step back, even if this didn't happen, if one didn't reach the level of the Blue Mask Shura, they would be invaded by Heaven's will and die as soon as they entered the Wuji world. Therefore, the first thing Su Yan had to do now was to increase his strength and become a Blue Mask Shura. In this case, his identity as a Shura was even more important. Fortunately, after such a long period of slumber, he finally allowed himself to do this. After a long time, Su Yan finally stabilized his aura. It was also at this time that Ellen suddenly opened her eyes. Su Yan's movements had woken her up. These days, her nerves were exceptionally weak, and any small movements would wake her up. At this time, Su Yan looked at her and smiled, then seemed to casually point at her. When he pointed his finger at her, Ellen almost screamed. She was too afraid of Su Yan. She was afraid that Su Yan would kill her at this time. However, before she could scream, a faint green light had already entered her body. When the green light entered her body, she suddenly realized that her body seemed to be slowly changing. Or rather, it was slowly evolving. This change was too sudden. She was at a loss for what to do, but it was followed by a pleasant surprise. Her talent was limited, and she was a female Shura. Reaching this level of strength was already her limit, so she had basically given up hope of becoming stronger. But at this time, she discovered that her strength was actually slowly increasing. What was even more incredible was that she found that her compatibility with Shura's aura was also increasing. In the Shura, the compatibility with the Shura energy was an important factor in one's talent. In other words, her talent was constantly improving. This was simply inconceivable. She had never thought that she would actually have such a day. The road ahead that was originally hopeless actually changed again at this time. At this time, feeling the powerful aura coming towards her body, she chose to accept it quietly. As for Linda, she was still sleeping at this time. She didn't seem to feel all of this at all. After a long time, the green light finally disappeared. Until now, Ellen was still a little reluctant to leave. But she soon woke up. This was Su Yan's gift, but it wasn't something she deserved. Ellen stood up and said with a chuckle, "Thank you, Master, for your gift." Su Yan smiled and shook his head, then said, "No need to thank me. I need you to do something for me, so naturally, the stronger you are, the better." At this moment, Su Yan walked back to the bed. He looked at his body at this time. He was very uncomfortable with his blue skin. After all, he wasn't a Shura. He didn't think that blue skin was a kind of beauty. He focused his mind and then began to operate his power. Under the operation of this power, Su Yan's aura began to condense little by little. Finally, his whole body began to change. Almost in an instant, Su Yan's original self returned. "You are tired these days. Have a good rest. In addition, although I'm not a person of this world, I don't want to take the initiative to hurt anyone. I just want to return to my world, that's all." After saying that, Su Yan lay down on the bed. In fact, he didn't need to say this at all. It's just that his heart was soft. Even if the other party was a Shura, at this time, she was still working for him. In this case, strictly speaking, at this moment, she was already one of his people. Therefore, Su Yan still wanted to make her feel more at ease. For some reason, after hearing Su Yan's words, Ellen suddenly felt a little better. She sighed and then gently came to Su Yan's side. The purple moonlight shone in from the window. The layout of the Blood River Tower's rooms was very original. Every room could enjoy the quiet moonlight. At this time, Ellen suddenly began to take off her clothes one by one. The gentle yet devilish purple moonlight made people's hearts flutter. Su Yan sensed her movements, but he didn't stop her. He just closed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Ellen burrowed into Su Yan's arms and then gently hugged Su Yan. At this time, she was like a little tabby cat. Ellen was a first-class beauty. If not, Cole wouldn't have accepted her as a retainer. When she was with Cole, Cole liked her very much. She also knew how great her attraction to the male Shura was. However, at this time, Su Yan didn't make any movements. He seemed to have really fallen asleep. Ellen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She didn't know why she climbed into the bed, but after climbing into the bed, she didn't get Su Yan's favor, which made her a little disappointed. But soon, the disappointment was washed away by the sleepiness. She also fell into a deep sleep. The light of the second day arrived as scheduled. The moment the purple moonlight disappeared, a scorching sun appeared. The scorching sun of the Shura world was not friendly. The blazing light was always burning everything. Su Yan took the two women and left the Blood River Tower. Of course, they didn't want to leave the Blood River City. They just wanted to familiarize themselves with the surrounding illusion. After leaving the room, Su Yan became a green-faced Shura again. Linda didn't know about the changes that happened yesterday. She only felt that she seemed to have changed, but she couldn't tell what the change was. Of course, when she saw Ellen lying naked in Su Yan's arms, she was very surprised. Su Yan left the room and went to the Blood River Tower. Many people passed by him. At this time, the status of the green-faced Shura was undoubtedly reflected. When those people saw Su Yan, they all paid respect to him. They didn't dare to be impudent. Even the green-faced Shura gave each other a friendly smile. But Su Yan knew that in fact, this was just an illusion. If there was a chance, those vicious wolves would definitely bite you. When they came to the hall, Ellen's eyes stopped on the black bear from yesterday. That guy was really too tall, so standing there, he was very conspicuous. It was very difficult to ignore him. He was obviously very jealous of Ellen. When he saw Ellen, he licked his lips and made a very provocative gesture. But in the next moment, his face immediately changed. Because he saw Su Yan. Green-faced Shura. That sickly guy actually got up. I neglected it yesterday. He was thinking about it in his heart. However, at this time, Su Yan directly walked toward him. This made Black Bear surprised. However, at this time, he did not have any intention of panicking. Instead, he looked at Su Yan with interest. This guy must have something to rely on. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Before Su Yan came to his side, he had already opened his mouth. Brother, can you take care of these two delicate beauties by yourself? If you can't take it, you should tell me immediately. If you die on a woman's belly, it's not a wise choice. Such provocative words were really harsh to hear. But he wasn't afraid at all. Because this is the Blood River Tower. Just like how he didn't dare to do anything in the Blood River Tower yesterday, he believed that the other party didn't dare to do anything either. So, even if the other party was a green-faced Shura, so what? If he didn't go out, he wouldn't be his opponent. Isn't this the end? What's more, he was a Shura with a strong background, so he wasn't afraid. But in the next moment, he suddenly felt his clothes tighten. A force suddenly appeared, and immediately made his body involuntarily move forward. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that he was actually being lifted up. The one who lifted him up was Su Yan. Su Yan wasn't short, but compared to Su Yan, who was more than 2 meters tall, he was still short. But it didn't matter much because the one being lifted up at this moment wasn't Su Yan, but Black Bear. Black Bear immediately realized what was happening. He directly shouted, "Do you want to die?" No one is allowed to cause trouble in the Blood River Tower. This was the rule of the Blood River Tower, and it was also something that everyone knew. Is this guy crazy? He actually treated me like this. But at this time, Su Yan didn't care at all. He directly activated a force and immediately subdued him. Then, a small flame appeared. This is the fire of the Shura. You can continue to shout, but I will kill you. Of course, you can also think that this small flame can't do anything to you. After saying this, Su Yan stopped talking and directly dragged him out. Chapter 955. Female literature. Su Yan's behavior was too arrogant. This was the Blood River Tower. Everyone knew that you couldn't fight in the Blood River Tower. But now, Su Yan dared to provoke them like this. Was this person crazy? Not to mention others, even Ellen thought that her master was crazy. But she didn't say anything in the end. After what happened last night, she had a new opinion of Su Yan. She trusted Su Yan even more. She would follow Su Yan's decision. Linda, on the other hand, was in a panic. But seeing how calm Ellen was, he didn't say anything. Su Yan dragged him outside. Black Bear wanted to resist, but he was afraid of the power of the Shura's fire, so he didn't dare to say anything. Fear and unwillingness appeared in his eyes at the same time. At this time, the waiter of the Blood River Tower appeared in front of Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan, he frowned. He naturally recognized Su Yan, but Su Yan's behavior made him very unhappy. He said, "This guest, no one is allowed to fight in the Blood River Tower. I think you know this rule, right?" The waiter's tone was calm, but it was different. It was a kind of calmness that suppressed his anger. In fact, he was very angry at this time. Su Yan said, "Yes, I know the rules here, so I didn't fight here. As for him, he willingly left with me, so please don't bother with him, Blood River Tower." After Su Yan finished speaking, his gaze landed on He Xiong's body. He said indifferently, "Tell me, are you willing to fight with me?" Hearing Su Yan's words, He Xiong almost exploded in anger. But at this time, he didn't dare to relax at all. He only said, "My father is the blue-face Azura, Li Sang. If you dare to hurt me, you will definitely die miserably." The blue Shura Li San was also a general under the Blood River King, and his strength was not bad. A single azure-faced Azura was enough to make many people shrink back, not daring to act presumptuously, let alone a blue-faced Azura. No wonder Black Bear was so unscrupulous. The reason why he came here today was to find Ellen. He believed that Ellen and the others would definitely come downstairs, so he would wait under the Blood River Tower. He wanted to see how long this woman could stay in there. None of the women that Black Bear had his eyes on could escape from his grasp. However, he didn't expect that Ellen would appear in front of him the next day, but with her was a blue Shura. In fact, he didn't care about the blue Shura because of his father. If it wasn't for the arrival of the blue Shura, he generally wouldn't care about the other party. As for himself, although he wasn't a blue Shura yet, he believed that day wouldn't be too far away. Soon, he would become a blue Shura. Unfortunately, before he could become the azure-faced Azura, his calamity had arrived first. Su Yen didn't play by the rules at all. Instead, he directly dragged him out. The Shura's fire opened up every pore on his body. At this time, although he wasn't burned by the fire, he was sure that if he was touched by the fire, he would die a horrible death. After Su Yen finished speaking, he took a step forward and directly walked forward. At this time, the waiter was even more furious. In the Blood River Tower, no one dared to do this because they all knew that this was the Blood River King's territory. A king represented supreme dignity. If anyone dared to offend him, they should be prepared to die. Even a blue Shura wouldn't be willing to mess around here if there were no special circumstances. However, this blue Shura in front of him dared to do so. Good, good, good. Men. He said the word, good, 3 times and then directly shouted. As his voice fell, a few people immediately appeared. 3 Azuras walked out, each of them coming from different places. The first to appear was a very ordinary-looking Shura. Of course, only his face was ordinary. However, there was one thing that couldn't be ignored. A blue Shura. His green skin had already revealed his identity. A blue Shura like this was actually a guard of the Blood River Tower. One had to admit that the Blood River Tower was very powerful. The other was also a man. He walked in leisurely from the door with a smile on his face. Moreover, it was a somewhat hooligan-like smile. As for the last one, it was a woman. She walked out of the room upstairs. Yo, it seems that someone is causing trouble here. This is going to be very lively. It's been a long time since I've seen such a coward. Interesting, this is really interesting. She was full of smiles and looked very excited. Su Yen glanced at the 3 of them. They were all blue Shura. However, among the 3 of them, the woman was actually the strongest. Although her aura was restrained, Su Yen could see that she was almost equivalent to an expert of the 5 Dragons realm. Of course, her combat strength was probably even more powerful. As for the other 2 men, although they were weaker than her, they were extremely rare and terrifying experts. At this time, Su Yen said directly, I don't mean to cause trouble. I just want to talk to this person outside. He said this as if he didn't want to cause a big scene. However, this waiter obviously didn't buy it. In the Shura world, there was basically no one with a good temper. If Su Yen had given him face when he first appeared, then he might have let it go. However, until now, Su Yen had no intention of letting go. How could he let Su Yen go? You don't mean to cause trouble. You're courting death by making a move in our Blood River Tower. I'll give you one more chance. Let him go and let him kneel down to accept the punishment of the Blood River Tower. Otherwise, you'll die. He was so unyielding. He was not a blue Shura. Although his strength was not bad, if he really faced Su Yen, he would definitely die. However, at this time, he had another identity, and that was, he was a member of the Blood River Tower. The Blood River Tower was so overbearing. No matter who it was, they didn't need to give face. Su Yen looked at him, but only shook his head. The other's attitude was very clear. It seemed that at this time, there was no way to be kind. However, he didn't want to be kind. He said, "In that case, the three of you want to fight with me? But I think it's better to go outside the Blood River Tower. If we fight here and break the things here, it won't be good." Su Yan's words made these people silent for a while. At this time, the man who came out first said, It seems that you're very confident. The three of us against you, do you still want to escape?" It was normal for him to say this. After all, only outside would there be a chance to escape. If it was here, the Blood River Tower could become the #1 building in Blood River City. Of course, it was because of the prestige of the Blood River King, but this building itself was an extraordinary place. Even the Blue Shura couldn't get any advantage here. Therefore, Su Yan's words seemed to only mean one thing. He wanted to escape. Thinking of this, he looked at Su Yan with a smile. Of course, in his eyes, Su Yan was just a Blue Shura who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Su Yan sighed. In this world, there were always many people who liked to think that they were smart. But it didn't matter. If he wanted to fight here, then he'd do it here. In any case, his ultimate goal was to make a move and let others know his authority. But at this time, a voice suddenly sounded. "I think this brother's words are very reasonable. If we break the bottles and jars of the Blood River Tower, it will be a loss. Then let's go outside." The appearance of this voice surprised Su Yan. He didn't think that at this time, there would be someone on his side. Of course, the reason why he said this was because Su Yan didn't feel any hostility from this person. Su Yan was somewhat familiar with this person. This was because when he used his divine consciousness to sense this person's existence. At that time, he was with a Blue Shura. At this time, the waiter was a little angry. Someone actually dared to question him. One had to know that although he was a waiter, he had a high status. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to speak to him like this. However, when his gaze fell on the person in front of him, he immediately didn't dare to continue speaking. Aina. This was a person who had recently risen like a comet. His talent was extremely outstanding, and his combat strength was even more terrifying. It was said that since he appeared until now, he had never been defeated. Of course, his opponents were all Blue Shura. But even so, it was terrifying enough. Some Blue Shura had already cultivated for decades, or even centuries, but they still weren't his match. From this, one could see how powerful he was. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the Blood River King, very few people could compare to him. This person appeared here, and even spoke about that guy. This made the waiter feel very dissatisfied. But in fact, he also understood that even if he was dissatisfied, so what? The Shura world emphasized absolute strength. He was only doing things here because of some connections. Compared to this Blood River King's favorite, he was nothing. Since Lord Aina has said so, then let's go outside. Otherwise, it won't be good if the things here are damaged. But don't even think about escaping, the waiter said through gritted teeth. Chapter 956. Female Literature. Su Yan smiled. He had never bothered to pay attention to such a small character, because there was no need to. Everyone had their own path of life, and for such a small character, his current status might have already reached his limit. Therefore, he had to emphasize his dignity and make people respect him. But if he met someone he couldn't offend, he would be smarter and more obedient than any dog. Such a person couldn't be said to be sad, but he was destined to have nothing to do with Su Yan. Such a person would exist in any world, but he was destined to have no interaction with Su Yan. If he did, then he would have angered Su Yan and been killed by a sword. As for now, Su Yan was still within Su Yan's tolerance range. At the very least, he had helped Ellen yesterday. Su Yan carried Black Bear to the outside of the Blood River Tower. He lightly yawned, and then looked straight at the three people standing not far from him. "Before I fight with you all, let me do something first. Actually, I've already said this. I don't like trouble, and of course, I don't like to be troubled by others." When he said this, Black Bear immediately began to struggle. "No, let me go, let me go." At this time, he finally began to feel afraid. In fact, he and the waiter were the same kind of people, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. There were always butchers in the world. Life had always been like this. If I let you go, you won't want to let me go. Since that's the case, what's the point of saying all this? Su Yan was very clear about the thoughts of these people. When they couldn't win, they would desperately beg for mercy. But when they had the chance, they would immediately bite back. Obviously, he provoked you first, but in his eyes, you have an irreconcilable enmity with him. If he didn't kill you and ruthlessly trample you to death, he would definitely not let it go. Such a person was actually very troublesome. If one's strength was not enough, one would naturally be bullied by him. If one's courage was not enough, then there would be endless troubles. Even if he had the guts, there would be endless trouble because he had a backer. If you killed him, his backer would come out. Of course, even if you don't kill him, he will still come out the day after tomorrow. Since that was the case, it was better to beat him to death. A ray of light was released. This was the fire of Shura. Outside the city, many people saw the flames. Of course, those who had seen it were still outside the city. People who wandered around outside the city would rarely enter the Blood River City, because they did not have the qualifications. Therefore, to the people in the city, they were still unaware of Su Yan's methods. Since that was the case, it was better for Su Yan to let them know a little. When the flames of Shura appeared, Black Bear immediately let out a miserable howl. However, the howl did not last long before it disappeared. Because he had disappeared as well. The fire of Shura was incomparably tyrannical. Under the flames, if one was unable to resist, then they would be completely annihilated. The reason why Su Yan could control the fire of Shura was because of the Shura Heaven's will. When he had just entered the Shura world, he had been targeted by the Shura Heaven's will. The fire of Shura appeared, wanting to burn this invading enemy. However, the Taishang sword spirit appeared and swallowed the invading Heaven's will. As Su Yan's analysis of the power of Shura continued to deepen, he had already grasped the basics of Shura fire. In the Shura world, there were not many people who could use the fire of Shura. This required talent and opportunity. Among the few green-faced Shura present, only Aina could use the fire of Shura. However, when it came to the attainment of the fire of Shura, he was not as good as Su Yan, whether it was in terms of power or control, he was far inferior. That Rusty is right. This guy is a strong opponent. Interesting. However, Aina did not care much. Her fighting strength did not depend on the Shura fire. After Su Yan finished everything, he looked at the three green-faced Shura and said directly, "All of you, come at me together. I don't mean to look down on you. It's just that this will save everyone a lot of time. Of course, if you want, you can come too." When he said the last sentence, Su Yan's gaze fell on Aina. At this time, many Shura were still immersed in the terrifying power of Su Yan's Shura fire. This kind of intimidation was indeed very good. At this time, everyone's gaze towards Su Yan had already changed. They became incomparably fearful. The waiter was even trembling. If this guy went crazy and no longer cared about the rules of the Blood River Tower, he could directly kill him. He had seen Black Bear's incomparably painful appearance before he died. After killing him, that brat would not be able to escape the punishment of the Blood River King's rules. But so what? He was already dead. For him, what the world was like, whether other people lived or died, did not have much to do with him. He only wanted one thing, and that was to live well. Therefore, at this time, he was already somewhat regretful. The three green-faced Shura all had different expressions. The strongest female Shura still had a smile on her face. But the Shura who appeared first already had a look of fear on his face. The other person also had his brows tightly knitted. No one knew what he was thinking. At this time, Aina opened his mouth again. "The three of you are consecrators invited by the Blood River Tower. No matter what, the rules cannot be broken. I ask the three of you to act. The Blood River Tower also had its rules. If it was the green-faced Shura causing trouble, then the green-faced Shura would deal with it. If it was the blue-faced Shura, then the Blood River Tower would also have blue-faced Shura to deal with it. If you died, then it was because you were not capable enough. You deserved it. However, if you could survive, as long as you did not cross the line too much, then the Blood River Tower would consider you a friend. There was no other reason, it was only strength. If you are strong enough, then you will be able to get special treatment. This was the rule of this world. The three green-faced Shura were originally somewhat hesitant. Because Su Yan's Shura fire really made them feel apprehensive. The Shura fire was very powerful and very strange. If they were not careful, they would have to pay a huge price. Although they would not be burned to death like Black Bear, it would still be a big trouble for them. At the very least, it would hurt their vitality. However, this damned hyena actually directly asked them to act. Although his words were still somewhat polite, everyone could tell that he was urging them at this time. At this time, the female Shura stretched and then said, "Yes, yes, the rules cannot be broken. Then, let's fight." Her voice was somewhat crisp. If it was not for her green skin, it would be very in line with the human aesthetic. Just as she finished speaking, a cool breeze blew past. It seemed that nothing had happened. However, at this moment, Su Yan's mouth suddenly curved into a smile. Then, for no reason, he directly blasted a punch to the left. This punch immediately burst out, immediately bringing about a whirlwind. The powerful force at this time continued to move at this time, directly causing the air to tremble. This move was so fast that it was almost impossible for many people to react. At this time, Hyena thought to himself, what a fast reaction, fast speed, and not weak strength. Not bad, a good opponent. The reason why he asked these green-faced Shura to act was because he wanted to see what abilities Su Yan had to be able to make Gina Rue think highly of him. Gina Rue was not the strongest green-faced Shura after the Blood River King, but he was undoubtedly the most vicious of them all. Someone who could make him think highly of must be extraordinary. Hyena respected Gina Rue very much because it was Gina Rue who had led him on the path of cultivation back then and made him recognized by the Blood River King. After Su Yan punched, a woman's exclamation was immediately heard, "Damn it, you guy, you are not romantic at all." It was the voice of the green-faced Shura woman. Everyone was stunned. She was clearly still standing in the same place, but at this time, her voice was heard in this place. Such an unforeseen event was obviously shocking. However, there was no lack of people with good eyesight among them, who immediately saw the whole story. From the moment she finished speaking, no, perhaps from the moment she started speaking, she had already disappeared from where she stood. What people saw was just an illusion, maybe an afterimage, maybe a clone, or something like that. Her real body was approaching Su Yan at an extremely terrifying speed, sneaking up on Su Yan. If Su Yan's perception was weaker, Su Yan would have been beheaded at this time. Previously, everyone was only afraid of Su Yan's Shura fire, but Su Yan's punch showed them his true strength. At this time, Hyena said again, "You guys should come at me together." The other two green-faced Shura were angry, but in the end, they still attacked at the same time. Although Su Yan only threw a simple punch, they already knew that they were definitely not Su Yan's opponent. Since that was the case, there was no need to care so much. Moreover, this was Hyena's idea. The two of them were both green-faced Shura, so when they attacked at the same time, they immediately rushed at Su Yan from two sides. At this time, if Su Yan didn't dodge, he would have to bear the impact of the power from two sides. Of course, if Su Yan chose to dodge at this time, then they had a follow-up plan. At the very least, the female Shura was waiting for him at this time. Any change in Su Yan's movement seemed to have been calculated to death by them. This was the result of Su Yan being too careless. If it was one-on-one, the three of them might not be Su Yan's opponent, but now it was 3 against 1. When their fists were about to fall on Su Yan's body, Su Yan finally exploded. He didn't dodge, and just stood there quietly. Flames suddenly rose around his body, and a fire vortex directly swallowed Su Yan. Chapter 957. Female literature. As soon as the flame vortex appeared, it immediately alarmed these people. Shura fire, it was Shura fire again. He didn't dodge, but chose to defend with Shura fire instead. Everyone knew how domineering Shura fire was. In the past, there was a blue-faced Shura who had mastered Shura fire. He was invincible, and now he was the Marshal of Fire Shura, second only to the King of Destruction. And at this moment, Su Yan's method of controlling flames was actually so amazing. This kind of method was simply as he pleased. The two azure-faced Azuras immediately hesitated in the face of the Azura fire. This thing was so powerful that they couldn't help but think of Black Bear's death just now. They were indeed stronger than Black Bear. After enduring the power of this fire, they might not die, but they couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't be injured. This was the key to the problem. If they attacked, they might be able to break through the fire, but they would also be injured. But if they didn't attack, it would be a joke. They came with great momentum, but in the end, they gave up. Just as they were in a dilemma, Su Yan suddenly made his move. Since you are so hesitant, then let me give you a hand. While speaking, Su Yan had already turned into a bolt of lightning. It was as bright as a bolt of lightning. It was simply terrifying. Su Yan's target was very clear. He chose the man who seemed to be older. His eyes were so sharp that he could naturally see that this man was actually the weakest of the three. Naturally, he had to pick the weakest persimmon. This was the Tao that everyone understood, so Su Yan didn't show any mercy at all. 3 azure-faced Azuras were nothing to him at all. However, at this time, he had to use the strength of a blue-faced Shura. If he used his own strength, he would reveal his details. He had already sensed the aura of the 2 blue-faced Shura under the helmet of destruction. Su Yan had come into contact with them in the Shura cave. To put it bluntly, these 2 blue-faced Shura survived by luck. The reason they were still talking was not because they could resist Su Yan's sneak attack in the Shura cave, but because Su Yan didn't make a move against them. However, this was not the Shura cave, so Su Yan naturally couldn't be so arrogant. What he needed to do now was to become a Shura. As for his identity and origin, it didn't matter. This was the Shura world, a place where chaos was the law, was the order. God knows how many Shura had unknown origins and couldn't be verified. At this time, what he needed to do was to use the means of the Shura world. At this time, his speed had increased to an unimaginable level. In just an instant, a blue light appeared in front of the middle-aged Shura. The middle-aged Shura immediately showed a surprised look. Just a moment ago, he was thinking about how he should deal with it, whether to attack or just give up, but now he had no choice but to defend. Su Yan's speed was so fast that it seemed to be on par with the female Shura. The female Shura was called the Dark Mist, and she was best at speed. When her speed was at its peak, it was almost invisible, and even the middle-aged man couldn't guard against it. At this time, Su Yan's speed was not inferior to the Dark Mist's. This made the middle-aged man very shocked, and he wondered where this guy came from. He was able to control the fire of the Shura, and his strength was terrifying, his reaction was sharp, and he had such a terrifying speed. As long as such a person lived, he would definitely become an extremely powerful and terrifying person. At the very least, he would have no problem becoming a blue-faced Shura. Of course, at this time, the middle-aged man's priority was to find a way to resist it. He didn't think for long, not because he had an answer, but because he had no time to think. At this time, Su Yan was directly in front of him, and there was a faint sneer on his blue face. Then, he threw a punch. It was such an ordinary punch. When the punch was thrown, it didn't even have any force behind it. However, the middle-aged man knew that such a punch was absolutely terrifying. How could this be the extent of his strength? He subconsciously crossed his hands in front of his chest, forming a cross. In the next moment, an intense pain was transmitted over. His nerves were completely swallowed by the pain. He could clearly feel that his bones had been completely broken. To think that this punch had actually reached such a level. His entire body was trembling. Even at this moment, he could not believe that Su Yan's punch was actually so terrifying. At this time, Su Yan had no intention of letting him go, and his body was directly in front of the middle-aged man. Fall. These two words directly pierced into the middle-aged man's soul, and his body fell to the ground involuntarily. That terrifying power was almost completely crushing, and that extremely terrifying light was displayed to the extreme at this time. Is it painful? It doesn't seem to be the pain that I thought it would be. Well then, I'll fight back. This kid underestimated me too much, and I have to let him know how strong I am. Even if I'm not a match for him, I have to let this kid know that there will be a price to pay for having such an attitude in front of me. However, at the next moment, he immediately became panicked. At this time, he found that he was no longer able to move, whether it was his hands or feet. He couldn't control his body, damn it. Thud. He heard his body fall to the ground, but he didn't feel anything. At this moment, his whole body's perception had stopped. Without any reason, a wave of boundless darkness came, directly swallowing his consciousness. He lost. It was so thorough that he didn't even have the slightest chance of winning. At this time, Su Yan's body began to slowly rise, and his eyes fell on another person. The process of knocking down this middle-aged man was too short. Except for the real experts, many people didn't even have time to react. At this time, he was already moving towards the second man. At this time, Fog had already warned, be careful, full defense, he's too fast. In fact, the moment Su Yan just moved, Fog had already realized that things were not good. When she attacked, she just wanted to pretend. After all, she was also afraid of Su Yan's Shura fire. However, at this moment, she already understood that Su Yan wanted to use them to establish his power. Therefore, her sneak attack was repelled by Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan had no intention of holding back. The first guy who was knocked down by Su Yan was called Tong Gu. His attack was not very outstanding, but his defense was extremely rare. If it was a frontal attack, there were definitely not many people who could break through his defense among the green-faced Shura. Even Fog could only break through his defense by using the method of breaking through the surface. However, this green-faced Shura defeated Tong Gu with absolute strength. How terrifying was that? Next, his target had obviously fallen onto his other companion, Mu Hu. Mu Hu was definitely not his opponent. This was without a doubt. Her only hope was that Mu Hu could hold on for some time, so that she could make a truly ruthless counterattack. How could she have known that the moment she finished speaking, she was immediately locked onto by a sense of perception? At this moment, she had actually forgotten to move. Damn it, this guy's target is me. Fog immediately understood that Su Yan's attack on Mu Hu was just a facade. His real target was her. This was indeed Su Yan's idea. Mu Hu was more comprehensive in all aspects and could be considered a very stable green-faced Shura. However, stability meant that there was nothing special about him. Such people were definitely not the most difficult to deal with. The troublesome ones were those who were unconventional. For example, this female Shura. She was extremely fast. Su Yan was naturally not afraid of her, but she would bring trouble to him. When he attacked Mu Hu, this female Shura would definitely attack. When the time came, Su Yan would have to spend more effort. At this time, Su Yan wanted a clean and swift strike. Therefore, he would definitely not give this woman a chance. In the beginning, this woman was fully on guard. However, the moment he attacked the man, she issued a warning. A warning meant anxiety, and anxiety meant that he had an opening. How could Su Yan let go of such an opening? Perhaps to others, this opening would be too fast and would disappear in the blink of an eye. However, for Su Yan, it was enough. Don't forget what kind of people his opponents were. His speed was so fast that it was simply unimaginable. By the time the woman reacted, she had already taken action. However, she was still a step too late. Shura fire suddenly appeared under her feet. The Shura fire had formed a cage in an instant. The terrifying power spread directly at this time. The terrifying light rotation had reached an extremely terrifying level. And Fog became even more vigilant. This lunatic. At this time, she no longer had any other thoughts. She deeply felt that Su Yen was a lunatic. Was he trying to kill someone? If Su Yen really wanted to kill someone here, he would definitely not have a good ending. However, at this time, Su Yen did not care at all. His powerful aura and terrifying will became even more profound. And fog immediately formed around Fog's body. That was the aura condensed from her power. Bit by bit, the power changed at this time. In an instant, the fog directly collided with the Shura fire.